low level, poor read of what it's saying. And then when you tell them, well, yeah, that's not what I was looking for, then they get mad at you. Like, how dare you question thy Googling? Well, yeah, why would I accept thy Googling?
Yeah, what should I say, man? That's exactly what it is. Most of them just a waste of time. I gotta say that. Waste of freaking time. I'd rather watch paint dry than, you know, having some time wasters. Anyways, I gotta make myself something to eat. Be right back.
There's a movie on. They just showed a giant map on a wall, big map. It was a. It wasn't a globe. They weren't using a globe to navigate. Flat map. With straight lines drawn on it for their courses that they're at an airport.
This dude is describing what a flat earther is. A flat earther is someone who's a not that. Okay, not an engineer, a doctor, a scientist. Someone who only makes hilarious videos on YouTube. So I go, you just described yourself as a flat earther then? Like, wait, what? Well, are you a doctor? Are you a physicist? Are you an engineer? Or you just make YouTube videos?
Has everyone speculated the head off or something?
Maybe.
Yeah. Like, mind blown, everybody. So, so maybe the question the answer to the question, why does the water just fall off the edge of the earth? Maybe it's like a fountain with a pump. And in the center, there's like a water feature. Just saying.
It's a pretty solid take.
Right? It'd explain it, wouldn't it?
Because all you have to do is think of some explanation. Because they say there's
Yeah.
no for the Earth to be a globe. They tell you there's no explanations otherwise. The only thing that you can come up with is that the Earth is a globe. Everything else, there's not even an explanation. So all you gotta do is offer them one explanation, and they're done.
Well, one
You
of them
debunked their
would be
globe.
like the edge. That's the first step. And then when they try and get through that, maybe you could say there's some kind of dynamic system where it circulates, and then
You don't even need to do that because they already handed you a debunk. They said, "Give me one explanation," and you debunked my whole worldview. Then you debunk it, you give them the explanation, and all they do is start squealing like a stuck pig. They can't even take the L.
Yeah, I mean, they mostly are narcissists and mental children, so makes sense.
a lot of dark triads around, you know.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up when you got like at least 2 out of 3 of the dark triad. So like, that is most globies though. Like the fanatical globers, like the normal people know, but like the ones that actively shill for the globe and stuff.
Chill for free.
I mean, yeah, I mean, shilling it's sort of become like a spiritual status now. Like there's people who are just
Charity
like,
Yeah,
huh?
It's a charity event.
Shilling for shekels. Hashtag shilling for shekels. But then I guess shilling because I've projected my own identity and self-worth onto the globe.
I like the ones too, the guys who come in there and say, "Where's the model?" And like, okay, certainly, let's go through that line of logic here, that pipeline. What model do you subscribe to? Oh, heliocentric model. Can you show it? Oh, you can't. Okay, so you've got no model. Wait, what? Like,
Yeah, I
show
mean-
the fucking model, dude. Like, you say you've got a model that explains everything perfect down to the last detail, but they've never showed it. And then tell you they know their model's correct because I don't have one. Dude, you don't have one. Because if you did, you would show that model. Where's that model? Where's the model?
They
Where's
just
the
think
map?
they just think they've seen globes, like globe models, like the toy ones you see in like classrooms. Like they just assume they've seen those since they were children. So like, of course, everyone in the tribe believes it has to be true. And
That's enough. Yeah, that's enough.
that's enough. And we're the good guys. Like, yeah, like, and I'm on the winning team. So
I mean, if it explains why it's dark on one side and light on the other, then it's enough for them.
yeah, I mean, but they're not thinking. It's totally double think. I mean, they're just in the cult mindset.
That's why when people ask, "What's the goal? What's your goal here? What are you trying to do with flat Earth?" I said X minus 1. That's it. Take one of that pool of people, okay, who are like that, and just pull one of them away and have them return to humanity. Just one. That's it.
One's a lot, dude.
It is. It's surprisingly hard. Sometimes they'll almost get there. It's so frustrating, but I just kind of figure that's just par for the course, or they're LARPing, or they're doing something else. But sometimes you get one who's like 99% of the way there, and then all of a sudden they'll come out with, "So I can't make out with green alien chick?" I go, "Dude, there's no green alien chick." "Oh, fuck that." Like,
No, but my gay space fantasy. No.
yeah, like some of their gay,
Stars.
yeah, they're like their sexual fantasy about going to space and being Captain
I
Picard
can
or whatever.
I can be a
Or-
Jedi. Yeah,
Yeah,
like my Marvel movies. Yeah.
or Captain Kirk, where he's always like flirting with the babes every time he went to a new planet.
Yeah, I just fantasize about just like wicking his bald head. Is that the guy? No, that's Picard. So I don't even know the shit.
Yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like it's like exercising a demon. These guys, they're seriously just possessed by this, and just to do one, you need like 4 guys to hold him down, and you just need one guy to just like spit like Earth facts, just like Earth observations, counter globe arguments, and then they're kicking and screaming, and finally you get it out. But it's like the horror movie where like at the end, like you still see like his eyes start glowing, so the demon's still there. That's what it's like doing with these globies.
Oh yeah, like you're all walking down the street to go have a finally you're all, go have a beer, right? You're all friends again. All of a sudden he turns around to look, and then all of a sudden the eyes just flash red.
Dude, every fucking time. It's just like, I don't know. You just have to break their egos. Like the only way, like they've just sort of embedded their self-worth and their identity into this globe model like so deeply. The only way, you just have to crack it open. I mean, otherwise they'll just like defense mechanism. They'll whatever. They'll deflect. They'll straw man. They'll pull every trick from the book. I mean, they've been trained to do it from birth, basically, and through the media. Through this popular science media, which is all just giving them like lines to say, talking points. Oh, yep. But if you do turn just one, it's very valuable because, I mean, they spread it. If you turn just a few people, like it translates to more people down the run because they influence their friends. Like if you turn one, they'll start you like you like reprogrammed it to like spread, flat Earth now. So it's worth doing.
Sometimes even just working it up, like, do you understand that flat? Okay, the flat is not a shape. Okay, that's not a shape. Okay, neither is round. Okay, round's not a shape either.
Yeah, isn't round just a description?
I mean, curvature is like a mathematical quantity, but I mean, it's like a topological description. It's not like a shape in of itself. Like a plane, you could say. I don't know how deep we're gonna get in what is like a shape, but like, yeah, flat in of itself is not a shape, and round in of itself is not a shape. What I always think is funny is like in the globe cosmology, like, all the planets are round, and then you're in the solar system, and everything's like rotating 666 million miles around the flaming gas ball, whatever. But it's all embedded in a flat universe. So at the end of the day, they're saying like how crazy it is we think the Earth is flat, and then like they believe their universe is like even flatter than the Earth. Yeah,
don't mind me. Look at this flat universe. Wow, it's so amazing.
Yeah, the guys who came up with this shit just must be laughing their asses off when they, these dumb golems, they're just like laughing it up, like they have these like. Go ahead.
I'll say the thing with being Marvel fans too. You're like,
oh,
hey, so I'm a Marvel fan. I like Space Troopers and Space Commander and Star Lord and Star Commander.
Halo, Master Chief. Yeah, I'm an alpha male. I am.
And you're like, so you like Thor, right? And they're like, yeah, fucking Thor is awesome. I go, he lives on Asgard. That's a flat planet. Wait, yeah,
Yeah, they got some of that predictive programming going there. Like even in the Marvel universe, you got Drizzle, you got Asgard, Midgard. Like the ancient Norse cosmology. And then they're all like they think Elon Musk is like Tony Stark, like really they're just primed by like Marvel and all these like media franchises to like view the real world through that lens. I mean, that's why we've gotten all these superhero movies the last like 10 years, I think, just to like totally desensitize people to reality. And then we had like the Cocoa Puffs for 3 years, just to like force everyone to stay inside and not talk to real people for 3 years, or at least face to face. So I got people totally detached, dissociated from reality. What happened yesterday? Was there some kind of like launch? I don't follow any media shit, but there's some SpaceX thing people were making a big deal of.
Yeah, I watched it live on another server, like a watch party. Because like one of the things is like the guy says, Crit's never gonna watch a rocket launch. I go, fucking dude, I watch all of them. You know, every single one of them. I watch them, okay? I watch them because that way I know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Plus it's also fun to spot the bullshit. You know, like,
I just love when they have the feeds of the control room. You have all these soy boys like freaking out, like they just kissed a girl for the first time or something. You got all these soy boys like just like high fiving each other, like hugging. Like, and they tell. I mean, I didn't watch it last night, but that's like what I've seen.
so yesterday's was a second attempt from a rocket, supposedly the spaceship that's supposed to go to Mars. Okay, this thing's going to go to Mars someday. And the best part is that it didn't even get to Florida.
Bruh. You can't even make it past Florida. You're not making it to Mars. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Okay, maybe Florida man did that.
So it the first one got up in the air and then just exploded in April. Okay, the whole thing just blew up. This time it got up in the air, it separated like it was supposed to, and then the rocket ship that's supposed to fly to Mars is then going to like go suborbital around the Earth and then land like somewhere in Hawaii or something like that was a plan.
I was just like, why is it so hard to get rockets in the air now? Like we could do this easily in the '60s. Like sure, we had a few fuck ups, but like after like the initial few years, we got down pat. Then what happened? Like we're talking about the '60s, where like our iPhone right now is like more powerful than the lunar module. Like why can't we? Like why are we still fucking this up?
They lost the technology.
You know, our eyes are more powerful than the iPhone.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, obviously, the human body is much more complicated than anything we've ever possibly even conceived of creating. But it's random. It's from random stardust.
Yeah, so you should probably trust your eyes than NASA TV screens.
No, but TV men say I'm bad. I original sin, racist. I just follow with Magic TV Man and CNN.
Yeah, the TV man told me I'm racist.
Yeah, so I'm bad, but I'm winning team now. I good. I virtue
Well,
signal. By
the
try.
last 2 years showed the world who just listens to the TV.
Yeah, bros. I hope you're triple masking right now. I mean, just so
Whoa, what are you talking about there?
triple masking for Cocoa Puffs. Hope you're doing it.
And what was ironic is people had used the same mask for weeks.
You got these colonies of like Cocoa Puffs or bacteria like festering.
I call them face diapers.
Yeah, face diaper. What are we supposed to say? Is this a topic non grata?
Taboo.
Like, not...
Yeah, just
Yeah.
walk around it.
Fuck.
Yeah,
Okay.
like what you got? Give the wide berth. Like I use the code Audio Visual Club,
Okay.
or I like the song My Sharona.
Sharona. Okay, I got it. Or like Mexican
Give
beer.
give it such a wide berth that you might sure the audience doesn't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Like you sound schizophrenic or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's so vague. It's like, what the fuck is he on about?
Okay, so just do what I usually do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
basically, yeah.
All right, good.
Practice for Thanksgiving. Like you're gonna.
Oh, dude, no, I've been banned from every Thanksgiving dinner. Let's not even get into that. Like, I'm gonna go anyways, but like, I mean, okay, well, there's some funny stories there.
Like Kennedy Jr. in his college class, he was the top audiovisual club member.
Bruh.
I mean, because AV clubs have gotten really good with the advent of, Photoshop and whatnot. You could do a lot of work from just behind the computer screen. You can make people believe all kinds of, or not really believe, but show people all kinds of different artifacts and whatnot.
I've not been following like the American politics cycle since like several years ago. But like, is he actually like a front runner?
Yeah, for Democrats, he's running against Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, but okay, sorry guys, I don't think I can run because I'm kind of like senile. But you know, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I just do what people tell me.
I was kind of up in the air with what's going to happen. My speculation here about politics, but man, after Joe like fucked up the Veterans Memorial thing, the Stewart the Unknown
That's-
Soldier, I think he's done. I think that's gonna be big enough that people are like, they can't make up any more excuses. He's obviously not there. No one's home. Okay, the lights are on, but no one's home. Okay, because you just don't randomly, just in the middle of a ceremony, just walk away. And then
No,
when people try to usher you back, dude, you gotta stand here. Just stand here for 15 minutes. That's your only fucking job. Do this little Veterans Day ceremony. And he fucked that up. Like, how is he gonna? How is he good? How are his supporters gonna see that and be like,
what supporters, dude? What supporters? He never had any supporters. That's the point. That's why he doesn't give a shit. I mean, he knows he's just there. Like, it's not even real. Nothing's real anymore. It's just he's literally just he can do whatever the fuck he wants because like there's no bearing or importance on the actual.
He should just step down. I mean, it's a better. I mean, the only chance they have now is if the Republicans fuck it up even worse, which is still possible.
Dude, I'm totally black. I don't think like the president does fucking anything. I think he's literally just an actor. I mean, so it's not like a new opinion. But I think literally just like nothing matters. Like whoever's in office is just the same shit.
Oh yeah, it never changes from crap. I'm trying to blank in the name administration, but they call it something other than that.
Yeah, no, administration is the right word. But like, I mean,
okay.
Thing is, if you get someone like Trump, at least like he triggers people. Like, so it's like this. You can sort of like set the baseline. So even though he's still a shill and he's still like working for whatever the Illuminati, whatever quote unquote, the big noses up top, but like at least you can sort of recalibrate sort of the baseline of like discourse if you get something like that in office. So that's the only sort of virtue I see of like supporting one side or the other. But at the end of the day, they're just going to do the same shit.
That was a fun part about Obama too. He would trigger people on social media, like holy shit,
Yeah, it was fun. I think Obama was like really the beginning of the postmodern, like truly postmodern politics sort of era. I mean, I think things like really jumped the shark.
Yeah, they sort of mastered the whole politics by social media,
right?
Like campaigning via social media.
Yeah, dude, that was I just remember that's around like right after Facebook, and then YouTube was getting big, and then Twitter. Yeah, like on Twitter, he was like replying to people. Yeah, I think that was like the first time like politics just really jumped the shark. Oh, hopefully it gets better, but it won't. At least not the way we're going. But okay, so Kennedy's really different. When do they? I forgot everything. When do they actually like, choose the candidates?
Well, coming up, it'll be Super Tuesday, so that will be like no, that's coming up next year.
Oh no, that okay. So you're talking about they still do like all the primaries and shit, like the debates.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And
America
before that,
never had a better president
than Trump, or
so like right
than Biden.
Biden, yeah. I mean, I mean, presidents is basically just supposed to just stand there, not do anything. Like,
yeah. But sorry, I interrupted Creed. Go ahead, Creed.
Yeah, I was just gonna do the breakdown. So you'll have like the early states, so New Hampshire, Iowa, I know a couple more, and then March 5th is when I just looked it up. Super Tuesday's on March 5th this year. So March 5th is when you've got like 20 states or something.
So what's Satanic Holidays on March 5th?
There's 17. 17 states will decide who the candidate is on March 5th.
Oh, I see.
And that'll pretty much set the tone for the rest of the election season.
And then Republicans, it's Trump?
Well, I'm not sure how that's going to work out because he's not participating in any of the Republican stuff.
Well, then,
how many delegates will he need?
He's not getting a nomination. I mean,
yeah,
sure.
like he won't, somehow he won't get the Republican nomination, but he'll just run as Republican anyway, or what that will look like.
No, that's not going to do anything. I mean, that sounds good on paper, but that's just going to take away votes from the Republicans. Not that it matters because voting's fake and elections are fake, but okay, we're getting off track. We're getting off the purview of this room.
Well, we're a speculation Sunday.
Oh yeah. Right.
So let's speculate. What would that look like for manned spaceflight? Because Trump was a guy who pushed Space Force and he pushed going to the moon and whatnot. He wanted a lunar landing during his presidency.
But he was kind of trolling.
It's not technologically achievable.
I mean, what would he fake? Let's say Trump does get elected, and let's speculate, does that mean, this time next year, will they be talking about a lunar landing? Or if Trump doesn't win, will they still be talking about the lunar landing, or will they just kick the can down the road again for another 4 years because they don't need to talk about it?
The second one. But I just remember Trump, didn't he call some astronauts here from the ISS and NASA, and he's like, "You guys got a good cheat going on." Is that him? 5 years
I remember
ago.
something. Yeah, vaguely something about that. Yeah, you got a good shtick going on or something.
He said, "Cheat. You guys got a good cheat going on." And they kind of reacted.
Well, those astronauts are little children in comparison with Mr. President Joe Biden. Obviously, he's the strongest. I don't see the point. Why would he need to fake elections, steal votes? I mean, he's the strongest man. He doesn't need to do that. So he didn't.
I'll never forget how dystopian it was when I was watching the election night in 2020, and they were announcing there was the Biden camp and there was the Trump camp. In the Biden camp, there was no one there because of social distancing, and they just had these automatic cars that would just go off, that would just start honking, and there's no one there. It just seems so satanic. It was weird. I got chills watching it.
Imagine if Trump was falling on the airplane stairways, he would have been all broken by the way he got down.
Wasn't it Trump who he walked up to Air Force One with toilet paper stuck to his shoe, or is that a joke?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. I'm not surprised. It's kind of based though. Kind of funny.
You've got
someone
CIA.
must have pulled a prank on him.
You got Secret Service watching you every move you make, scanning the scene, and no one said, "Mr. President, you've got toilet paper stuck to your shoe."
Oh, it's kind of based. I'm going to call it based.
I think they were afraid to get fired or something like that.
No, I mean, but normally just regular strangers. If you see, walking around with toilet paper on your shoe is kind of embarrassing, Oh
yeah, it's embarrassing as hell. I've done it. So yeah, it's you're kind of a fuck up if you do it, for sure.
Well, obviously, it wasn't from him.
Yeah, I don't know the U.S. Secret Service is as great as their reputation. I remember back in the Clinton era, Clinton liked to go on jogs. He'd jog to McDonald's or Burger King. He'd eat a Big Mac and then jog back in Washington D.C.
Oh, and, Clinton, yeah, Clinton.
And he was faster. He was faster in the Secret Service. Good evening.
Yeah, it'd be Clinton's I'm not losing weight. I go, your fat ass keeps jogging to McDonald's.
There's this one photo of him. He's jogging with Al Gore, and he's like giving the Clinton thumbs up. But like Al Gore has these like very like supple like thighs. Like I'm sorry to go there, but just like you just can't unsee it. Like if you just Google like Bill Clinton jogging, you'll see Al Gore in short shorts next to him with like these childbearing hips. I just can't. I've just been seeing this every day when I like close my eyes since then. Hello, whoever joined us.
Fuck.
Yeah,
I just
Hello.
looked it up.
yeah. As you can see, we're talking about serious things.
That's okay.
Oh, it's so funny too. Like Al Gore has an Air Force hat in like a Mercator projection and a big McDonald's bag.
It's peak '90s. This is like
I know.
this is
That's a snapshot of what '90s was all about, right there.
which was fucking awesome. The '90s were fucking awesome, by the way.
I mean, just not ripping on it, but just like the cultural implications.
Yeah, but I like being like the opium consumers feel like like dream. That was good. I liked it. I liked Independence Day. I like Will Smith punching an alien.
There we go. There's a picture. Okay, now everyone else can be scarred for life.
Yeah, everyone not safe for life tag. There you go. Yeah, look at those childbearing hips, bro. And like he's got a little bulge there. I mean, let's get into the nitty gritty. Yeah. Bill, Slick Willie's he's got those thick hips, thick thighs, but old Al, he's got these like very slender and like supple childbearing hips. And that's the Secret Service guy behind it. Look at those legs, look at those stick legs. This guy never went like he skipped every leg day. That guy behind him. Bro, our Secret Service can't even keep up with that. They are slower than our former president on the right there. So that's the U.S. Secret Service. If any of them are listening right now, just like get your shit together. Oh yeah, dude, he has a Mercator. What the fuck? I never noticed that on his shirt. He's got the freaking Mercator projection on his t-shirt. Holy crap!
Great. Now I got an ad popping up to buy that picture on a shirt.
Dude, I think there's a flat Earth meme. There's a flat Earth meme here. Like someone who's clever can come up with something like find the curvature on Al Gore's thighs or something. I don't know. It's something funny. Where are our creative folk? I'll bring this back to 24/7. See what they can do.
Al Gore was right though. The whole climate crisis thing gonna affect us all. People thought he was like a lunatic. I mean, he was kind of funny. But
What was funny about it is that he talks about global warming and global climate change and whatnot, and then he buys oceanfront property, like a multi-million-dollar house right on the ocean. Dude, what the fuck? I thought you said we're gonna be underwater in like 20 years.
I'm not surprised. He will do that. He was right about the climate thing.
If he was right about the climate, his house would be underwater. It's not underwater. He was wrong.
No. I mean, like, not the global warming thing, but the climate change thing.
Bro,
A little bit of physics would have saved him, because as ice melts, volume goes down, not up. Frozen water has more volume, so they fucked it up. They should have paid attention in junior high when they were taking physics.
Yeah, they changed it from global warming to climate change. Remember, around like 2008 or so, they changed it.
No, I mean, global warming is the temperature of the surface of the Earth is indeed rising. That's true. That's true so far.
Yeah. But they changed the name of like all these phenomena to climate change.
Yes, to be more accurate with the science, not to be so like bombastic in terms of it.
But I do remember they were saying in school, like, now I can reveal my age. They're like, in 2010, like, the sea levels will have risen so that like the coast of the U.S. will look like this. Like they were saying that way back,
Yeah.
and they're like, if we don't do anything now, like 2010, like the world will be totally ruined. I mean, this is what they were teaching. This is what they were teaching me and my classmates when we were kids.
True.
I don't even want to know what they're teaching kids now in school, but that's probably a different chat room in this server. I was looking at some of their chat rooms. They look interesting. They look pretty, I don't know, contentious. I feel like I'd get my ass banned pretty quick if I win some of them. Just looking at some of these rooms in the server, and like I like how in the chill chat section there's like 0 people. That funny. But we're like by far the biggest room in this server right now. shows this is a very interesting, stimulating topic.
Hi there.
Hello.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Not too bad, mate. What are you up to?
Just chilling. Lazy Sunday. I just got back from a run, so like, right now, just.
What distance did you run?
I ran like 12K, but
that's a good one. What time?
today I'm not. It's about an hour. I wasn't really rigorous this time, but like, yeah. Are we going to like go for our best times? Or are we going to get into that discussion?
Well, I don't run any. I'm not a runner.
Okay.
I've got short legs. I have ran. But I have problems with my joints now, my knees. I've done a few 10Ks, like charity runs. My best time on a 10K was like 54 minutes.
Oh, that's totally respectable.
But I probably wouldn't get that now. I always wanted to just keep it. When I started the charity runs, I just wanted to keep it under an hour. That was always my focus. I doubt I'd do that now because I've not done any training for running. What I do now, if I go to the gym, I just do high incline on the walker. Probably.
Yeah, way better.
I probably get the same sort of workout. I go on like a 15 incline with probably going at 3 miles an hour, but it's quite a, I do that for like 20 minutes. So that's not pounding on my joints, then it's just nice.
No, it's way better. If you got short legs, actually, like incline is like should be easier for you in theory. So like that's what you should be doing.
Yeah,
because
so
you're adapted for like hill terrain.
Yeah, but I also not that I've done much recently with one thing and another, but I do love hiking and scrambling up mountains. Not rope climbing, but I'd probably grade 1 scrambles up rocks and sort of crevices and things like that. So I like to do that. So that helps me out with the inclines. Good for practicing on that because so I just love mountains basically and climbing up rocks.
I'm going to take a shot in the dark here. Are you from Scotland?
No, I'm from the UK, England, in an area called Manchester. But I'm probably about 1 hour, 20-minute drive from an area called the Lake District.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, so it's in Cumbria. So they've got like it's a lake district, but well, it's called a Lake District, but I think there's only one lake. Or they're all. There might not even be one lake in the Lake District. I think they're all towns and waters. They're not named as lakes, but it's called the Lake District. So so the highest mountain in the UK is Scafell Pike. So I've been up that a couple of times. My favourite climb there is Helvellyn. It's called. It's got like a nice little a scramble called Striding Edge. It's like a pinpoint scramble. You've got like drops on either side of you, 400-foot drops, but you've got to be careful going over. But I've done that all weathers. I've done it in the snow. I've done it in the summer. I've done it with my dog. I've even done it at night time with head torches and lights. So I just like doing shit like that.
No, that's good. That sounds fun.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to get back into my fitness. I've let it slip for a couple of years. I'm not going to go into the stories, but I've just let my fitness go shit, and I'm trying to get back into it now.
Bro, if you want like just for like losing weight though, like jogging is like the best. Like because basically I wouldn't say it's necessarily like the hardest or whatever, but it's like the easiest to get into because like if you're gonna go hiking or climbing, like you have to plan that shit out. Whereas like if you just want to take a jog, it's like 30 minutes. Like it's right there. So
yeah, but I think that's why I've sort of because like I say I don't like jogging now because I used to play squash years ago and things like that. But
dude.
But my
What's
knees.
squash?
Squash. It's like you're in the court with the red line, and there's two of you batting the squash ball. It's fast and furious game.
They lock you in the room with another guy, and you're just beating the shit out of a ball. You're just hitting a ball at
Oh,
the
that's
wall.
like a tennis, but just hit the ball to the wall or something
like
like that.
It's like a
Yeah.
cage fight tennis. It's like a cage fight version of tennis. Yeah.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
fucking insane. It's fucking hard as hell. Yeah.
The thing is, though, you can't. When you go for a jog, if you get tired, you can just fucking stop and have a walk. When you're in that
Right.
squash court, you can't fucking stop on that.
No.
You've got to go for that ball. You ain't fucking slowing down. You've got to go for that ball and fucking get it and whack it, and then you got to get back, and then you've got to get back again. There's no rest.
Although tennis, yeah. I mean, it's true. Like sports, they're definitely more intense. Like that's the thing with jogging. It's like you set your own pace, and then like you don't have to go that fast, especially when you're first starting. You'll burn calories like no matter what you do when we start jogging. But yeah, if you're doing like a sport and shit, it's more intense. Also, just mentally more intense because like you're competing.
I mean, you sound like you're into your fitness, but I've just started trying to get back into my fitness. So I'm doing the incline. I'll probably do it. What I've just started doing, I've only been doing it for the last couple of months. I'm doing the incline for about 15, 20 minutes on 13, which is quite a steep one at 3 miles an hour. And then what I've been doing then, I've been getting on the skiing machine, like the not the treadmill, the skiing machine, with the arm things and it's like a
the rowing.
Yeah.
The crew thing. I'll do that. That shit's brutal. The crew machine.
Yeah, so I've been going
Yeah,
on
dude.
that, but it's got a heart rate monitor. So what? After that 20 minutes on there, I jump straight on there. I like to do a HIIT workout on there, but I monitor my heart rate. So I take my heart rate up to about 170, and then what I do, then I just rest. I rest. Then I bring it back down to 150, and then as soon as I don't let it drop below 150, and then I take it back up to 170. Let it drop to 150, and that I do that for 20 minutes then, and I feel that's a good workout as well.
That's pretty good. No, that's definitely crew machines. Like that's pretty brutal. Like I mean, I used to do that shit, but like that's like more brutal than jogging or treadmill. Like because you're using your whole body, and I mean if you program it to do like races, like you can like try to do like a certain distance in a certain time, then like you can get your heart rate way up. Like 170 is very high though. Like I would say like go for a lower heart rate, but like longer. Like I'd say try at least 30 minutes. Like you want to like just get your base fitness back up.
Like steady cardio you're talking about.
Yeah, get your baseline. Like you want to get your baseline like built up. So don't like go all out. Just go like at most 150, but like do it for like a little longer, like 30, 35 minutes.
Right.
That's why.
Yeah, I'll try. Well, I might do that now. You've said it. I might throw that at one. I'm going to do that then one of the times, and then stick to what I was doing the other time. I'll just do a steady one at 150 for 30 minutes.
I mean, even 150 is like but like 150, I'd say aim for that. Yeah, exactly. 3 minutes. That's what I'd say.
But yeah, and then other than that, I've just started doing some. I've just changed it slightly. I was doing a full body workout on the weights, and I'm using machines. So I do 2 chest exercises, 2 back exercises, shoulder, and then legs. So I've been doing the assisted machines, because I've got a few joint issues. But the last couple of times I've just been doing calisthenics. I've just been doing.
Yeah.
I just get I get a couple of dumbbells. I've got a big weight and like a little like a step thing. So what I do, I get down, I do 15 press ups, then I stand up, I get the dumbbells, I do some shoulder exercises with the arms out, and then I'll get the big dumbbell and I'll do some squats. So and then what I'll do is just have a fucking rest for about 30 seconds, and I just keep repeating that. I'll just keep repeating it, do about 6, 7, 8 times. And I think that's working quite well at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just do whatever works out. But like for me, like actually, like so I used to like do weights, but like for me, just like push-ups are like the best. Like unless you're like really trying to like go for like either like powerlifting or something. But like you just want to get like fit, like just like body weight exercises. Yeah. Because also it doesn't fuck up your joints, because like weights like can really fuck up your joints if your form is messed up, like even a little bit. If you get to like bigger weights. But I mean, you just do whatever works for you. Also,
I think you're right. I think press ups is probably the press ups and just natural squats. I reckon if you did like, I mean, I'm going to say 100. You don't do it in one go. If you did 100 press ups throughout the day, you can start off by doing 20. Then you can do 100. in phases over like
100 press ups in a day, dude. I mean, that sounds like a lot. Like, I mean, is it? It's not like a big weight. Like, I don't know, but like that's a lot.
I know, but I mean, you could do. I mean, you could get down now and do 20 press ups. Most people in this chat could do 20 press ups.
Well,
So
yeah,
you do,
Well,
so you
depending
do,
on the weight.
you do 20 press ups, and then you might just say, right, go to the kitchen, have a drink of water. Just think, right, in another couple of minutes, get down, do another 20. There's 40. Yeah, do
There
the
you go.
same again. Then you might not do 20 the next time. It might be 15. There's 55. You could have a 5-minute rest then. So you could do 100 press ups in a 15-minute
True.
period. Yeah,
Absolutely.
So, and then you could do your squats then later on. Not you could do it straight afterwards, or you could say, right, I'm just going to get down and do some squats. You can do 25 squats with no weights, just like squatting. Do that, like, so. I reckon if you did that every day, and then just did some, and then finished up with some planks, just holding yourself. That's all you need to do, I reckon.
It's true. It's true. If you like can commit, but the main point is just getting yourself to do something every day, or like maybe take one rest day. But for losing weight and getting shape, that's.
I mean, I did it a few months ago. It was like it popped up on Instagram, just 100-day push-up challenge. You had to do it for a month. It was a charity thing, so no one's
100 push-ups.
No one's checking you. No one's standing over
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
But I just signed up for it, and I got a pay page thing going on for I can't remember. I think I did it for dementia actually, because
Okay.
my stepmom has got dementia. She's in a home for dementia, so I thought I'll do the 100 press ups a day, and I did it every day. I was doing it at work. I went to work. I work in like machine rooms and that, so I thought, I'm just going to get down and do in the plant room. I call it a plant room. There's machines and boilers and compressors in there. I thought I'll just get down and do my 100 press ups. And that's what I did over a period of like 15-20 minutes. I did it every day. And I should continue that, really, because you can feel it everywhere. You can feel it in your arms, your biceps, your core, your legs. It hits everything, them press ups. And you're not paying for a fucking gym membership either.
It's a compound exercise because you're engaging your core, you're using your legs, so it's like, I mean, you're using your whole body, so it's good to do like compound exercises which don't just target one thing, which is why like curls are like in theory stupid, but it's mostly for ego.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm talking like this as if, but I mean, I know these things, but I need to just sort my fucking head out and start doing it more often. I can talk the talk. I need to start fucking doing the fucking work. That's what I need to do. Well, I am doing, but I'm trying to get back into it, and it's good to talk about it. And I'm enjoying talking about it now, because the more you talk about it with people, then the more you talk about things, that's what you get into. That's where your energy flows. That's where your thing goes.
Yeah, right on, dude.
And sometimes I find with this flat Earth and globe thing, like sometimes I spend too much time. That's where a lot of my energy goes on this topic, where it should be going on other things, really, with my personal things.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
I mean, I think I don't want to generalize, but I think a lot of people are kind of here just to. I mean, of course, they're passionate about like truthing and finding out how the world works, but a lot of it is to like socialize with people we can actually talk to, because like probably people who are here, probably in the 24/7 server, just feel like they can't talk to people in real life, especially about stuff that they actually believe in. So.
Yeah, but I found, even though I think it's important and I am interested in it, and with this the flat Earth and the globe situation, a lot of my energy and focus goes on that, and I think I've sort of lost focus on myself a little bit.
There you go. Yeah.
Sorry, mate. I'm just driving here. Someone's in my way. Just let me pull out of here. That's all right. Yeah. So I've noticed that I'm not the person I used to be.
You're preaching to the choir. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not the person I used to be. I've changed, and sometimes I think I'm for maybe a little bit for the worse. Sometimes I think to myself. So I'm trying to work on that as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's not good to spend. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this. It's not good to spend like all your time, here. I know a lot of people do, but like, yeah, you should need to like kind of detox and unwind, especially if you get riled up here, because like here it's like you're just like pitting your personal beliefs against other people's, and it can get very tiring. So
But
if you
that's
spend,
what you're right, and that's what we're saying. Like, so when you start talking about, if you start focusing and thinking about exercises and press ups and squats, maybe like food and nutrition, if you start looking into that and reading about that and what the body is designed to and what the benefits of exercise, that's where your energy will go. Yeah. So if you're on here every day, yeah, talking about flat Earth and globe and elevation angles and triangulation.
yeah, but like just like you could,
I mean,
you're roboting, dude. He roboted out, I think.
It's all good because these.
Can you turn?
Right, I think we lost contact.
I might be. I'm back now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But dude, you
Yeah.
should like you can combine these things like you don't have to just like you don't have to like bang your head against the wall against like Gobies here. Like, you can also like go outside and like try some of these experiment stuff, which is also fun. It's not just like you combine things. You do exercise, recreational activity at the same time. You're studying something you're passionate about. So I mean, also if you get a group, I don't know. I think people used to do meetups. I don't know if there are any people. There's some
Yeah.
people from England here. Like, there's Jedi. Well, he's not here now, but like,
Oh yeah, I know Jedi. I know Alpha. I know all the guys. Like, I've been here a while. Just
yeah,
I think it's just good to come on and speak a bit of truth. So then it's Sunday, it's Speculation Sunday, and I think it's just good to like get a few things off your chest now and again.
yeah, right. No, yeah.
I think my relationship has took a little bit of with my
Oh,
partner. Yeah, that's
yeah. The misses, yeah, they don't like usually. If you start talking about stuff like this, they're gonna get.
Yeah.
They're like, you're leaving the tribe. You're leaving the tribal mentality. We just want to be safe for your kids or future potential kids. Whatever. So females are definitely more conformist by nature. Just had to say it. But, sorry, go on.
No, I'm just saying you're right. I'm just saying my relationships took a bit of a hit, but that's down to me putting my focus into this topic quite maybe more than I should be doing.
Yeah, like, okay, I mean, there's two schools of thoughts. Like, I mean, serving an ideal relationship, I mean, this is not maybe the most, like, PC thing to say, but, like, you as the man are supposed to be the leader, and, like, that's literally the way, sort of, the biology, like, the man and the woman are programmed, so, like, if, it should be, like, you should do, as long as you're not going, like, crazy and being abusive or something, like, as long as you're, like, showing a good example, and then you're espousing your beliefs in sort of a rational and calm way, then like there's supposed to be some kind of acclimatization from both sides. But like also that's why I'm recommending not spending like all your time here, and like do spend time with your significant other and go outside, and you can it's more calm here. You're really like there's no room to breathe here. You're just fighting against Globies basically 24/7 if you're here, the 24/7 server. But yeah, I mean, dude, your partner's supposed to also like accommodate you. So I don't know the situation, but it is a two-way deal. It's not just you have to change because someone's unhappy with what you're doing. Speaking of which, I gotta take care of a few things, so I'll be away for maybe several minutes.
Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What I feel in the battle for the rhyme. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. I smoke weed all day and I got brain damage, but I don't give a fuck because I still manage. Just put a nice Pink Floyd tune in the chat. It's called Two Suns in the Sunset. Check it out.
Instagram videos. Mind blowing. Sit back and watch the last 20 of his videos. You're forget it. You thought the rabbit hole. There's no bottom to the rabbit hole, so just enjoy the fall because there's no bottom. All right. So it goes on and on and on. But my favorite part is the friend finder, right? And the friend finder. When you're a flat earther, there's two things you want to do. You want to wake up everyone you can to the reality of this world, and you also want to hang out with other like-minded people. You're like, man, it used to be a few years ago, people were like, oh, it's so lonely being a flat earther. I can't talk to anybody. I don't know what's going on. Well, these are the flat earthers that are near me, okay, that have my app, right? And I could click on one of their names and on one of their dots, and I could look at their profile. I could, let's pull up one here. Here's one. I'll pull up their profile, and up comes. This person hasn't filled it out yet, but you can, you can find people. You can go into groups. You could have chat messages. If I go into the chat right here, and so these are my chats, right? Just like regular chats, kind of like Telegram. Yeah. And should I show people that? How about the video calls?
Yeah, let's do it.
So here's a group I called beta test, and this is where I was testing people. And I would say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do a video call so I'm ruining the magic, so you can see how I'm really set up. And so now it's everyone's got a message, a push notification. Hey, there's a Dave started a call. So if you give them a couple seconds, people will jump on here if everyone's available. Here comes there's one. You guys won't be able to hear unless I hold the microphone here. Can you say something?
Let's go, Dave.
There you go. You can hear. So I'm on a show. I appreciate you jumping on. And you can have these great conversations. You just jump into random conversations. You can call somebody. You can do all sorts of stuff. Where are you located?
Florida.
Florida. Nice. How you liking the new version of the app with the profiles?
I absolutely love it. I'm a beta tester. Awesome, man.
Awesome. All right. Thanks so much. I'm going to go. See ya.
Dude, that's so freaking cool, man. Oh my gosh.
There's so many things and it's just a great way. There's already people that have, there's people that have had babies already, let alone just met each other. So, and then also, like, if I go into the profile section, one more thing. There's people that have found like-minded people that have gotten together. They've gotten married. They've had kids. There's people that have started working together. There's people that are prepping or doing whatever or just become best friends. There's, I showed you earlier when I'm on the map screen, I could say, all right, 50 kilometers. And it says, all right, there's 520 people in 50 kilometers. I could send them a group message. Everyone will get a separate message saying, hey, we're having a meetup at Rico's Pizza at 4 p.m. on Saturday. Bam, we did it last fall. And about 85 people showed up. And it's a great way to meet. And by the way, I've never met a blue dot I don't like. Okay. Right.
Yep.
Everyone is awake and aware. The conversations are phenomenal. So here's my profile. I got some more friend requests I gotta respond to, but I can search for people. But in your profile, you can put all your keywords. So let's say I'm a real estate broker. So I wrote real estate broker, residential. I'm in Florida. Just putting all the keywords that I want. So if anyone says, hey, I think I want to move to Florida, I could search in real estate Florida. And bam, those person will come up. And guess what? I'd rather work with a real estate agent that is awake and aware to this world than somebody that thinks they live on a spinning ball, right? And you got your wall. You can put images and stuff down, and and videos, post videos, whatever. And so when you, like, if you're in a conversation with somebody on Comet Chat, you can go check out their profile, see if they're like, hey, you know what? Let me reach out to this person. Hey, this person is looking for a job, or if you're a cook, a chef, you have a lawn care business, whatever, you can find the other people around you. So we're creating our own network. It's our own LinkedIn. It's our own Facebook, and it's only filled with purebloods that understand where we live. So there you go.
That is a fantastic app. Make sure you guys swing over to the Apple Play Store or the Google Play Store. It's on the Apple iTunes Store as well. You guys can download it. Promo code MATA. You got something else to throw in there, Dave?
There's already knockoffs. There's people. There's on the Google Play Store. There's Globe Trolls that have created a really horrible app. If you accidentally buy their app, before you ask for a refund, leave them a proper review. But if you want to make sure you're getting the right app, just go to flatearthdave.com. Gigantic banner at the top. Click it. The app's $3, a one-time charge. You do not need to subscribe. But if you want to support me and you want to enjoy some of the other amazing features on the app, subscribe. It's $11 a year. Or, I forgot to show you, in the referral area, and you're going to put in MATA, M-A-T-T-A, because when you download the app, first thing is going to say, do you have a referral code? Put in MATA. That way he gets a point. And the point just put you on the leaderboard. And it basically, I always say, when you're at the pearly gates and the God is looking at your scorecard, if you woke somebody up to the flat earth, you help them find the creator. You help them break away from the heliocentric model. So that's a point in your favor. So let's say you're right on the borderline of making it in. You show them your app and go, look, I've got 63 points. That could be the tipping point. I'm just saying, and that's no, it's possible. It's a possibility. Yes. You can't rule it out. Okay?
No, can't rule it out. Everything's on the table.
And then, hopefully we can get him on the leaderboard. And this shows the top 100 people. I did Man in America, one show. He got 237 people that signed up. And
he's in our network, right? He's on LFA TV. Do you know that?
No, I did not know that. So
yeah, that's awesome.
That'll be a lot of fun. And again, it's all fun. Now, why am I pushing this app? I'll tell you why I'm pushing it. Because even if it wasn't my app, I would push it because it is the single best tool that everyone has in their pocket at all times to help wake people up. Like you're stuck in traffic, you're waiting in line somewhere, you got some time to kill, right? Well, and you want to watch a flat earth video, you're going to spend hours. You're going to spend the entire time looking for a good video. You're not going to find it because YouTube doesn't want you to see it. But they're all here on the app, all of them. Any good video that comes out is here. It gets featured on the app.
You want to know what's funny, Dave, is the first time I started to go down the flat earth rabbit hole, I was going to do a show on LFA TV. People kept asking me in the live chat what I thought about it. And I was just, the earth's probably round. I don't know. But everything they've told us so far is a lie. I started going through all these conspiracy theories and you start really learning how everything in your reality is pretty much a lie or it's directly connected to a lie. And I got on YouTube. And even on Twitter, now that Elon's there, it's fairly better. I found a few clips on Twitter, but I scoured YouTube, couldn't find anything. I tried to do, I think I spent maybe 30 minutes one day watching all of the videos that I could collect from the places that I could find them that seemed somewhat relevant. And I couldn't even put together a full hour stream on it. And I was driving last week and one of my subscribers actually sent me a link to Level With Me. He's like, have you ever seen this? You got to watch it. And I was like, oh, yeah, I started to watch it for a second, but I got busy. And then I was headed down to California to expose how our government's trafficking children. Our government's actually running one of the largest child trafficking organizations funded by these NGOs. And I was going down to film one of these camps down there and speak with this whistleblower. And I had a really long drive and I just started to watch Level With Me. And 2 weeks later, here we are, my friend. It's been a nonstop roller coaster.
The whole series, level, the next level, and Level With Me. I watched them. I'd watch them in reverse order. Level With Me first, and the next level, and that's a great start. And then there's a whole bunch of other videos by Sean Hibbeler on some short ones on that FE movies list. There's one called what the heck's it called? It's called One Shot at Redemption. It's only like 25, 30 minutes long. Fantastic! It's so good. Right? The problem is getting a non-believer to, hey, will you watch this movie? Oh, that's 90 minutes. I'm not watching that. Trying to get somebody to watch something. So I start them off with my channel, my YouTube channel, DITRH. All my videos are under 5 minutes. Most of them are under 3 minutes. Okay. Start there. Bam, 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 bam. And then all you want is the longer ones and the longer ones. There's a button on the web button page on the app called The Lost History of Flat Earth. Have you watched that one yet? 5 hours. Okay, so check us out. This one will blow you away. By the way, why I'm here, this is a shot that, I show pictures, all stuff, and people, I get emails all the time. Dave, where can I, that picture you showed the other day, can you send that to me? Right. And so you go here, I go to the image sections. What would you call that? What would you search for if you're looking for that picture? I just
rocket launch.
So
NASA rockets, SpaceX launch, something like that.
Yeah. So rocket. Just wrong.
Oh wow, it's right there.
There it is. Yeah, it should be right there. There, right there. First one. So that's how you find it. So if you're looking for something that I showed, just search the app for it, and it's there, and then you have it also. But I was going back here to tell you, what was I talking about just before that? It was
the movies. I was talking about Flat Earth level.
Yeah. Level with me. What was I saying about it? God, I just had a brain fart. Maybe I'll remember if I go down here. So you go here, go to the movies.
You're saying watch them in reverse order, and then you're like, because.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's good. Watch them in reverse order. It really doesn't matter. But the right up near the top, this one is One Shot at Redemption, 25 minutes. It'll blow you away.
Oh no, you're on the 5-hour video. That's what you said.
Yeah. Woo, going down. I'm standing on a wobble board, right? Couldn't do that if you were spinning. So if you go to the web button page and scroll down right here. So when and there's a whole series here, but the first one is 5 hours. So you gotta hold on one second. I just gotta grab my power cord. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead. Take it down.
All right. So people sent me this, and I'm like, 5 hours, man. And I watch everything at double speed because I just don't have time for anything, and I don't get to watch a quarter of what I want to watch because there's so much content. And I was like, I'm not watching that. And then someone else sent it to me, and someone else sent it to me, and I was like, I just had it on a back burner. Then one night, I was on a little after 11 p.m. I'm cleaning up, and I was like, looking for something to put on while I was cleaning up, and I said, let me put this on. 10 minutes later, I find myself sitting down, staring at the screen. Next thing I know, it's 4 a.m. And I'm like, what the hell? I watched it again that night. Okay. 5 hour video. I watched it again. Okay. Careful. Bring food and water. make sure you're in a good headspace, because this one is going to blow you away. It's going to bring you down all of the rabbit holes. Flat Earth mostly, but ancient civilizations and everything. So there you go.
It's funny that you had mentioned bring up Flat Earth to a 10-year-old and watch them freak out. We were checking out at Walmart about 10 days ago. I was with my son. He's 9. He'll be 10 in October.
Yeah.
And he started talking about something about space. And I said, well, what if I told you that space wasn't what you thought? He's like, what do you mean? I go, what if I told you that the Earth wasn't round? And he's like, Dad. He's like, come on, Dad. And I'm like, no, I'm serious. If I could show you a couple of videos, what if? And he goes, well, how can the Earth not be round? I go, well, have you ever seen water stick to a ball? Have you ever seen a rocket that goes straight up, or do you ever see them? They kind of curve like that. And it was like, I got his attention. He watched Level with me. He couldn't put it down. Like he was, and then it's funny as I post a video because he goes well, Dad, what if what they told us in school about Christopher Columbus wasn't real? Do you think? I go, well, who would have created that lie? He goes, the government. I go, that's my boy.
Scroll down. We got Flat Earth experiments. If you hit that, the first video, this one right here that has the different color lasers on it, watch the video. Okay. Watch all of these videos. These are experiments. People are like, well, did you go out and measure it? Yep, we did. Okay. And we did it for you. Okay. And we did it because going out and measuring, it's better to do it when it's cold out. And well, that sucks. And you have to do it at night if you're using lasers. And you have to go 20, 30 miles away from the other person, and you have to have communications and batteries, and it's not easy, but it's done for you in detail. But this one will blow your mind. These lasers are at different distances, but when you look at them with the camera literally inches above the frozen lake, you can see all of the This is just an illustration, but they're all on the same plane, where the bottom one should be like 50 feet below the other one, but they're all on the same plane. Shouldn't be able to see any of them, but we can see all of them. Watch the video. Okay, this is the one that will seal the deal forever. Okay, seal the deal forever. But one more thing on the shopping cart page, and when you download the app, you're going to get a pop-up that's going to show you. Let me see. Let me just turn off my app. See if it actually. If I didn't tell it not to do it anymore. It's not doing it because I told it not to. You get a pop-up, but for this right here, this is another movie I was in, my third movie, called Origins Untold. We had a screening in South Carolina a month or so ago, a couple months, yeah, somewhere around there. And it just became available for download and purchase. It's $5.99. They're trying to get distribution. So if you're interested in Flat Earth and you want to watch a good movie, this is different than the Level series. Level series was awesome. I love it. But this is about a guy that heard the Earth was flat, couldn't believe it. So he decided to travel around the country talking to other prominent flat earthers. I was one of them. Mark Sargent, Jay Tolan, the Founded Brothers, and Shelley Lewis, and a couple others. And it's a human interest documentary. It's phenomenal. And if everybody could rent it and watch it with the family. $5.99. Everyone watch it together. Bring your friends. Watch it with your kids. Your kids will love it. Okay. And it's a real, I don't think there's any other Flat Earth movie like this. So it's different, entertaining. It's only $6.
I want to watch. Me and my son have movie night every Saturday. That'll be our movie this week.
That's a great one. So it's right there on the app. You can download it, play it on your screen, big screen. And they're trying to show the distributors. And if they get to a big distributor, then it goes out to all the people that we want, that don't know about this stuff. They want to see that there's an audience willing to pay. So let's show them, everybody. Let's share it with everybody, and $6. It's like, you ever buy anyone a drink? You can't buy.
Skip your coffee tomorrow.
Yeah, skip your coffee tomorrow. There you go. Exactly. Take some Shilajit instead.
What'd you say? It's cheaper than our margarita. You going out and buying a margarita with no and not tipping the bartender.
And people are like, oh, subscription $11. I'm like, it's like you bought me a margarita and you forgot to tip the bartender. People are like, spending $3 on an app. Who wants a round of shots of tequila? That'll be $75. Oh, no problem. And then how long do you have that for? Okay.
Yeah.
But not that I'm against tequila. That is my drink when I do drink.
So where did what are like the most common questions or rebuttals that people throw at you when you first start trying to tell them the flat earth? Where would you start with people? Like if you walk up to somebody and you're trying to enlighten them to the realization that the earth is flat, where do you even start?
I get that question all the time, and the answer is it's never ever the same. It's never the same for anybody. It depends on where that person's coming from. So what I do is I tell people, does this ball have curvature to it? Of course it does. It's a ball. Okay. It has curvature. And there is a formula that we could say, if I move 1 inch this way, how much off of that plane, off of that tangent will I be? There's a formula that'll give us the information as we go around. Well, they tell us that the Earth is 24,901 miles around, and that has a curvature formula. There's actually 4 different formulas that are good. One of them, the simple version, is 8 inches per mile squared. First mile, there's 8-inch drop. Second mile, it's not 16 inches because it's dropping away faster and faster, right? Mm-hmm. And so it's 8 inches per mile squared. And the Globers will go, that is a parabola. Yep. It is. After like 3,000 miles, it becomes not accurate. But up to 2,000 miles, which nobody could ever see, we'll get into that. It's off by a couple of feet, I think. It's ridiculous. And by the way, with all of the other formulas, 8 inches per mile squared gives the globe the best benefit of the doubt. It says there's less curvature than there actually is. Okay? But the first couple of 100 miles, it's dead on accurate. So here is a photo. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to show you. There we go. Here's a photo from a mountain. Now, when you're on the ground, the air is the thickest. When you're looking over water, there's moisture, and everything becomes distorted. There's refraction. Now, refraction not bringing things up that are hidden, but just blocking your view. But when you're up high, the air is clearer, thinner, less pollution, thinner air, cooler, less humidity. And we could see all of these mountains. We can see there's 8 of them, okay? They're in their proper positions. They're the right shapes. They're not clouds. They're 100% provably the mountains. You can go to a place like this or this place and do it yourself. The tops of these mountains should be over 40 miles below a physical curve. Okay? My face is behind the physical curve of this ball. You can't zoom in and see it because it's a physical curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
We can zoom in and see these mountains. They should be behind 40 miles of curvature. There is no explanation for this other than they're magically all rising up, refracting, and they look clear as day, sitting right at eye level. Why don't they refract up higher so you're looking up at them? Okay? Why would they refract up at eye level? Unless they are just on the earth plane. Right?
Yeah.
Then and people say, well, it's refraction, right? We have this shot of Chicago, which I'm sure you've seen, right? Across Lake Michigan, Chicago, 52 miles away.
Every 10 miles, the Earth drops 662 feet or something like that, isn't it? Every 10 miles,
it goes more and more. At 10 miles, it's 66 feet. At 100 miles, it's 6,600 feet. Okay, it's exponential, right? There should be 1,800 feet of curvature at this. The tallest building, I think the top of this building might be 1,800 feet, or maybe it's less, but we can see all of them. And so this picture was on the news, and the weatherman goes, well, this is because it's a mirage. The temperature is colder and warmer and blah, blah, blah. This is not a mirage, right? A mirage, if it's on certain conditions, well, as the atmosphere changes, it would change. Here is a time lapse. Okay. Now this is hard to see. The buildings they're right here. And so this is going throughout the whole day into the evening. The buildings are still there. They're not miraging up and down. These buildings are behind a physical curve if the earth is a globe. Okay. They're going and the sun is setting and you can see the lights coming on. They're there.
Get the fuck out.
They are. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
No, that's all right. The people the people say, well, the very bottoms are missing. The very bottoms are missing. Yes, the very bottoms are missing because they're blocked by imperfections and atmosphere on the ground. Like if you're looking, the ground ramps up to you. I'll show you. Let me show you. So the ground ramps up. Where are we going? Here we are. So this is a perspective grid. Okay. So here's the ground. It ramps up. The sky ramps down and the sides ramp in. And so there's your vanishing, almost to your vanishing point, right? So we'll put a guy here. And his eye level is right here on this line. Okay. And so now I put this mountain in front of him. The top of this mountain is thousands of feet above his eye line. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
The sun is way above the mountain. So now I'm going to push this mountain. I'm going to push the sun. It's going to go away. It's just going away. It's not going down. It's going beyond the mountain. Just like if you were standing next to a building looking at it and the sun is over your head and the sun is moving away, it goes beyond the building. It's not below the horizon. It's just blocked by the building.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the sun is blocked by the mountain. It's just beyond the mountain. Like if he climbed up to the top of the mountain, he'd be able to see the sun. Right. It's right there. It's right behind the mountain. So we move this mountain into the distance and it reveals. So we'll spread it. You can now see wider, fill in the foreground. This top of the mountain is thousands of feet above his eye in reality, but he sees it at his eye level. The sun is above there. So now we'll move the sun farther away, and it's just going again beyond this. This is thousands of feet above his eye level. The sun just went beyond it, just like when you're looking up at that building and the sun goes beyond it, it's just beyond it, it's behind it. So now we'll fill in the clouds, and the clouds, the atmospheric deck, it also ramps down to eye level, and it becomes another opaque line here. So the sun, so this mountaintop is thousands of feet above his eye level. These clouds are thousands of feet above this mountaintop, and the sun is above all of that. And as the sun moves away, it just goes beyond all of that, goes beyond it. It's not below it. That's not the horizon. This is tens of thousands of feet above his eye level, but it looks like it's at his eye level. Got it?
Mm-hmm.
But people think that's going behind a physical curve of a ball.
That is such a good explanation. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That just made everything make sense.
It's really hard. It's hard to pull it together, right? And people say, well, if I go up higher, I can see the sunset again. That works on a flat earth, right? Here's a guy's eye level, right? And let me see what I got here. And if he is watching something here and it goes below, this is his horizon, which could be thousands of feet above his head. If he goes up to the top of this building, he can now see farther. You can see the sun again on a flat earth.
Yeah.
Right? This guy can see farther than this guy. Got it?
Yes. And if we were on a globe, they should be able to see the exact same.
Well, they say if you're on a globe and you got up higher, maybe you can see over a little bit, but if we're on a globe, we'd all be dead.
And why do you say we'd all be dead?
Because we're spinning in space with with atmosphere adjacent to a void, a vacuum, which is scientifically impossible, right? You'll come across a video one day and go, that's why he said that. So it's actually a taboo conspiracy video talking about how ridiculous the heliocentric model is. And he kept throwing in, the best way to tell that we're not on a spinning ball is because if we were, we'd all be dead. It was a funny video, and I just say it all the time. So,
and when you say heliocentric model, for people that are new, what do you guys mean when you say heliocentric? Can you give? I hear that a lot in the flat Earth. It took me a minute to do some research and dive into it, so I know people are going to be asking.
Yeah, the heliocentric is what they teach us in school. The helios is the sun; it's the center, and we're orbiting around it. That's called the heliocentric model. That's what they in science, which is truly scientism, tells you that we live on the heliocentric model. We live in the heliocentric world. Okay. And so that's not the case. We are geocentric. We're not a disk floating in space. We're not a planet floating in space. We are the center. All of the luminaries in the sky are within the Earth system. While we're on perspective, let's stay on perspective for a minute. All right.
Yeah, let's go.
So what do you see here?
I see a boat, a pier, maybe a road into the ocean.
A boat, a pier. Did you say a pier?
Oh, I meant like a boardwalk, not a pier.
Yeah, a boardwalk. You got a boat, you got some clouds. Now, these clouds in your mind, you know that they're the same height. It's just perspective that brings them down, right? Got a boat here. There's grass, could be the same or maybe slightly higher than the pier, right? And the pier, of course, is higher than the water because the water would be going over the pier, right? This is an illustration also. And these lights are all the same size. They just look like they're getting smaller because of perspective. This is how we see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You see the Great Pyramid of Giza?
No. Wow. What? Do that again.
This is a Great Pyramid of Giza. This is a photograph. This person, this pyramid is way higher than this person, right?
Yeah.
Here it is. It's all how we perceive things. Okay. Let's do another one. Got another one for you. Okay. Let's see how smart you are. Got a yellow line, an orange line, and a red line. Which is the higher line?
I'm gonna say yellow.
What's the highest line? It makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. Which one is the longest line?
Red line.
Red line. Okay. What if I told you you're wrong? Okay.
I don't believe you.
I'm sitting on my patio in Mexico, and this bush is about 5 feet above the deck. So I have this red line.
Mm-hmm.
This deck is the edge before the beach, the orange line, and this is the water, which is 10 feet below the deck. So this line is 15 feet lower than this line. This is about 6 feet across, maybe. This is about 20 feet across, and this is probably several miles. Okay. All right, let's see what you learned. You ready? So here we got a line. And I'm going to add some more lines. Right? These lines appear to be getting higher and higher. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Which is the highest line?
The highest as in height or the highest line? Oh shit. I'm going down that rabbit hole. I would say the highest line would be the very, very bottom one.
This one here. Right?
Mhm.
In reality, you're wrong. They're all the same height. They're all the same height as.
Oh, got me. That's what I was wondering. I was like, height, length. I know length. I'm like, height. I don't know.
And when you look at it, this line here doesn't even make it between the two lights. So this line here, this is way longer, right? So these lines are all wider, 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 getting thinner, thinner, and thinner, smaller and smaller. This is how we see. Okay. And this also happens, you know, when you watch the huge moonrise. Wow, look at the moon, right? If you catch a moonrise, it's gigantic. It looks amazing, right? Take a picture of it. It looks tiny. It looks horrible. It's like, what happened to the giant moon? You can't take a giant moon, right? Next time there's a giant moon on the horizon, turn around backwards, bend over, look at the moon upside down through your legs, and it will be tiny.
What?
Rewiring your brain. Your brain makes all sorts of assumptions. It's how we navigate through this world, in this three-dimensional world, right? Where, you know, these are all the same height. Your brain has to know that to navigate, right? Your brain has to know that this area here is just as wide as this area here, okay, for you to navigate. So you're processing all this information, but you're seeing the world in a different way. And if you don't understand what you're seeing, you can't navigate this world. So again, the giant moon thing, it's quite amazing because one of the big arguments is, why doesn't the sun get smaller and smaller on your flat Earth, you know, as it goes away? And the quick answer is it does, but you don't always see it that way. But there's several things that are happening, and they all affect how you see it. They all affect how you see it. There's magnification going on. There's the thing that your mind does that makes things bigger as they're closer to the horizon. There's a whole bunch of things. I'm trying to find my sunsets video. Oh, and I got another one. You're new. I got a lot. I can blow you away with a lot of things. So
I got one for you in a minute when you finish this one. I got a question for you.
No problem. Here we go. So here's one in a soldier filmed this in Afghanistan, and the sun is just going away. It's not going down. It's going away. There's no humidity. It's dry. They're up on a high plane, and the sun's just going away, getting smaller and smaller, taking its light with it. This is just going away. Why do I have Paul McCartney up here? Because he's singing, "The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round." Remember that song?
Yes, sir.
Never put it together before today, right?
Never.
Never. Yeah. And there's all sorts of stuff. Like this is in Bulgaria. Okay. Now, is this sun just moving away, or is this photographer on the top of a ball falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound? Just making the sun appear to go down. Because if he's on the sun, he's falling over backwards, making the sun appear to go down. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this light, whatever it is, just moving away, taking its light with it? You're going to go with B, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and there's tons of people that have taken the time and done these time lapses. Look at this sun. Are we spinning towards it, or is it just coming towards us? It's just coming towards us. Perspective is making it look higher in the sky, right?
Yeah.
Right. And have you ever seen my sun fade out?
I'm not. I might have, but
forget what you were going to tell. You wanted to tell me something. So here's the sun. Pause for a second.
Yep.
We watch the sun. It's going down, 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 down. Now, if the Earth was spinning, it should just keep on going, and it shouldn't stop. But what it did is it went down, 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 and it stopped. I'm filming this. It's below freezing with my drone. Got it up super high, super clear day, and it just stopped. And I have this sped up like 2,500 speed. Okay, it's just sitting here. And now this you think is your horizon, but this is an optical horizon. It's a apparent horizon, and the sun isn't going down. It's just going away. And at some point, its light can no longer push through. Repeat it again over here. Its light can no longer push through, and it just takes its light away with it. Going back and forth.
yeah,
Isn't that crazy?
dude.
There's a button
So how?
on the app that has a whole bunch of those. Go ahead.
So my question was this: so we have a solar eclipse and we have a lunar eclipse. One is where the sun is in front of the moon, and the other where the moon is in front of the sun. Correct?
Are you trying to trick me?
No, I'm asking. Like I'm trying to remember what they taught us in school. Like I remember in school, like making these little boxes, and we'd go out there and watch a sun. Like if they're saying, well, which one is where the moon is in front of the sun? If the sun is 92 million miles away, how is the moon getting in front of the sun, or the sun getting in front of the moon for the opposite?
Well, they tell us that the sun is 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther away. Therefore, they look like they're the same size, or maybe they're just the same size. Okay, kind of weird, right? So they tell us the sun's 400 times bigger, 400 times farther, and the chances of that happening are slim, and the chances of them lining up to form a solar eclipse are 0. Okay, but let's say it's 0.0001. The chances of them doing that a second time are infinitesimally small. The problem is there's solar eclipses all the time, and every 18 years they repeat the cycle again and again. They come in cycles and patterns, and every 18 years plus whatever number of days, the whole cycle repeats again and again like a perfect timepiece. All right, so this is a solar eclipse is when allegedly the moon goes in front of the sun, but nobody has ever seen the moon approach the sun, eclipse the sun, or exit the sun. Right? If we had the moon eclipsing the sun, you would see the moon coming to it. Well, the sun's so bright, you can't see it. It blinds you. But when there's a total eclipse, it's dark where we're watching, right? You're looking, and we should be able to see the moon with some way, I mean, with a zoom lens, with a infrared, with your naked eyes. And we're told that we see the full moon because of the light that's bouncing off the moon coming to Earth. And if you go out in the middle of nowhere and there's a full moon, you can read a book. It'll cast your shadow on the ground. Well, the Earth is 6 times bigger than the moon, and with all the water, it's a lot more reflective. So when you're looking at a total solar eclipse, from the moon's point of view, there's a full Earth because the sun is shining on that whole side of the Earth. So that Earth shine should be lighting up the moon. You should be able to see the moon. No one's ever seen it. But when we look at eclipses, are you seeing the moon? Are you seeing just missing sun? At any point in any of these, do you see the moon or do you just see sky and missing sun? There's just missing sun here. Missing sun. Missing sun. You don't see the moon. You see something you assume is the moon, and it very well might have something to do with the moon. I personally, and I don't know, a lot of flat earthers say the moon has nothing to do. It's a whole nother nodal thing, dark bodies. Very well might be true. But I think whatever it is that's blocking the sun is not in front of it. It's behind it. Okay? Do you see the moon or do you see missing sun? Right? Mind-blowing, because we were always taught, right? Think of this. If the moon was eclipsing the sun, how come they don't have a camera on the moon filming eclipses? Think about the learning for every kid in school. A camera filming the Earth spinning in space, filming the eclipse from the moon. Never. From the space station. Never. Okay? Never, 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 never. Right? So let me show you how I think that the eclipse happens. All right? Here it is. So this is on the app under the eclipse section, right? So this is an actual eclipse. I filmed it. There happened to be a lot of haziness in the sky, so it was really easy to film without any glare. And this is an eclipse that's going on. It went to like 85%, right? This is a model eclipse where I have a light on the other side and I'm projecting it and I'm blocking the light with a round object. And I'll show you how that's done in a second, right? So this is an eclipse that was filmed prior to that. And we saw this. What is this? It's locked to position with the sun. This is a lens flare. It's moving around as we move the camera. But this is staying in perfect sync with the sun. Now, this was happening. There was like a 90% eclipse at this time. The reason you don't see it here is just because it's so bright. But if you looked with sunglasses, you would see that this eclipse is just about that much. But what is this eclipse here? And if it was a lens flare, it would be moving around, but it's not. So I say that the sun that we see is not the actual source of the sun. It's a projection. It's like we're seeing a rear projection on our sky screen, just like my experiment here. The paper towel is the sky screen, and I have the rear projector, which is here. This is the source of the sun, and I'm eclipsing it with a dark body. Now, I don't see that dark body coming in here. I only see the missing sun. I don't see that dark body because there's no light coming off of that dark body. It's just blocking the light. I don't see it. I don't see it exit. And so I did it again with a thinner tissue. And as I bring it in, we see it right here. There's the source. I'm seeing through the sheet. I'm not being blinded by the bright sun. And I'm blocking the source. And that's exactly what we see. And when we compare it to what reality actually showed us, looks pretty damn close. Right? You're muted.
It just opens your eyes to everything. It makes everything make sense, and it makes you question everything.
Yeah.
Like, it really makes me question why did they assassinate Kennedy? It was because he was trying to make the world a better place. He was trying to what? Or is Kennedy about to expose and let the world in on their hidden agenda?
I got one. I haven't looked into this yet that much, but remember when Nixon called the guys from the moon? Remember?
Yeah, 28 minutes.
Yeah. He called the guys on the moon. Remember? He's talking to the guys on the moon. Okay. This is the actual footage. They're showing the thing, they're showing the moon, right? There he is. The television does that whoop, I lost the signal thing, right? And so he's talking to them on the moon, right? But when we go back to the scene in the White House and we zoom in on his wall, he's got a picture of the Earth from the moon already. How do you get that in 1970? How do you get that picture? Whoa. Now, the Globers will say they sent a probe around the moon and it took a picture, and I don't know what they're going to say, actually. I really don't care because this is ridiculous. And by the way, we've taken these pictures off of NASA's website, put them into Photoshop, cranked up the levels, and there's a friggin' square box around the Earth that it was clearly just it was photoshopped in. Right?
And wasn't there a video you guys showed of was it Reagan on Air Force One, where on the back of the Air Force One or in one of the rooms there, he's standing next to a map, which is a flat Earth map?
I think that was Admiral Byrd, wasn't it? Where do I have that?
It was definitely Reagan. I'm almost positive it was Reagan.
Maybe. But there's a couple. There's one with Kennedy on Air Force One, I think.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet.
Yeah. So, where do you want to go from here?
Utah. So let's talk a little bit about what might be out there. These other worlds. I have a video, and I'll probably insert it right here, right now. You have this map, and it's what is outside the Arctic Circle. I know I had asked you if they could go under the Arctic Circle.
Yeah. So what's outside now? Again, this is speculation. And where am I going here? Or here we go.
Did you make all these?
Some of them. That was made by an anti-flat earther that was claiming that the flat Earth was just pulled off the globe when it's actually the other way around. They took the flat Earth and wrapped it around a sphere. So here we are, right? Africa, United States, South America, right? Antarctica. What's out here? We don't know. We're not allowed to go. We want the right to go. Is there more land out there, or is there no more land out there? I don't know. If you said, Dave, we're going to find out tomorrow, let's make a bet, I'd bet you $1 million there's more land out there. Okay? But again, making no hard claims, right? A lot of biblical people say, well, God said he created the earth. Well, maybe the earth goes out for another 100,000 miles. And the controllers have just said, no, this is Earth. This is all there is, right? This is the heliocentric, nonsensical model, right? So what else could be out there, right? So here is how they do it. So they take this, they cut out, and they wrap it around a sphere. And they say, this is where you live. You're not allowed to explore down here. You're not allowed to explore down there, right? So imagine this. We have you're in school, and they say, here's the world, and they actually just cut out this part of the world. You got a little bit of South America, Mexico, a little bit of Canada, United States, right? They get rid of the rest of the map, and they wrap it around a sphere. Now, we don't have any communications with anybody in any other country. There's no radio, there's no internet, there's no telephones. We just have no planes, just boats. You can sail anywhere you want out here, but you can't go beyond 60 degrees south, which they say is right here. Okay? GPS says that, and they're guarding it. You can't go explore here because we have to protect the penguins. This doesn't exist. This is all that there is. You don't know about Australia, Africa, England. You don't know anything about it. And if one day somebody from England landed on an airplane and on the White House lawn, you'd be like, oh my God, an extraterrestrial. Damn right they're extraterrestrial. They're from the extra terra, the extra territory. What if the world was set up like this? We live in this pond right here. We live in this pond. And they did the same thing. They wrapped it around a sphere, and they said, you can't go down and explore this area. You're not allowed to go beyond 60 degrees south. We'll show you this little point right there, but that's it. This is a prison for your mind. This stops you from reaching your full potential, knowing that you're at the center of creation, knowing that your thoughts create your reality. Evil in this world knows how this world works, and they know that they can't break our free will. They know that they need our permission. That's why they have to tell us what they're doing. I know it sounds crazy, but they have to tell us what they're doing. And if we don't say no, we're saying yes. We live in this world of offers and contracts, and basically they can offer us anything. And we don't just say no, we have to say, yes, I'll do that under these conditions. And the conditions have to meet, your conditions. Hey, I want you to take that funny thing stuck in your arm. And you'll say, I'll gladly do it as soon as you show me that all of those ingredients have been tested and actually show benefit to the person that takes it. Mm-hmm. Right? And they can't do that. Right? So that's how this world works. I believe, and it's not just me, it's not new age thinking, that our thoughts create our reality, because it's actually a proven fact. Look at your life. Everything you have in your life is because of the way that you think. You are your worst enemy and your best ally, right? All of the things that you have in your life, you thought them into your life. You thought them and brought them in. Your car, somebody thought about that car and then ended up making the car. And then you thought about the car and ended up getting the car. And whatever it is not just material things, physical things, relationships, everything is the way that you think. Your vibration attracts other like vibrating things. Well, if that was true, how come I don't have $1 million? It's because you're sitting there saying, I don't have $1 million, saying I want $1 million. But in reality, the energy you're sending out is saying, I'll never deserve $1 million, right? When you understand that your thoughts create your reality, there's great abundance. Nobody has control over you. You have God-given free will, and that you're at the center of creation. You've now become a way stronger person. I have another theory. I believe that the population is less than they say. I also believe that 150, 200 years ago, there could have been 100 billion people on Earth. Certainly big enough. Can certainly support all of that, especially with free energy technology, which I believe they had then. But I believe that when you have that many people on Earth, your thoughts become an interconnected web of manifestation, and the elite can't control that. They need to keep our numbers very small. This is me talking. This is my thought. Maybe I'll be proven wrong one day. I don't think so. But I think by keeping our numbers low, keeping us separated, keeping us in fear, it lowers our ability to have the great power that the Creator gave us. And so that's why they do these depopulation resets all the time.
It's funny that we're talking about that funny thing that they put in your arm. And if you go through and you, I heard and don't you fact check me on this, but that if you got every one of those recommended, that they're recommending that kids get now, it's like 72 of them, that your body would contain, it's like 1,600 nanograms of aluminum and all these metals and different types of metals. And it made me think, when I heard you guys start talking about those vibrations, that these might not be what we think they are, that I think that there's something that has to do with messing up how your body vibrates. And
100%. And as long with the spraying in the sky, I believe that the heavens above are right there. And there's a war heavens above with all of the spraying that we see that's going on. And that's to disconnect us from source information. They talk about the Akashic records, how some people can meditate. The Akashic records are the records of all of everything is contained in one library called the Akashic Records. I don't think it's a physical place. It's a spiritual, mental place that I have a Tesla coil that is an amazing device that fills your body with this energy. And the guy that built it got the information from the Akashic Records by going into a meditative trance. They taught him how to build it, and he built it, and it's amazing. There's a lot of stuff like this in this world, but they don't want you to know about that. Okay. And so I think that when you have that many people, we all connect and we can all have access to the Akashic Records.
Have you ever gone to a festival?
Yeah.
Like a big concert? I don't know if you've ever been into like electronic music where people are doing drugs and it's just like every person you walk by is like super, super happy. I say this when you go to Electric Forest and you walk onto those grounds and you step and you're around all those people, I swear to God, on my son's life, you can feel it. You can feel the energy. You can feel the positivity radiating off people. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced in my life.
I love festivals. We used to have a great one here in Connecticut called Gathering of the Vibes, a 3-day camping event. Amazing, huge festival, and just amazing people. I'm actually going to a festival at that campground in 2 weeks or 1 week. It's like a week from this weekend. And it's a huge festival. It's not a camping one, but it's just an amazing time. And it's just about people being around good people and having great conversations. And of course, I'll be wearing a Flat Earth t-shirt. And so we'll see what happens there.
I just ordered my first one. It should be here. I don't know. Actually, another guy I was messaging, because Anna, my co-host on our morning show, and another LFA host, she's the one who was in communications with you originally. And I was talking to somebody else on Twitter. And right after she said we have this interview, this guy messaged me, Eric, I want to say Dubry. Am I saying that right?
Dubay,
yeah. Eric messaged me and he's like, you should check out our Flat Earth gear. I was like, all right. And I bought one. I thought it was yours. I was like, oh man, I hope it's there in time for our interview. And he didn't.
It was he puts out tons of great information. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know if the Flat Earth movement would be where it is right now. So
wow.
On the app, on the shopping cart page, here's my shop. And I've got some pretty cool designs. If you're, some that are in your face.
What does that top one say?
This one just says 100% chance it's flat, flatearthdave.com. That's on the back, FE on the front. This is a compass, a real compass, south, 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 north in the center, east and west are circles. That's how a compass works. People don't realize that. These are I'm a blue dot. Everything in the world proves flat. But I just put a new one in, which is where is it? Got a lot on here now. Flat Earther. I like this one.
I like that.
It's got the map inside of it. It comes in black, and I have them also without the flat Earth. If you're like, I can't wear that, it's too much. I've got them both styles, right? And hoodies, all sorts of stuff. And these are fun. Listen, you do support me by buying these, but it's also you're supporting yourself. You're getting out there. You're having a conversation. I love this one. This is one of my favorites. It's got the map on the back, right? And it's got just a big FE on the front. And it starts the conversation, 100% chance it's flat. And they go on and on. I got a bunch. So
man, I got the one that's like a North Face symbol, and it says the flat Earth instead of the North Face.
Favorites. And the girl that makes those, she's going to be at Flattoberfest in Vegas. You should make it if you can. It's
I actually think I can make it, honestly.
Perfect. So on the app, if you go, hold on, I just want to show you. This is one I make. Flat Earth Life. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
All right. So on the app, if you go to the shopping cart page or on flatearthdave.com, right here, Flattoberfest. You can click that, and up comes. There it is.
And how much are tickets, in case anybody's asking?
Ticket, you know what? I don't even know where they are. They're around $200 or something like that. It's a 2-day event. I don't know what it is. Don't quote me. I don't know.
Yep.
And there's.
Will you be speaking there?
I will be on a question and answer panel, but I'll be speaking. I'll just be with everybody because they're just talking to everybody. So just come up and talk to me. But I'll be on a question and answer panel, and there's going to be some great conversations. And we're also going to be going out on the street. We have banners says win $3,000 in chips, and we got big chips on them by giving us one globe proof, and it says. No, what does it say? It says play as many times as you like. No cost to play. Play as many times as you like. And basically, we're just going to be out there. Everyone will have their apps or whatever paraphernalia they have. Oh, there we go. Like I saw my mouse on there. But check it out. Oh, that's a old ticket price. We can look right now. Let's see what the price is. So
let's check it out.
Flattoberfest. Get tickets. And tickets are buy tickets. Oops. Where is it? $254. But there's
I ain't bad at all.
I think you can get there's a 10% discount if you use the code Thanks Bob, all one word. Thanks Bob.
You spell that?
Thanks. THANKS Bob. B-O-B.
Thanks Bob. Got you.
And definitely come, and it's at Sam's Town. I'm not sure how much room is left in the hotel, but if there is, I recommend staying right there because you're just going to want to be around everybody. And
what hotel was that?
It's Sam's Town, and Sam's Town is right off the strip. But all the information is there on the app, or if you don't have the app, flatearthdave.com. Big banner says Flattoberfest, and it's going to be a blast. September, I think it's 20th and 21st. It said. That weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We get there on Thursday, and then we leave on Monday.
So let's pivot now. I want to pivot a little bit into JFK, because what makes me want to go down that rabbit hole, or to at least hear what you have to say, is we've talked about our government releasing these declassified documents, and one of the things that Trump was campaigning on in 2016 was that he was going to release or declassify all of the information related to the assassination of JFK. And one of his good close buddies was in an interview. This is probably, I don't know, like 6 months ago. I'm sure I could find it if I wanted to track it down. I'm watching this interview, and this guy goes, it's really weird. He's really close with Trump, like in his inner circle, still in the inner circle. And when Trump was getting ready to leave office, he said, "Hey man," he said, you promised us that you were going to declassify all of the JFK files. Why didn't you? And Trump goes, "Because the American people couldn't handle the truth." And I started thinking to myself, well, like Tucker's telling us the CIA assassinated the president. We already know. What else? What other truth could be so bad that we couldn't handle, that we couldn't wrap our heads around?
Maybe that the earth is flat. Maybe that's what he was trying. Maybe.
I think so. What else could it be? What could you think of something that would be that China did it? Our CIA did it. We already think the worst, don't we?
Yeah. No,
that type of reality.
I mean, it's a lot for people to deal with, knowing that, the Cold War wasn't a real war, right? It was all a put up, right? All of these conflicts we're having, and all of the stuff comes out, like the Korean War, it was kicked off by the Gulf of Tonkin, which is now admitted, declassified as a false flag attack. So the entire Korean War was put on as a ruse under false circumstances. Where's the revolution? Every family, everyone that had a friend that went to Vietnam should be revolting. Nothing. The CIA admitted it came out that the CIA killed John Kennedy, right? Didn't that come out like last year?
Yep. Tucker did it. It's in November. Yeah.
Nobody cares, right? They've dulled us down, making people just complacent and non-caring and non-thinking. I mean, I go into New York City. When I was doing my Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole podcast on 9/11, we're out there with clipboards taking a survey how many buildings fell on 9/11, and nobody heard of Building 7. A couple people did, but they didn't really know that it fell or what really happened. And they're right in New York City, in the heart of New York City, right? There's
so crazy.
Yeah, I mean, and most truthers don't even know that 7 buildings fell on 9/11. No, most truthers don't know about Building 6. Most truthers don't. You don't know about Building 6, right?
No, sir.
You know, Building 7, free fell, you know, and it fell after they announced it fell, which is impossible. Okay, you know all that.
That's so crazy. Yeah, I heard that part.
6, 10 stories tall, full city block. Almost the entire inside of the building disappeared down to the basement.
How?
I don't know. It did. Therefore, there is a weapon that can make the entire inside of a building disappear down to the basement. If you look at the evidence, the buildings fell at free fall speed, and the big chunks that were already ejected from the building dissolved into dust when they were falling and never hit the ground. Therefore, there is a weapon that can turn buildings to dust in midair. I don't know what that weapon is. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know who uses it, but there's some sort of energy weapon that can do that because that's what happened.
I don't doubt it one bit. After watching what we just watched happen in Hawaii.
Yeah. Have you seen the cars in Hawaii versus the cars on 9/11? They look exactly the same. You couldn't tell the difference. On 9/11, there's cars all over the place where their engines were gone and their doors rusted and the insides dissolved. But but on one part, well, the car was perfect, right?
Yeah, there was papers in the back seat of a car that was fried or something crazy.
Yeah, there is a picture. I don't know if you follow Lincoln Kareem in New York City. He just showed a video of a truck in New York City that literally looked like a melted car in Hawaii, and there was cardboard in the back of it. It was completely burned out, but there was cardboard in the truck. In New York City yesterday, literally yesterday, right? I don't know what's going on, but something's going on, right?
Do you think that?
But by the way, to anyone listening, if you want more information on 9/11, you want it on any of the other things that are very controversial with involving schools or marathons or anything else, stoplookthink.com. Stoplookthink.com. If you want to hear about the Covius Minimus, thing that's going around, stoplookthink.com. The fires, stoplookthink.com. Check it out. It's a good resource. Stuff that's being hidden from you.
Do you ever get the feeling that civilization was way more advanced back in the day and that something was done to, like, I always ask people the question, I said, if, like, say you're in the world that we're living in today with I don't even want to say those 5 letters here, but you guys know what I'm saying, with the dyed pink hair and all of the craziness that's going on and how it feels like AI and technology is outpacing humans. I think about if I could get in a spaceship, like, so let's say you were traveling from another planet, right? Quote unquote planet. And you were able to escape this planet because your planet was collapsing and you found Earth, knowing how detrimental all of that technology was to the civilization you came from. Would you give everybody here that technology to bring it right back to this Earth? Or would you kind of just say, hey, we're going to let these people figure out how to start a fire again and everything from scratch? I feel like that.
In the middle of the movie Idiocracy right now. We're literally have you seen the Idiocracy? You haven't seen Idiocracy? All right. Do you smoke weed?
Yeah. Or I shouldn't say that on here, but yeah.
Whatever. Have a beer, relax, and watch the movie Idiocracy. All one word, Idiocracy. It's basically about how the world just got dumber and dumber and dumber. And it's literally to the point where we're in the middle of that movie right now. It used to be a comedy, but now it's a documentary. That's what I say. It's just funny. So yes, there was way more advanced people 150 years ago. Okay, way more advanced. You ever see my interview with Ruth, 102-year-old woman back in February 2020? And I was interviewing her about the World's Fairs. What's that?
Is that the one where the girl walks by with the cell phone?
No. I'm interviewing.
Okay.
I'm interviewing a 102-year-old woman, and I don't know where do I have that. And basically, she was telling me about the World's Fairs and that she had gone to, And then I asked her what they taught her in school, and she said about the Earth, and she said she was taught the Earth was flat in the mid 1920s here in public school in Connecticut. Right, that she was taught the Earth was flat, and then we found people later, other countries in the 30s and 40s that said they were taught the Earth was flat, and then even here in America, in the 1950s and early 60s, they were teaching both flat Earth and globe Earth, and then all of a sudden the Rockefellers took over the school systems, and flat Earth disappeared. The Gleason's map that was in every encyclopedia and every library disappeared, and they literally just made it go away.
That's crazy that you say that, because that's what made me think about that, knowing that the Rothschilds funded Byrd's expedition to Antarctica. That's what made me think that the Rothschilds named that island after them. Like, these people that are basically running the world today have been in control of things for way longer than most people think.
United Nations uses the flat Earth map, right? The World Meteorological Organization. These are the organizations that run the world, right? The International Civil Aviation Organization, flat Earth map, right? And then we have our flat Earth map. Like, okay, we got our maps. This is good. This is good. This is good. And oh no, this is no good. No good, right? It's the same map. Why are they all using it, but we can't? Right? You ever see the in Africa, the United Nations building?
No way, dude.
Yeah. Seeing a lot of sixes there too.
So what is their logic? Do you think that you can go under Antarctica? Is that the edge of the firmament where it freezes because it's technically hitting whatever the firmament is, I guess? Or
I don't know what's going on underground, because there's a lot going on underground here. That's provable. But if you wanted to have a way to connect, right? Let's go back here.
Because they don't have any radars for the water, right? They're only above Earth, right? So like, you couldn't fly because your plane's going to be on radar unless you made it into quote unquote out of.
Well, there's buoys, beyond 60 degrees south that'll detect any boats going towards Antarctica, and they'll be intercepted. But imagine if the world was like this, and we have all of these ponds. Ponds. Each pond is a world. This is our world. We're just at the center of this pond. Okay. And these are all occupying a piece of the plane. Might call that a planet, if you will. Okay. What would be the best way to travel between them? Flying in the air? Well, that's difficult because weather, and maybe there's a dome. Who knows? Water becomes frozen, but underneath in tunnels, to me, there could be a whole network of tunnels connecting all of these lands.
That's so crazy, because Elon's talking about like vacuum sealing these tunnels that he's building under California that'll allow humans to travel at like thousands of miles per hour.
Well, they already have those. We find these pneumatic tunnels that they can send pods through with people in them that were here hundreds of years ago, all across the world. Right? They're here. There was a great civilization here. Again, in the homeschool section, check out I'm the Improbable Dreamer. Check out John Levy. Check out My Lunch Break. Trust me, check it out, and then use your own mind. Use your own mind. I keep out something I'm like 5 times I'm going to tell you, then I get sidetracked and I forget it each time. It'll come back. It'll come back.
Wait for it. I was talking about
beforehand.
I was talking about going under, and you're like, I can't go under, and that's speculation.
I keep want to just shut Elon down real quick. So Elon Musk and his SpaceX. Have you seen this? Oops, what the heck happened?
And down.
Where is it? Transition. Not coming. I lost my. That's interesting. Oh, here it is. Is that right? Gone. Why isn't that showing? This is Elon rocket. I'm just trying to. I have Where is the? There's a rocket launch that just shows how fake his rockets are. You know that he doesn't launch anything into space. You aware?
I'm coming to that conclusion. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've seen, Twitter is now X, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you see what happens when you mirror it. So that's the Freemason symbol.
What?
Just a coincidence, right? It could be. It's just a coincidence.
100% coincidence.
Of course. And that they come back with this picture of Earth, and you have sex in the clouds. Have you seen that?
What?
It's like this is like the first picture they gave us of Earth recently, a couple of years ago, and this is from Elon, and it says "sex in the clouds," right? Because they love this imagery, right? Here's Elon's rocket going off. Okay, that could be me. I'm just perverted, right? That's kind of weird, right? But then you look at Elon versus Virgin Galactic. You got Elon with not Elon. This is Jeff Bezos.
Blue Origin.
Blue Origin. Could it look anything more like a rocket? Right? And then you have Virgin Galactic. Okay? That's just me. That's just a coincidence, right? Then when you watch Jeff Bezos, every time one of his penis rockets go off, the guy that is filming it has a shaking problem. Okay? This motion look a little obscene. All right? Okay. Why is this happening all the time? Right? They got a jerking penis rocket. Okay. The first Apollo mission, here's the flight plan. Okay. Right. Then on the space shuttle, this is their new mission patch. To me, this looks like a baby in a womb. Okay. That's just weird. Okay. But they're talking about how they miss drinking out of a cup in space, drinking coffee. And so they created this special cup that you can drink coffee out of. Okay. And if you watch the video of her doing this, it's so creepy. But if you look at this cup, what does that look like?
Oh, a vagina?
Yeah. I mean, look at it. It's bizarre. And then,
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty weird, right?
Do you think all the people in these positions of power is like they get off on this? Like they're just like, all right, let's
Totally.
This is the most bizarre realization. Do you think we get to a point that we know the truth? And
I think we're there.
Do you think this has something to do with why Trump has to be removed from power? Why they are so hell-bent?
Maybe. Some people say that the whole system is rigged and everyone's in on it and Trump's in on it. And I can't rule that out. But, Trump says some things that are so good. Maybe they're just to give us hope. Like I watched something. He did a speech a couple days ago or a day ago. He said everything that we'd want to hear him saying. But is it all just nonsense? Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Could be. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But let's go back to good.
I think that was one of the only reasons that he's still alive. I think he has their dirt. He has their secrets. They know he has them. That's why they raided his house, his agent's house, his lawyer's house, his doctor's house. They took all of his communications. They are on a mission to find out where he has this information hidden at, who has it, so that they can take him out.
Now,
that's my personal opinion.
Says he's playing 5D chess.
Mm-hmm.
If he's playing 60 chess now, maybe that's a point.
What you got there?
I don't know. I'm just kind of just stepping it up a little bit. It's fascinating. I'm happy to be alive. It's very interesting. So you have the Tropic of Cancer here. You have the Tropic of Capricorn here, right? You have the North Pole, the Arctic, and the South, which is the Antarctic on the flat Earth. You with me?
Yep.
So anything in between these two tropics, that's where the sun never gets far from. It crosses over them twice a year. So those are the tropical areas. That's where all the tropical places are. They're in between the tropics. But it's warm. The sun passes over them twice a year. It never passes over us. It comes near us, then it goes away, then it comes back. Once a year, it comes towards us, and then it goes away. Mexico crosses over them twice. Okay? That's why it's always warm in Mexico. Anything inside of this circle here, we can call this the Arctic zone. Anything outside of the Tropic of Capricorn, we'll call it the Antarctic zone. So we have the Antarctic, the tropics, and the Arctic. So they love their wordplay. What is the sun doing? If I'm standing anywhere in here, I'm in Connecticut. What is the sun doing? Is it arcing around me?
No, it's circling.
It's circling, but it's arcing around me. The arc tick. It's ticking. It's the time, and it's arcing around me.
Shit.
Now, if I'm out here, is it arcing around me? No. It's coming towards me, going away. It's antarcing. The Antarctic.
Makes sense. The Arctic Circle.
The Arctic and the Antarctic, because it's antarcing, not arcing. It's not going around me.
Yeah, I'm saying, but they call it the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah, the Antarctic.
Or the Arctic Circle. That's what I just...
Right. So I have a question. We were supposed to do the show today with Anna, and she got tied up doing something.
She got a new really good job offer for Stu Peters. So she just got her new show had to start tonight at 9 on Stu Peters Network, which she wasn't sure if she was even going to get the job.
So Stu
yeah,
is constantly tweeting and all sorts of stuff about questioning the globe. Did you see my interview with Stu Peters?
No.
You go.
I have to go watch it.
Yeah, you can search my Flat Earth Dave interviews. But if you want to find all my videos, if you click the web button and then click here, interviews, it'll be in that list. It's a ways down that list. But you'll see a picture of me and Stu. But Stu gets it. And he just tweeted today one of my videos, a video of me talking about space and how ridiculous it was. Of course, he didn't mention my name or my website, which would have been nice too. Okay. He's out there poking everybody with flat Earth stuff. But here's endless interviews. I was on The Blaze. These guys are great on the morning show on The Blaze.
Yeah.
Patrick, what's his name? Patrick Gray. And those guys were getting it. They were blown away. So my Stu Peters is in here somewhere, but there's Man in America. He's on your network.
Yep.
And it's in here somewhere, but you can search my Flat Earth Dave's Interviews 2 channel to find the Stu Peters one. But Stu, we had a great conversation. I think I was on with him twice now. So
those are all your interviews. Wow.
Oh, they go on and on and on and on and on and on. I've done over 1,000.
Oh my Lord.
Over 1,000 interviews. So, if Flat Earth was a PSYOP, it would have been over a long time ago, right? Some scientists would have come out. It all started with after Eric Dubay. Mark Sargent put out a bunch of clues going, wait a minute, this Flat Earth thing can't be. So he put out a bunch of 10-minute videos going, what about this? What about that? How come this? How come that? And he expected some PhD, some scientist, someone to come back and go, well, here's why. Silence. Nothing. Okay? You have to watch out though, because there's evil forces in this world. The way they get away with their nonsense is there is evil. There are evil spirits, if you will. There are possessions, if you will. And people give away their soul, their control over their body, if you will, to evil for whatever reason. And you have a lot of these possessed people. I say they're either paid or possessed. Everyone's like, there's a paid shill. He's a paid shill. He's a paid shill. I think there's very few paid shills. I think there's possessed shills. Okay. They're out there pushing. They don't even know why they're defending it. Right. There's people that are so lost in the sauce. They think that we're scammers. We're out here and we're a danger to the world. And they want to scare you into not looking into this. You Google Flat Earth, you get all nonsense. You end up at the Flat Earth Society, which is a government-run disinformation site to make Flat Earth look stupid. Why is it that you can Google fairies and Bigfoot and aliens and Loch Ness Monster and anything you want, it'll show up. But if you search Flat Earth, nonsense. Check this out. You can go into your YouTube history and say, I was checking out bicep workouts, you know, blah, blah, blah. It'll show you all the videos that you pulled up on bicep workouts in all of your history. It'll show you all of them. Then you can search for, you know, giraffe videos because, oh yeah, I watched this giraffe video 6 months ago. There it is. That's the one I was looking for. You can search your history. It's fantastic. So I recommend people go to my YouTube channel, DITRH, watch 10 videos that have the word flat earth in it. They all do. Then go to your history and you'll see that they're there. But then search your history for flat earth. Well, those videos should show up. None of them will show up. Only troll videos will show up. The pushed propaganda videos will show up. All of the real won't show. Why is that happening? Only the flat earth. There's no other topic. You can search up COVIDs, you know, or whatever you want to call that thing that goes in your arm. And all the videos you watch, search it. They'll all come up in your history, whether you watched it 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago or 2 days ago or 2 minutes ago. Right? Watch my videos for a couple of weeks, couple of days, couple of hours. Go and search your history for flat earth. None of them will show up. Not just mine, any of the videos on the app, all of the real videos. So when someone's hiding something from you like that and lying to you, that should be a red flag and get you to, get you to look. Unless, of course,
Jeez, opiates.
What's that?
They don't. YouTube never give like fact checks anything. Like I could say unicorns are real, and I could make a video about how unicorns are walking this earth, and there's leprechauns at the end of a rainbow, and map it out and tell you that at this exact location there's a leprechaun with a pot of gold. Nobody's gonna community note me. Nobody's gonna go out of their way to fact check me or put out any relevant that I'm spreading misinformation. If flat earth is just this conspiracy theory, why would YouTube go out of their way? Because they've only done that a handful of times on very specific topics, which years later always turn out to be true. Facts. So just
flat earther and then becomes a globe earther after. It's only people that cling to their ball. Don't take my ball away, right? You know, you asked earlier why, or maybe I asked, you build a life around your beliefs, especially women and men too. You build a world that you feel safe in. Like you're safe walking out through your neighborhood at night because you know you just have this world understanding, right? But someone says, "Oh, by the way, there's mountain lions in your neighborhood all the time, and they eat people." You know, you're gonna question that, and it's gonna change your view of the world. You're not gonna want to believe it, you know. But if your whole world is based on heliocentrism, the spinning globe, and that's where you think you live, and someone tells you that the foundation, that from your kindergarten teachers and everything you've ever seen in your entire life is a lie, that's a hard one. That's a really emotional one. Wow, your ego. You have to realize that your life is a lie. They said, what's the quote? It's easy to lie somebody, but it's harder to convince them they've been lied to. You've been lied to. And people say, well, why does it matter? Why does it matter? You know what? I can tell you why it matters, and I have been telling you why it matters, but in the frequently asked questions, one of my favorite, why the lie, right here. Hit that.
Mm-hmm.
Great videos there. That's worth the price of the app anyway. That's worth the app's only $3, so everything's worth the price of the app.
Yeah.
Right. So watch the why the lie videos. Watch them. Right. By the way, the app only works on smartphones, tablets, iPads, and that's it. It will also, you can emulate it on the newer Macs with the M1 and up chip, but there's some glitches there, and I can't really help you with that. But it's just for mobile devices at this time.
Have you ever met anybody that you has basically came to you and actually had an open mind and sat down with you for a couple hours that you weren't able to convince that the Earth is not a globe?
Yeah, one of my best neighborhood friends. But he refuses to watch any videos or listen to anything. He's chosen not to believe it because it's too emotional for him. There are people that are just unable. And here's the thing: there are people that will never wake up because they don't want to wake up, and it's not your job to wake them up. It's your job to say, "Hey, have you ever wondered about this?" And then if they bite, you have a conversation, you go back and forth, but you can't shove it down someone's throat because they'll fight you tooth and nail, right? You want to just pose it as a question and have a conversation, but some people will not wake up. Like my brother and sister will never wake up, ever. Okay? And I have to accept that. I've had some lifelong friends, friends that I've literally raised their children for them. A single mom or kid, like I was literally their father, and she won't even talk to me because I think the Earth is flat, and I think that 9/11 was an inside job and other things, right? But that's her journey. It's not my problem. The thing is, when you become a flat earther in 2014, when you become a flat earther, it's like, wow, I'm really alone. Now, I think we're going to be the majority. In reality, I don't really want to hang out with people that are unwilling to learn to expand their minds and really appreciate this realm that we're in.
It's funny that you say that because I'm around people in this industry. I mean, LFA TV is probably the most raw, unfiltered, straight news network that you're going to get. It's very, very, very new, so it's not nearly as big as Newsmax or RAV or even Fox News or CNN or any of these bigger networks. But we're not filtered, and we're truth seekers. We're 9/11 truthers. The most, just I guess, they've seen every conspiracy theory, or at the very least, understand that all these conspiracy theories that turned out to be true, all of the CIA operations that our government was involved in, and they'll believe anything, right? They'll believe that 9/11 was an inside job all day. But I bring up flat Earth, and they are like, it looks at me like I'm the taboo one.
Yeah. So
I'm like, so you trust our government? No. Okay. So why does the Earth have to be round? Well, it has to be. Or they go, it doesn't matter, and that's the one I really can't wrap my head around. Even if it is true, it just doesn't matter. There's kids dying over here, and there's this going on, and there's that going on. That doesn't matter. Well, so 9/11 matters, or Hawaii matters, or does it all not matter? I don't know.
The thing, the spinning ball is how they got away. The lie of the spinning ball is how they got away with all of this stuff, all of these child, abductions and trafficking and Maui. It's because people are spinning out of control, lost in space, and they don't know who they are. They don't know the true power that they have. They don't know that they can say no. They don't know that they don't have to be part of this. Okay, so the foundation of their world is spinning out of control in an infinite space vacuum. How are you going to actually, make a difference in this world? Yeah, sure, you can make a difference here and there, but if you know who you are and your true power, you're much more powerful. If you don't know who you are, you're operating blindly, and you are blind if you think you're spinning in space. So why the lie? And as you were saying, your listeners are open to anything, but when you mention flat Earth, they're like, get out of here, right? And I get it because that's how I was. They're doing deep inside the rabbit hole. Every conspiracy, flat Earth, I say, get out of here. I ban people forever. But what I'd like to tell people, and maybe you want to put this right at the beginning, is don't tune out. Listen to this, because I'm offering 3 Bitcoins, right? That's like almost 100 grand, all right, for 1 globe proof. If you live on a physical ball spinning in space, all you have to give me is 1 scientific proof that we live on a spinning globe, and I will send you 3 Bitcoins. Okay? That's it. So listen, I might be you think I'm crazy? But that if I'm crazy, it's going to be really easy for you to win these 3 Bitcoins. 3 Bitcoins, 1 globe proof. Okay? Here are the rules. The rules are be concise, send me your proof, and allow me to answer. Now, I'm not going to go, oh, that's fake. I'm going to show you why it's fake. I'm going to show you why it's wrong. When you say Eratosthenes, I'm going to show you. But before you send it to me, you have to hit the frequently asked questions button and make sure your question isn't answered in there already, which it probably is. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Then if you do this, I have to warn you that you're going to end up as a flat earther.
Ooh, that is a great way to open this. That is the best way to open it. 100 grand, 3 Bitcoin. You know, I don't know, you probably don't know, but I'm a Bitcoin maxi. I keep 90% of my wealth in crypto. So I'm a huge believer in blockchain technology, or just a
Bitcoin.
Can't put it in fiat.
In maxi, does that mean 90% in Bitcoin or just blockchain?
I'm a blockchain maxi. I think that there's only actually 2. I would say out of the 21,000 blockchains that are out there now, I only believe in 2. Bitcoin was the right start. Ethereum took it to the next level. Going to proof of stake was obviously the biggest scam. Proof of stake blockchains are all completely scams. If you're talking about being decentralized and secure and the whole 9 yards, there's only one blockchain that's really solved it. It'll revolutionize the world and everything about blockchain. It's called Kadena. I don't know if you follow blockchain technology, but back when I understand you don't know enough about blocks and how blockchains work, right? Like it's just data inside of a block. Blocks are connected together with a hash, right? Yep. And all blockchains are doing is storing data. How much data can I fit into one block, and how often can I produce a block, right? Yep. Well, with proof of work blockchains, no matter what technology you do, because it's proof of work, right? They have to prove the work. They have to solve these complex algorithms to produce a block. You're inherently limited, and the average is about 5 to 10 TPS, which is transactions per second. Now, back in 2014, somebody wrote an article called Bitcoin Rope. And the idea was they knew that inherently, if adoption hit a certain point, the Bitcoin blockchain would be maxed out. So it was either change the block size, which is how we got Bitcoin Cash and these other spinoffs of Bitcoin, where they actually wanted to change it. But the Bitcoin Rope was, well, what if we braided 2 chains together? And in order to braid 2 chains together, you have to store the hash of each block in the other block, right? And that's what will braid your chains together. And that's great. Cool. We have 2 Bitcoin blockchains still consuming the same power as one, but you're actually, you're basically mining 2 blocks every time a block is produced. But if Bitcoin's only capable of doing 350,000 transactions per day, and we talk about blockchains like Solana that were doing quote unquote 60,000 TPS, which is transactions per second, drastic difference. And even Solana only peaked out at about 3,000 to 4,000 transactions per second, and it was maxed out. It would break every other time. But if you connected 3 blockchains together, right? Let's just say, just out of context, each block can hold 100 transactions, and 1 hash takes up 1 transaction. So if you connected 3 blockchains together, you're going to have 3 hashes in every block, 5, 10. Well, let's say you get up to 50 blockchains connected together, which still wouldn't even be enough for a fraction of global adoption. Half of your block would be filled with just hashes.
Yeah.
So the #1 cited author in the Bitcoin white paper is Stuart Habert and Scott Stronada. They created the first blockchain in 1991. In my personal opinion, if there's anybody that's most likely Satoshi or in that circle of Satoshis that created Bitcoin, Stuart Habert's one of them, or he just randomly, him and Scott are the most cited author in the Bitcoin white paper. I mean, Bitcoin wouldn't have been created if it wasn't for the work that Scott Stronada and Stuart Habert did. So Stuart Habert's had that same blockchain running since 1991. He publishes the hash every Sunday in the New York Times. He has companies that have been using it since then to store information. And he's been basically trying to figure out a way to make data immutable. And it's basically been his life work. They're called decentralized digital identities, something or other. He ended up meeting the team called Kadena. It's Kadena. Will Martino he went to Yale private school. He was recruited by the US government, sent to private hacker school, and then was put into a position to help the SEC create their blockchain center for excellence. And in the process, he built this supercomputer that basically analyzes every trade on the stock market, on the NASDAQ, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, and that information is fed to the SEC. So they don't have to really look for insider trading. They have basically a bot that analyzes every trade and then feeds the SEC information when things aren't adding up. He also was working with Stuart Habert. Stuart Habert builds all the algorithmic trading softwares for the most legacy financial institutions around the world. He was handpicked by Jamie Dimon to build Jamie Dimon's first blockchain called Juno. When Jamie Dimon brought Stuart together, Stuart picked his team. He picked Will, and he picked another girl. Her name is Emily. She's some basically super smart genius who's advanced coding in Haskell. And together they were going to build Jamie Dimon's blockchain. So in the process of building that, Jamie Dimon brought them in and said, what do you guys need? Well, they were building a blockchain, so we should start probably interview all the people that have built blockchains before. Jamie Dimon's done. And within a week, he had Vitalik, the CEOs of Polkadot, Solana, all of these people flying out for one-on-one interviews. And Will, Emily, and Stu basically sat there for weeks and interviewed all of these people. And they basically collected all the information that they had brought to Jamie Dimon. They're like, it's going to be 5 years, and here's all the stuff that we're going to need to really build something out at scale, to build what you want, or a blockchain that could meet the demands of global real-world adoption. You're going to have to start with your own coding language, because none of these blockchains have a coding language that can build a blockchain. Jamie Dimon says, I don't want to do that. I want a blockchain that'll work. I want it in a couple of years. Get to it, basically. So they said, all right. So they built this blockchain called Juno for Jamie Dimon. And in the process, they just knew that they weren't building something at scale. They were just building a blockchain just for this rich guy who kind of wanted a pet project, because blockchains were cool back in 2016, 2017. So at one point, Will and Will Martino is the one at the SEC. He came to Stu and he said, hey, Stu, I just got done researching the Bitcoin rope white paper. And he goes, I think I have a way to connect pretty much an infinite amount of blockchains together. And he goes, if I can do this and we can get it to work on paper, could you write a coding language to build this blockchain? And Stu, I think he reads, writes, and speaks, I think it's 18 different programming languages. So you think about that like languages, most people can speak 2, maybe 3. You get a few that can speak more. And then there's very few that can speak above 10 different languages fluently, read, write. This guy read, writes, and codes in 18. So for the last 7 years, they've been building the coding language called Pact. It is built with Haskell, which is the most advanced coding language there is out there for computer coding, programming. Haskell is like the end all be all. And they've built a coding language that is Pact, which means it's Turing incomplete. So where Ethereum is a looping coding language, which means it's recursive, which is very energy intensive. You also, none of your code ends or stops, right? Because it loops. So it's very easy for you to miscode things and code in bugs. And that's how everything on Ethereum, literally almost every single application on top of Ethereum has been hacked at one point or another. Why? Because it's wrote in Solidity. Solidity is a shit coding language, and almost every other blockchain out there is built in some fucking garbage ass, sorry, I'm going to cut this out, but trash coding languages. Well, they didn't. They built it, and the technology that they used is called hash braiding. If I were to draw a star, gosh dang, I wish I had this. I have to show you this. I don't have it with me. I have a whiteboard video I'll send you that'll explain this blockchain to you if you want to watch more about it. But if I draw a star on a sheet of paper, if you just think about a star, how is the farthest point away? So if I wanted to go, let's say we number a star 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, right? 5 does not connect to 1. If I want to get to 5, I have to go from 1 to 3 over to 5.
Yep.
If you, right?
Yep.
So I'm able to connect 5 blockchains together and only store the hash of 3.
I get it.
Right? Now, if you scale that up, you go to 10, I'm still able to get to the farthest chain in 3 hops. So now I have 10 chains connected together. You scale up from 10 to 20, which is where they're at now, still at 3 hops. Now, when I go from 20 to 50, I am 4 hops. So now I have 50 blockchains, the same as Ethereum and Bitcoin, smart contracts, proof of work blockchains, with 20 blockchains running simultaneously side by side right now, consuming less energy than one Bitcoin blockchain. And then the technique that they used is called hash braiding, and they have a patent on it, which is good, I think, for the next 8 years. So we talk about why Amazon is Amazon, because in any other industry that you come out in,
when you basically create the Holy Grail, you have about a 2-year runway before some competition goes, oh, I see what they did. We already know how they did it because their business is running. If we dedicate resources, we can pretty much replicate that business, fix all the issues they failed at, and make the same business but better. And it takes about 2 years. So normal businesses get about a 2-year runway when they're the first in any industry. Amazon came out. There has been no other Amazon, right? eBay was there. Amazon destroyed it. And Amazon hasn't had any competition for basically 7 years. And they're so big now that anybody that tries to catch up to them, they're just being basically laughed at. Like, get out of here, little kid. You're not going to mess with Amazon. Well, Cadena and them now have 8 years, basically, from 2020. Right? Which is just crazy to think about. So it's the future of all blockchain technology. But just like every other industry, who owns Cointelegraph? Who owns CoinMarketCap? Who owns every single website that you go to do research off of? Pretty much Digital Currency Group. Digital Currency Group is the BlackRock of crypto. They own the media, they own the network, they own the PR firms, they own the influencers, they own the reporting agencies that collect and analyze all the data and give that data to the government. And then the government uses that data to take away your freedoms based off of fake lies propagated from the companies that are selling them the data, which are running the companies. I go on for it forever. Wow. Blockchain's my thing. That's how I got down this rabbit hole. But
nice.
Sorry, that was a long one.
Pivoting back, you remember, in 1960s and 70s, we went to the moon, played golf, and drove dune buggies around. But now they're sending Artemis to the moon, right? But not with people on it. Okay. So this is the trajectory. It goes around the Earth, and then it goes around the Earth, the moon, and then somehow it ejects some mass, which will send it back to Earth. Okay. What's going on here? This is their Artemis flight path, and it's the flat Earth map. They didn't even bother to rotate it. Right? They stuck in the flat Earth map. Now that we pointed this out, they changed it to a globe on their website.
What is Artemis?
Artemis is the we just went to the moon. See, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares that CIA killed John F. Kennedy, and no one cares that we just sent a ship back to the moon. Like earlier this year, they sent the Artemis, and eventually they're going to send people to the moon. We went in 1960s and 70s and played golf and rode dune buggies, but now it's coming soon. We're going to send people to the moon. It's such a jar. It's such a joke. But they changed it. They had their profile with the flat Earth map on it. And now that we pointed it out, they had to change it. Right? And Artemis went to the moon. It was orbiting the moon, right? Artemis got this picture of the moon from, well, how far is it? Wait, I can see that. $1 billion.
2,000. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. So
238,000, yeah.
Yeah. Then this is from me, 238,000 miles away with my P900. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
They just spent a friggin' $1 billion to send the ship to the moon, and this is the picture it gets. I got this from my porch.
Get out of here.
You haven't got a P1000 yet, have you?
No, I don't have a P1000. The best zoom lens I have is the 100-400, the G Master, Sony G Master 100-400.
Right, and this is some footage from Artemis. Look at this, just nonsense. And you see that computer glitch?
No way.
Yeah, it happens all the time. Here, I'll show you again. Right here. And look at that curve. What's up with this curve? What kind of sphere is this? Right? What is?
It's so bad.
It's so bad.
But they know nobody's watching. You pay attention. They teach you up to like what 5th grade, and then after 5th grade, you pretty much don't really learn much about.
Right, and then we're supposed to believe this is real. So there's a camera somehow staying out here. I mean, could you do this yourself in a dark room with a camera? I bet you can get this done in an hour. Better. right? You're looking in amazement.
I just can't believe that. Like
This is
it's right in front of your face the whole time, and you don't ever.
right. This is what they show, right? And they show us this view of the Earth. Nonsense, right? And then Artemis, right? The ISS travels at 17,500 miles per hour, right? Artemis made it to the moon in 8 days, a distance of 238,000 miles. That's 1,239 miles per hour. Okay. The ISS is supposedly going 17,500 miles an hour. Artemis traveled 1,200 miles an hour to the moon. Apollo made it in 3 days, 3,000, of course, 3,300 miles per hour. Right? What's going on here?
They're telling us, they're actually saying that the ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles per hour.
That's what they tell us.
What happens?
Yeah.
And does it stop? Like when people go up and don't people like ships connect to it? How are they connecting to it when it's moving?
They're going 17,500 miles an hour, so it's like they're not even moving. They're just moving in sync with each other. It's like two cars on the highway going 100 miles an hour right next to each other. You can climb from one to the other. Okay? But there's no air, so you don't even notice it. Right? It's so stupid. Right? Perseverance went to Mars, right? 300 million miles away. 300 million? Yeah, 300 million. It took 7 months. That works out to a speed of 59,000 miles per hour. Okay? Is that crazy? It's a little crazy.
And what is the stuff I've seen about that nobody's ever actually taken a picture of Mars, that it's like a gas ball? Is there any truth to that?
Well, I mean, the stuff that NASA shows us is all just computer graphics. But when you look at Mars, here's a P1000 shot of Mars. Now people say it's out of focus. What are we seeing here? It is a little out of focus. But sometimes putting something a little out of focus will show you things that you can't see. But this doesn't look like a solid ball to me. Right? Here's a little Mars thing. You know, the rover's on Mars, so this is a picture.
A bug
zooming in. Yeah, you saw the bug. You saw this, right?
I played that on LFA TV last week. Just as like a little teaser, just that one little second of that.
So there's two responses.
Life on Mars.
That the sick space fans have is, it's not a bug, and the other one is, yeah, there's life on Mars. Or
there's life on Mars. That's what I said.
This is Devon Island. This is just Devon Island. So this is Google Earth, and we're gonna zoom in to Devon Island on Greenland. And we were just looking around there, and we saw some weird stuff, right? So you zoom in, we found this little camp, and this is way out there. And when you look around, there's some interesting vehicles, and everyone's faces are blurred out, but that just might be a thing. But this vehicle right here has the Mars has a NASA Mars logo mission patch on it. Yeah. And then there's the other one. Hold on, let me find the other one. This one over here. Oops. Go. Well, that has the Mars mission patch on it. I can't get it to stop right there. But then another funny thing is, and if you look at these pictures, these look like Mars, but when we zoom out, there's a little tag, and when I click it, it says the Arctic Camp. That's it. And then we found another one, Roving the Arctic. And then we have pictures of the rover on Mars, on here, them testing the rover on Devon Island. Isn't that crazy? I mean, when you look at stuff, this is the rover landing on Mars. Now, Mars has 1% of the atmosphere. You know anything about parachutes? They don't work in 1% atmosphere. Like when, the Red Bull jump, when he jumped from 127,000 feet, his parachute wouldn't open until like 50,000 feet. There wasn't enough air. Right? There's only 1% air. And this is supposed to be the sun. What is this? I mean, this is all the proof that people need.
They're just not willing to accept it.
Yeah.
They can't handle it. They
Right.
You notice, have you ever looked on Google Trends? You got your computer in front of you?
I do, but I can't pull anything up, unfortunately. What do you need?
What? No, just when you get done, look at flat Earth. Search flat Earth on Google Trends and go back to 1980 and look at the graph, and you tell me what you see. You don't have to do it right now. Just whenever you get time, you'll be interested.
No,
It'll
in
be funny.
2017, the search term for flat Earth on YouTube beat everything. It beat Donald Trump, which was number one, and when it overtook Donald Trump, same day they took down the scoreboard. No longer do you get the number of results when you search on YouTube. The day that flat Earth became the number one search term on YouTube.
Have you ever read that book about Barron Trump? That basically predicts the future.
Oh yeah,
that's pretty gnarly, man.
It is pretty crazy.
It made me think of that when you said that about that Mars book and about Elon.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, flat earthers are willing to admit they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What you got here?
I think this is Mars also. Through a P900, super slowed down. Right? Pretty weird stuff. And then if you look at Mars, Devon Island, right?
No.
Yeah, this is from their website, and then this is a picture of Devon Island. And now they'll say, "Oh, they added the clouds in and colorized it." No, they decolorized it, added a sepia tone. Yeah, they want you to believe crazy shit. This is the helicopter. Now, how do you have a drone in super cold conditions in no atmosphere that can fly, right? We can't even fly a helicopter to pick up people on the top of Everest, where the atmosphere is 20, 30 times thicker more than Mars. But this drone is taking a picture of its shadow. Well, they say that the blades go really fast. That's how it flies. How's it getting a sharp picture of its legs and the propellers?
Wait, say that one more time.
This drone took a picture of its shadow. This is Mars and a shadow of itself.
How is the drone flying in 0 atmosphere, 1% atmosphere?
And how is it getting a picture of its the shadow of its blades? Like if I put my drone up just hovering and with close to the ground and the sun's above it, you can't see the blades. You don't see the blades. Mm-hmm. Look how sharp this is. Okay. I mean, people will believe anything. Okay.
Anything.
Which one's Mars? Which one's Devon Island? Well, obvious, but just look. This is Devon Island. This is Mars. That's what they say. Right? Mars.
So do you watch every, now when NASA puts anything out or SpaceX, you got do you even get to watch it? If you don't watch it live, how long before people are sending to you in your community or tagging you in things? 2 seconds?
2 seconds. But, whenever we watch stuff, there's just so much nonsense. So much nonsense. It's unbearable. It's literally unbearable. Couple more, and then unless you have more questions, we can probably start to wrap it up.
Yeah.
Here it is, rockets. This is Where is my where's it going? I'm looking for oh, here we go. So have you ever watched any of the SpaceX rockets? You know, where this thing's falling back to Earth, these little milk crates are steering it, and it's gonna land on a raft in the middle of the ocean, 800 miles off of Florida. And somehow it's never big swells out there and it lands perfectly, right? Here's the video on the raft. What's this square that showed up? What is this? See it?
Mm-hmm.
While it was landing, this layering square. Watch. What do you think about that?
What in the hell is that?
Yeah, it's a layering issue. This is all CGI. And I don't know if you've ever been out in the ocean. Rarely is it calm, right? This thing is falling out of the sky, going through wind streams of hundreds of miles an hour in the upper atmosphere, and somehow it lands on a raft perfectly with this little flame upright. This thing, a car can drive underneath this thing. This is gigantic. Okay. Right?
I was at SpaceX last week or last month.
It's all a show, man. It's all a show. Right? And it lands on this raft upright, bullseye. Doesn't tip over. This thing is, multiple stories tall. A person can walk underneath here. This thing just lands out in the middle of the ocean. It's always calm. Right?
What sea is that in?
What's that?
What ocean is that in?
In the Atlantic Ocean off of Florida, right? And then it gets pulled in, right? This thing's floating out there. How is it staying in the perfect spot for that thing to fall out of the sky and land on it perfectly? Okay? I don't even think it could do it on the ground, but it's always on it, and there's never any humans out there. It's only a drone ship, and it always loses its connection, with the the feed, and they're like, oh, look at this. What is this? You believe that's happening? You ever watch a Harrier jump jet trying to land with multiple thrusters? This thing has just got one little thruster and it just lands. So this is what they show us every time. So this is the second stage going up. This is the first stage falling back. Now look how high it is, right? These are clouds down here. This thing is free falling. It weighs multiple tons. Now watch here. They keep switching from one camera to the other. Look at the Earth. Looks pretty flat there, right? We'll go back in a second. So now this one, it's these little steering things are going to steer it so it finds that drone ship and lands right on it. Okay? This thing's free falling at maximum speed, and this little flame is going to stop it and land it on this target. Are you going to believe that? Right? And then it cuts out, right? So here, now watch. Look at this curve. Oh, look, there's the curve of the Earth. And then they cut to the next camera. Oh, but I'm not going to show it again. It'll come back. So here we go. This is the onboard camera. This is the drone camera. It's coming. It's finding this thing. There's no currents. There's no winds knocking it off target. And this is all we see. And people are like, oh, yeah, he landed it on a ship in the middle of nowhere with no people watching. All by computer. Okay? Here we go again. This is what they show us. Oh, this one blew up. Therefore, it has to be real. Oh, no, that one is one that blew up. Sorry. But this is all the evidence they show us, and people just eat it up. Oh, look, it landed. I'm sorry you didn't get to see it land. The camera cut out. It's a little off center. Okay, but the raft doesn't tilt at all. Right? So here we go. We got a concave Earth. And now we have a curved Earth. Watch again. This thing is going to just land on that raft. Here's the raft. It starts shaking for some reason. And it lands. Isn't that beautiful? Where are the engineers that can come out and say that this is impossible? Just because you don't understand it, Dave, doesn't mean it's impossible. Maybe this one will show it. Look, we have a convex Earth, right? Nobody sees that. They just see the curve. Oh, there's the curve of the Earth. When they're so programmed to only see the curve of the Earth, when they see something contradicting it, flat or convex. Whoa, what happened here? Here we go. Whoops. My camera is buzzing out. There we go. Let me try to find. I want to show you one where okay, here we go. Convex Earth. Right, because it's a corner, I'm trying to imagine a ball, right? Camera, where the heck is the? Hold on. Another ridiculous landing. All right, curved Earth. We have there's a sphere. And then that was our landing. That was our landing. Crazy, right? I had like a whole series where it shows both. Again, stupid. Somebody could literally be holding that and just bringing it down, a little model, right? Because you can't never see the top.
They just CGI it. It's all fake.
It's all nonsense. It's all absolute and total nonsense. But if you just go to any SpaceX, you'll see this curved Earth, and then here, curved Earth, and then flat or convex Earth. It goes back and forth just to confuse your mind.
Oh, there it is.
There it is. Curved, convex, curved, convex. Yeah. They have all sorts of stuff. Now, this thing is supposed to go in 17,000 miles an hour. Get your flat Earth, curved Earth. Watch right in here. Okay. There's a piece of something comes off. Now, there was one time where an actual rat.
That was a mouse.
But since we brought that out, then every launch after that, they had another something in there. Like, oh, it's just frozen oxygen. It's like frozen, frozen gases. And they literally tried to do it. But then recently, this happened. Okay. Where is it? Speeding forward to a little bit. Okay. Right here. Watch.
Oh, what that was that?
Here we go. Now, look how slow that thing's moving. I thought this thing was going like 17,000 miles an hour or faster. What was that? Right? So, you good? You're mind blown? Are you there? Are you muted?
No, my mind's just running. I'm thinking, I don't know where I'm even thinking. I got so many thoughts going through my head. I can't even keep them organized.
Right.
My buddy Kyle that I told you about, that's the FBI whistleblower. There's 3 of these FBI whistleblowers that came out, and one of them is a flat earther, and he's able to have a conversation with me. So I thought, like, I kind of just feel how people are, you kind of talk about it a little bit. And Kyle's one of my good buddies, and he just is the one that's like, man, I don't have time. Like, I'm dealing with this. We got this going on around the world. He's like, I just don't have the mental capacity to waste 2 hours talking about something that's just obviously not true or doesn't matter. And I'm just like, I'm just curious if like I could get him to come in an interview with you and sit down for a couple hours and see, because he's like an FBI agent. He asks questions. He's a lot more intelligent than me. I'm sure he thinks that he could prove that the Earth is a globe. I'm almost confident that he is. And I'm just curious if I could get that set up. I could convince him to spend a couple hours with us and sit here with you in an interview and have you just.
We could do that. And I'd like to bring actually a couple other guys with me. And we could really have an amazing conversation.
Wow. He actually might be open to that. If I could do that, that would be a really good video, I think, because he's an investigator. I mean, I want to say it on here because I'm recorded, but I'll tell you a story about just, people that we meet online that claim to be their so-and-so. And this guy, in a matter of like an hour, had everything about these people. I mean, their histories, their parents, their relatives, their houses, their cars, their taxes. I mean, everything. I was like, oh my gosh, it like blew my mind. I'm like, I don't want to get on the wrong side of you, man. Like, he's really good at what he does. And I would be very interested to have that conversation, just to, the people that I look up to and respect, and I give weight to their opinion on things. It's those people that you kind of like, I want to wake up and I would like to have on our side and realize that this is a lie. And I just, when I was able to wrap my head around that the earth was not a globe, it was like, am I crazy kind of feeling? Like, I didn't want to be, like, it's like taboo. And then I just kind of kept going back to, well, I mean, everything else was taboo 6 months ago and now it's all true. So I feel like that this makes more sense than anything. And I don't know how you can learn about it and then go back. Like, I can't shut my brain off now. I can't not see it. I can't not laugh every time I'm go to my dad's house and he's watching the news and NASA's taking off. It's just like the India moon landing last week was pretty. That was my first one, like being awake and actually watching. And I was just like, oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, they do it. It's a little mind trick they do. They show you something ridiculous, like the graphic of the moon landing. And then a little while later, they show you a video of the rover coming out. That's an actual video. And it's horrible. It's literally a briefcase on a stage somewhere. And your mind says, that was fake. This is real video. Okay. And so you have this false binary in your head. If that was fake, this is real. No, they're both fake. One of them is a fake animation. The other one's just a fake stage prop. Right. And they're doing the same thing with, aliens. For example, the Mexicans just showed you these paper mache friggin' ETs. Okay. And you're like, oh, that's fake. Then they'll do something that looks real, like a Bluebeam, Project Bluebeam or something. And you'll be like, oh my God, that was fake. This is real. When in fact, they're both fake. Even if the alien things in Mexico were real, I'm not saying that they are, they look fake. So it doesn't matter. It does the same mind trick. Because if you show somebody something so obviously fake, then you show them something that's, looks pretty good. If you showed them that first, they'd be like, that looks fake. But their comparison is something so stupid, so fake, so 1970s Atari, that they look at the other thing and go, oh, that must be real. That must be real.
And earlier you had mentioned that back in like the 1920s, they were teaching us that the earth was flat. Has anybody, I know you had showed me a list on your app there about all the flat earth books. I just actually ordered a bunch of science magazines from the 1930s off eBay, which I was just trying to do a little bit of research and see if they left something in one of these old antique magazines. Have you guys come across any educational content from like the 1920s that they were actually teaching in schools, books that had flat earth?
We're actually looking at stuff like that. We found a 1959 Encyclopedia Americana that talks about the dome. And somebody just sent me an ebook, a PDF of pictures of an old book that showed the flat earth in it and all sorts of stuff from the mid 1900s. So there is stuff out there that we're slowly finding more and more, but they're good at eliminating stuff. Like the story of the Iron Republic was in Florida Magazine in a series of articles, and you can't find a single copy of that magazine anywhere, which is weird, right? You can find a copy of anything, right? Go on eBay, whatever. It might cost you a lot of money, but every single real copy of that magazine has been removed from the public.
And what was that topic?
It was the Iron Republic, which is, there's a book in the book section. It's about a politician out of excuse me, out of New York. That guy in the 1800s got tired of politics and sold everything, bought a ship, went to Antarctica, found some opening, goes through that, and then back out into the sea. And then they were lost for a couple of months. And then they found land. They saw a city. They pulled up. They waited till the morning, and a boat came out, greet them. They're like, hey, where are we? We're from America. Where are we? And they're like, well, you're at the Iron Republic. And they said, well, where's that? He goes, well, it's on the other side of the ice wall, about the same distance as America is. Didn't quite understand. He went in and he took notes and everything. He actually stayed there for, I think, 10 years because he ended up meeting a woman, got married. Then his wife died. And he came back. He got his ship back, and he came back. He landed in Florida, and he wrote all of his notes down, saying, this was an advanced civilization. They had flat screens and electric cars that hovered in midair, and all sorts of stuff that, like, he's writing that in 1901, right when it was published, and it was quite an interesting story that rings true. Whether it's true or not, it kind of doesn't matter. It kind of does matter, but he was talking about more land beyond Antarctica in the late 1800s. So there's something to it. There's a whole bunch of books. Another one called The Smoky God, same thing, and others. But they're all listed in the app on the book section. Here is when I was interviewed Ruth, I interviewed her in Florida, and she was telling me about how they taught her the Earth was flat. And when I told her, that the Earth is flat, because she just believed it when they told her it wasn't afterwards, and that we're at the center of creation, she literally broke down in tears of joy, so happy. And she's like, I always knew it, and it was crazy. It was crazy. That's on my channel, DITRH. Just search Ruth. Really good stuff there.
That makes me think too, like what do they call it? The lost city of, gosh, where is that? The lost city of, what is it?
Atlantis?
Yes, that makes you think that that's outside the ice wall.
Well, there, I don't know. I think it's in the Atlantic Ocean. But where did all these people go, right? And there's a lot of theories. I did a talk with Sophia Smallstorm, who's another great researcher, and we were just theorizing about the outward flow of civilizations. If you read I think it's the Vostok Saga, it talks about how all life began in the north. And if we look at, imagine all of the world is frozen, okay? It's just a frozen. And then a sun is born under the star, the North Star, and it starts circling around and melts out a pond here. Okay. And then that sun starts going out farther, and now it circles all the way out here into one part, and it works all the way back in to our summer solstice. So now it's just circling out here. So the middle might be a little frozen, and out here might be frozen. Okay. But then let's say this sun decides to travel out here, and another sun is born in the center. Just speculating, right? So now we have two suns, and the world could look like this, right? You got one sun here and another sun out here. Well, as that sun traveled out before the second sun was born in here, this is frozen. So all of these civilizations, they migrated outwards. They migrated to the warmer lands. They followed the sun. And so maybe this was frozen for 50 years or 500 years or whatever. And then a new sun was born, and the people that were remained there all of a sudden, had a new sun. I don't know. It's just a interesting way to look at the world. Maybe the suns never did that, and maybe they just moved out there and there was already another sun out there. Maybe this is the same sun that's always been here. Pretty crazy. Again, here's the thing. A lot of people get pissed when I talk about other lands outside. But I like talking about it because it's very, very interesting. Hey, we've been going forever, but I want to go through one more thing. I've been doing a lot, but I don't think you've seen it. Have you seen?
I'm in no rush, man. I'll talk your ear off for as long as you want to talk. So whenever you get tired, you call it.
Yeah. I don't want to go forever. But have you learned about? Have you heard me talk about Kiribati?
I have slightly, just very, very brief.
Okay. Let me get rid of that. Where is that? I wanted. There we go. So here's a ship tracking map of the world, and you can track cargo ships and click on them and get all the information. And we found one 730 miles inside the shoreline of Antarctica. 730 miles from the closest bay. How does a ship get 730 miles in and 1.9 miles higher, according to Google Earth? If it is in there, and Antarctica is what they tell us, It's 1.9 miles higher than the ocean. How did it get there? Right? Then we found another one, 905 miles. That's almost in the middle of Antarctica. How does a ship, an active ship, if the Earth is a globe, get 905 miles in shoreline? Well, we clicked on one of the ships and it said it was registered on the island of the nation of Kiribati. Okay. So the nation of Kiribati, where's Kiribati? Right?
Down in the Caribbean, isn't it?
Well, it's down in the middle of the Southern Ocean. It's tiny. I got a pin on it so you can see it. And it's literally a sandbar. Okay. Right. And America and China and other countries say that the Kiribati is a very important trade route. Why do they have to stop here? Why would ships stop here? Right? This is mostly unpopulated. Okay, there's just people over here. Like, why is it an important trade route? Right? Another funny thing is on Kiribati is the Captain Cook Hotel. Captain Cook's the guy that tried to circle around Antarctica. It ended up taking him 3.5 years, and he clocked over 68,000 miles. Antarctica was only supposed to be 13,000 miles around, but he went 68,000 miles, kind of like he's going all the way around the perimeter of a flat Earth, right? That's strike two in my book, right? And then when we checked the ships that were actually at Kiribati and at their port, they all had their destination either unknown or Christmas Island. That's weird. Okay. Unknown or Christmas Island. So where are these ships? Where are they migrating? Where are they going? And my wondering is, well, if you're at Kiribati and you're going that far, this would on a globe would show you on Antarctica when maybe in fact you're reaching these other continents. Maybe there's other civilizations out there that we're trading things for. Maybe we're trading computer chips, tuna fish, children. I don't know. Maybe there's several trade routes. Maybe there's another one from here that goes out here, right? Maybe there's one from here that goes out here. Who knows what's out here? Now, this to me fits a biblical flat Earth because this could be the whole Earth. Here are the four corners of the Earth. And the dome would come out here. They've just got us here. These are possibilities. These aren't reasons to believe the Earth is flat. This is just going beyond flat Earth, trying to figure out what's going on. We want the right to go explore. We want airships back. There was giant airships in the 1800s and before that traveled worldwide, the size of cruise ships with thousands of people on them. Okay. Traveled all over the world. We want those to go explore, but they won't let us. We want the right to go explore and verify if any of this is true. We don't need to go anywhere to prove that the Earth is a level stationary plane. I've given you all the tools. I've shown you the experiments. You can do them yourself, and we've done them for you. They prove that we're on a level horizontal plane.
Why can't you fly over Antarctica? I get you can't walk over it. Why can you not fly over it? And couldn't you fly to the left or right of it?
So they've got us, I don't know where you are with the jet fuel hoax, but they have us believing, only having vehicles. Like they demonized airships by blowing up the Hindenburg, and demonizing hydrogen. And guess who controls all the helium in the world? That would be NASA.
NASA.
Yeah. So they don't want you having access to these technologies this way. Let's say they're like, okay, get any plane you want. We'll even give you free fuel. We'll fill you up. You want a 747? All right, we'll fill it up. You're going to fly. Where are you going to fly? Well, you fill it up in Santiago. When you get out about here, you're going to run out of fuel. Okay. How are you going to come back? Where are you going to land? How are you going to navigate? There's no GPS. There's no compasses. Don't work. Where are you going? Right? It's not technically possible for you to fly out there. And there's also all sorts of interesting stuff where there's like places in Antarctica that nothing works. No engines work. They call it the dead zone or something. Again, we don't know because we can't verify because we're not allowed to go. We want the right to go explore. That's all. Right? Why isn't there a expedition where they take people straight out and see what's happened? The reason is because if they did that, we would find out that the Earth is not a globe, and that would end their whole reign. Because their entire control relies on the fact that we are lost in space, spinning out of control, and don't know who we are. Because once we discover this, no flat earther is falling for any of the garbage anymore. We don't fall for it. We've learned how to take ourselves out of the system. There's so many things, people are like, well, there's nothing I can do about that, death and taxes and this and that. But everything is not what they say it is.
Where do you think Elon is going with his actual, like the spaceships that take off and we see kind of arc and then just disappear?
There's two.
How can anybody with a telescope, right? Like you got these telescopes, you can see the moon, it looks great. How are people not watching his rocket?
You can't, because you can't. They go right out into the Bermuda Triangle where there's no boats. And not that far away, it all just merges into the horizon. And they do 2 stages. So when it goes up, you see the one stage come down. That's the whole rocket coming down. The rest is CGI. Yeah. That's the whole rocket.
Blue beam or blue beam.
It's all complete and total nonsense. I have a great video, but my my file got corrupted or something. I can't show it to you. So where's my launch video? Oh, here's one. So we look at this rocket. Wow. All my stuff got messed up. All right, I can't show you any rockets today. Bummer.
Yeah, you're talking to me. I'm pretty much on the FBI's hit list. So anytime I do any type of big interviews, they normally end up having issues.
Yeah,
everybody does.
It's crazy how
after we interviewed Tara Reid from Russia, things have been going south ever since.
Why isn't that showing? That's so bizarre.
Can you clear cat? Are you on a Mac or Windows?
On a Mac, but all my rocket videos are not showing.
You don't have your website on an AWS server somewhere, do you?
No, I don't.
Okay, good.
All right, so I think we're gonna wrap it up because I'm kind of losing my voice. And anybody that wants to have me, I also do shows with Jaren from Jarenism, the two of us together. We go over a lot more stuff. So if anybody wants to have us, just go on my website, say find book Flat Earth Dave. We'll start a conversation there. Send me a link to your show and tell me what you want to do, and then we'll get you scheduled. Check out the app. Check out the crash course on my website. Check out Flattoberfest. You should come to Flattoberfest. You'll have a great time.
I'm going to make that happen. I want to ask you a few more questions. Where are your regular shows? Do you do a show once a week, once a day? What is your schedule for posting? Tell us all about that because I want to promote it all.
Yeah, no, I don't. I used to have a show that I do regularly, but now because so many people want to interview me, I just go on other people's shows because it breaks the algorithm. My show is so shadow banned and hidden that we're really just preaching to the choir. But when I go on shows like yours and Stu Peters and all of these other shows, the algorithm doesn't know what to do, and it goes all over the place. That's how you found me. So
the Andrew Tate model. That's exactly what Tate did. He became the most Googled man on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's literally exactly what he called it, a podcast circuit. And then he just went on to and when they tried to deplatform him, they couldn't because they were literally, I mean, he's like, I didn't even have a TikTok. Some dude in his mom's basement had like 1.9 million followers. They thought it was me. They just nuked him. It's a poor little kid, Yeah. It's just, he never had any of those accounts and they took him off like 5 different platforms and he wasn't even on like 3 of them.
So all my YouTube channels, I have a bunch of YouTube channels. I also have a have a Web3 server. So if on the more on the web button, this right here, this has all the videos that go on the featured videos, all my interviews, all my videos. They're all on flatearthdave.tv, which can be found using this button or just that website. And these are all my interviews. All my interviews will end up here. So when you send me a link to our interview, it'll be on the top of this list. And that's how people can find it. Everything for me can be found at flatearthdave.com. Check out my Twitter, my Instagram, everything. All the links are on flatearthdave.com.
Dave, it's an honor to have you on the show, man, and I look forward to anytime you want to come back. Hopefully I'll be at Flattoberfest. I'm going to bring out all my gear. I'm a professional videographer and photographer, documentary maker. I'm big into all those things, so I'll bring out all my gear and film a bunch of stuff and post it everywhere and promote the conference and promote your channels and stuff for you. So I really appreciate what you're doing, man. Thank you. Sounds good, Dave. Thank you, man. Have a great day.
All right, thanks.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Coming for ya. Coming for ya. You. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. It comes with a turf. I love it when a selfish comes into surf. These ballers really got nerve. Since 2015 they really got served. At the Black Swan's birth they really got burned. They're all taught no action, claiming refraction and all these relative words. Now they believe that level is curved. So when we're done with them, we don't run with them. We just water them and then slaughter them. Even a sextant's down in all of them. So don't fall for them. The globe is nothing but an ornament. 24/7 we're always in Discord. Enter the tournament. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. You know how we do. How'd you get air next to a vacuum? Can you find a picture of a satellite? Have you seen a planet that's not a cartoon? There's no need to assume that parallel rays are heating the moon when corpuscular rays are seen with a zoom like sun, earth, gravity. None of it's true. So let me hit a new vector. You're a tool like Kepler, orbit disrespected, globe projecting, appeal to a fallacy guy you're just in over your head. The lies globally spread, but the globe's overly dead. And now you think you can tell me the shape of the earth by measuring over your head? Nah, watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. If the earth is round, spinning on an axis when I leave ground, it should move my location around. Coriolis should be taken account. If you account for the lack of amount of motion detected when you take flight, no experiment you can cite. The atmos is airtight. Now let me talk about declination. If the earth's got several accelerations, how come the stars for generations create the same trails, no animations? This is helio devastation, where you deal with facts, no estimations. Step to the topic, no reservations, and soon you will see these confirmations. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. Watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for ya. You better watch out for flat earthers, cause they're coming for you. Coming for you. Coming for ya.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go to the VC check-in to get verified and join us in the panel. Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
These aren't the fundamental building blocks that the Greeks had thought about, and they're certainly not the fundamental building blocks that the Victorians had thought about. But, the spirit of the issue really hasn't changed. The spirit is exactly what Democritus said 2,500 years ago. It's that there are like Lego bricks from which everything in the world is constructed. These Lego bricks are particles, and the particles are the electron and two quarks. It's a very nice picture. It's a very comforting picture. It's the picture we teach kids at school. It's the picture we even teach our students in undergraduate university. And there's a problem with it. The problem is it's a lie. It's a white lie. It's a white lie that we tell our children because, we don't want to expose them to the difficult and horrible truth too early on. It makes it easier to learn if you believe that these particles are the fundamental building blocks of the universe. But it's simply not true.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows, how I go in because it's all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming, but I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie. Because then I go to who's they? Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text, to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually listening. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, yeah, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the Earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, you know, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, well, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So, like, you know, it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire. But academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check. University libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
Make money, but I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, shape doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
No. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. Okay, it's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
Just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't. I know that. Listen,
people argue with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was
this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel, you can like us, you can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
This size, the International Space Station will be orbiting about 1/2 inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. Right. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, know more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you as a thinking human being experience per se. It's just a story you've been told and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue. A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused because you're starting by talking about science, and then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion, it's a theory. I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No,
because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take a nap home.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not.
It can
Measurement
be
is just measuring something.
yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, Well, make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, we tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven to see the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely, but the funny thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022 and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue Marble.
All right. Blue Marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space?
believe so.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so. Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According to it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. The tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system. You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the
Yes,
point.
yes.
Allegedly.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay?
Right.
People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So laundry.
Yes.
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
enough on it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? Taken in 1990, which would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager,
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since. What is it? Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look. Take a look at the pale blue dot. What does that tell you? That
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, you know, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? You know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. You know?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, it's really, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can.
How far away do you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you, forever, right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
is the
that's
ceiling
the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't like.
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis, yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level? And does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward? Or is it just a matter of your perception due to perspective?
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you
to
see.
be able to see it. Well, yeah,
Have
that's
you
how
ever been in a hallway
things
where
work.
you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like unless the hallway is like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship, that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway and the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
The whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Right, so think about this. The ground. Hold on, stop there real quick, because he's saying something that most climbers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size, and the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if so every part so every part is the. Sorry, I'm a bit, you know. Like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
Think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat
Mhm.
that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay. So this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
Sorry, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About
How tall is the boat?
1.5 feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math off the
Sorry
top
about
of my head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. Right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
do you know what the alleged
8
drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it would be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
I'm so glad
Yeah,
you said
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now,
I'm
I
sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore, there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value. So you imagine,
resolution.
Yeah, 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different.
In that angular area. Sorry. No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So, for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. Now, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as 1 color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot-tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance. Very coincidental, don't you think? So principally, we know this to be true. So, for example, let's say that you're standing over water, and then you have a brick, but it's not a solid brick, it's a floaty brick. And let's just make it red, because red is very bright, easy to tell apart from blue. So if you take said brick, and we've already established that this water is horizontal. Okay, it's not curving in any way. It's perfectly horizontal. That's the premise. You might even imagine that it's a floor, painted blue rather than water. Make it easier. So you take said red brick, put it on the floor, and you have your friend start to walk away from you. Now, as he keeps walking away from you, something interesting is going to happen. Eventually, you will not be able to see the color red anymore, because the red and the blue simultaneously will occupy less than 0.02 degrees. And as they approach that towards 0 degrees, the blue and the red will meld together into purple. And then it will meld together to where you only see the air and the blue floor. And you can't even tell the purple anymore. Now,
That makes sense.
let's just say, for example, that you call your friend, you say, okay, I can't really see the red thing anymore. So you can stop pulling. And your friend goes, okay. And he stops pulling. Now what your friend does is he calls his other friend who brings over a truck full of red bricks. And he starts stacking the bricks on top of the previous brick that you can't see. He stacks 1. You start to see a very faint purple. He stacks 2. The purple intensifies. He stacks 3. You start to scratch your head and say, I'm starting to see red. He stacks 4. Now you see some more red. He stacks 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And now you see a line of red. But when your eyes trace down this line, as they get closer and closer to the floor, eventually you cannot see the bottom of the stack. It has become unresolvable. It has disappeared. Rest assured it is there, and it is the bottom portion of the stack. But the stack in total has disappeared from the bottom, has it not?
I like that. I do like that, yeah. I
Now,
really do
this
like
is a
that.
necessary, yeah, you're right. And this is a necessary consequence of the way our eyes work. And and all optics with an angular field of view, by the way. In order to see without perspective, truly, you need to have a lens the exact size with all available propagation angles to a parallel rate to the target source from the object. So if you want to observe a 100-meter building, you need a 100-meter lens, not an angular lens, but a straight lens that only allows the light to pass collimated, parallel, and horizontal to the sensor. So you need a 100-story tall sensor and a 100-story tall collimated lens. Okay, these types of optics don't exist. So every observation that we make is through an angular field of view with these limitations, in which we already have said that because of optical phenomenon, the bottoms of things can disappear. And that's just the facts. Right. So with that, I rest my case on that, unless you have any questions specifically.
Why would you need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter thing?
You need a 100-meter lens to see a 100-meter tall building without the effective perspective, and it needs to be a collimated lens where the sensor exists parallel to the light coming from the object.
Like a mirror.
So if you don't have such a lens and you use normal lenses like your eyes, you'd be standing on the ground, right? And the angles of propagation from the top of the building would be at a downward angle towards you, forcing all of the light from the propagation angles to enter at essentially inverse angles after they pass the lens. And that's what creates the effect of perspective. Is that you see an
Imagine
angle.
like a mirror. Oh, this is right.
What's that?
Imagine like a mirror, right? Okay. And this mirror is the same height as something. Yeah, right. So it's like a mirror, if you know what I mean. It would work like a mirror.
Yeah, well, the problem is that mirrors suffer from a perspective as well. If you stand in front of a mirror and start to walk away from it, does the image that appears to be you not shrink in size? Of course it does.
Yeah, because that's your your eyes. It's not the mirror.
Right, because your eyes are getting the angled light, not the straight light, not the direct one-for-one parallel reflection that's going back in on itself. So now you get it.
There's also another way to show it. The ancient Greeks, of course, didn't have any fantastic telescopes or anything. They just looked at the horizon with their eyes, and they drew on a piece of paper and used orthographic view to assume that the horizon was Earth curve. So in orthographic view, things don't get smaller with distance. So the mountain is just as tall angularly in their idea, in their math, but that's not how it is in reality. It's actually tiny in reality. And so when they compare these pictures from reality to their math or orthographic side view, which they got from the Greeks, they're actually just taking perspective and turning it into Earth curve and assuming that the horizon is this start of this Earth curve. But there's no evidence to actually substantiate that.
So with telescopes, you have a more resolute lens, not lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, with a bigger aperture, you can see further, like in the Black Swan images and other such things. That's why we use telescopes, to see further. And then if you use a very small aperture, like we did with the pond tests and other stuff, such things, we can see that the horizon appears much closer and things disappear over what should be a flat surface. According to the globe mechanics, these bodies of water should not have enough convexity to hide these objects, but it does happen on the smaller aperture cameras. But on the bigger cameras, you can actually see the boat still. So it is optical. There's no Earth curve here.
What's Black Swan? I know what a Black Swan is, but what is Black Swan experiment?
A Black Swan is not an experiment. It's a reference to the Karl Popper's falsification, and he has a story that goes with it. You can say that all swans are white, and people can just accept that. But if you find a black swan, you know that all swans are white is just wrong. There are black swans. So that's what we find. We find black swans that show that all swans are not white. And so the black swan image is just what this image was called. It's two oil rigs taken. A snapshot taken from a video where he lowers the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. So the horizon should be only 1.22 miles away on the globe, but we can see the horizon way past the second oil rig. So that's over 10 miles. The size of that globe is completely unsustainable, so it just doesn't work.
Black Swan. Excellently well said, Grace. Go ahead.
So it's basically just a proof, a contradiction.
Yeah, we're comparing the claimed globe geometry to reality, and it doesn't hold up. But you can go check it out. You don't have to just believe anybody here. You really should go out and see if you can test some of this stuff on your own. If you have a body of water nearby that's like 5 miles, 10 miles big, maybe bigger, that's a good start. Next time you go on vacation to the beach or something, take an Earth curve calculator with you.
See if you can do some long distance observations. This is the kind of stuff you don't want to just leave this Discord and be like, well, these guys on Discord told me it was flat. Like, you want to go out and check for yourself. So, there's
Right.
plenty of resources for you to be able to go out and do that. And if you need help, we're here.
Okay, so let's establish where we've come from so far. We've conceded that the concept that the Earth curve is the only reason why things disappear from the bottom up is false. Right? Now we've been presented with the black swan, which is a premise, right? In a sense. That premise is that if you can disprove a certain proposition by providing one counterexample, that negates the proposition and the proposition isn't true. So the proposition in the idea that we already agreed to isn't true is that the horizon is a hump of Earth curvature between point A and B that's blocking the bottoms of things. Now, we've already agreed together that that's not the case. Now, let's talk about the black swan. In the black swan photo, the horizon, as you can clearly see by looking at the photo, is beyond the oil rigs. Right? The oil rigs are at 9 miles, respectively, between the other one and the other one. There's approximately 9 to 10 miles from the shore. This means that the horizon is greater than 10 miles. We only know this because we see the boats. Sorry, not the boats, the oil rigs. So we know the horizon is beyond 10 miles. And as he said before, it must be, if the Earth is a globe and if the horizon is a geometric hump of Earth water, right, that's curving and getting in the way. From the observation height that the man observed this, it should have been at 1.225 miles. It's not at 1.225 miles. So the necessary conclusion is that the horizon that you see is an optical phenomenon, not a geometric edge of Earth hump curved water. Now, in summation of all of this that we've already discussed and you conceded to, okay, is that there is no hump of Earth curved water blocking the bottoms of things. Now you might say, okay, that's compelling. How would I know for sure? Well, the correct answer is to directly measure the water. So far, we've been talking about optical defects, right? So let's measure the water. How are we going to do it? We can't use a string because of the catenary curve problem, right? Which is a physics problem. Just take my word for it. Can't use a string.
Okay.
Can't use a solid piece of steel for similar reasons. So the most efficient means to get something at that range, that we need a sufficient sample size, right? So what's a sufficient sample size? Let's say 25 miles. That sounds pretty good, don't you think?
25 miles, you'd see, doing the maths. 25 times 8, 200 inches, which is what? I don't know what that is in feet.
25 miles, it would not be 200 inches.
Wait, what? So wouldn't it be 25, then 8 inches per mile, times it by 8?
It's squared.
Oh, there we go. So would it be
If you were
5?
doing it your way, it'd be a
5
slope,
times.
not a curve.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry. Right, so 5 times. What is it again? What is it? 5 times 8.
It's 20.
40.
No, 25. 25 times 25 times 8 inches.
Right, so
that'll give you inches.
Sure.
5,000.
That's going to give you Right, that's going to give you the drop.
16 feet.
Right, so that's 416 feet drop. Right.
That doesn't seem very believable to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know. I don't think you can see 400 feet of drop between 25 miles. That's like.
I mean, that's the math of the ball.
Significant. That's very significant.
Yeah, it's very significant. So we have something that's 400 feet, right? 400 feet.
I can live with like 400 inches, but I can't live with 400 feet.
Well, too bad, because that's the measurements of the ball that they told you exists.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to walk you through it. So this is how it goes. You got 400 feet. It's actually worse than that, but we'll just use 400 for sake of argument. It's easy to divide. So what they did is they went, set up what's known as a laser transit measurement. Laser transit is basically a really long level, right? Because obviously you don't have a 25-mile long level. So you level the laser on the one side of the land, you shoot it over 25 miles of water, and you have a target, right? You set up the laser at 6 feet off the ground. You set up the target at 6 feet off the ground. Right?
Can't a laser be refracted and stuff though?
Ding, ding, ding. He said it. He said the word.
Oh, what? Hey. Shh. Calm down.
Oh, no.
We're not getting frenetic here. Yes. The correct answer is lasers can deviate due to refraction. Okay. So I want to ask you this before we start. You already have heard this is a 400-foot differential, right, between the drop.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yeah,
we're going to measure this. We're going to measure this to see if that drop is there by setting up a laser transit level. Now, I'm going to continue with how this works, okay? So we'll set a baseline for how this thing's supposed to function. So in construction, let's say you have a foundation, so you have a piece of land. You set up the laser on one side, you set up the storyboard on the other, which is what the laser hits, and it tells you the differential between a level laser and the ground. So for example, if I set up my laser at 4 feet tall and the storyboard says 6 feet, right? Then that means I have to add some dirt to level the ground, right? And transversely, if it says in the other direction, I have to take some dirt away. So what this tells me is over my foundation that I'm trying to lay, whether or not I'm laying it flat. Because I can go with that storyboard and get 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4 feet here, 4.5. Uh-oh, I got to change something. Right?
Yep.
Now, of course, there's tolerances, right? So when, for a client, I want to make a level floor or a level foundation or a level piece of land, there's tolerances that they're willing to accept. Now, dirt has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept in concrete, has a different tolerance that someone's willing to accept for their tile in their kitchen floor, right? They want that floor flat. They don't want it curved, they want it flat. So I want to ask you this question. If they hired me to make a flat floor, and I got my measurements so off that I was 2 orders of magnitude off level, is that acceptable?
No,
it isn't, is it? In fact, 1 order of magnitude is not acceptable. So for example, if the differential is supposed to be 0.4 and I have 0.40, right? Those are the same, are they not?
Yeah.
Okay, but what if I have 4? I'm off by 4.
Yeah.
That is not a flat floor anymore, is it?
No, it's what's the word? Sloped.
Right. I've done screwed up. Now, what if it's off by 40?
God, whoa.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to walk. It'd be so steep. Right? So not acceptable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if we take this laser transit and we want to know whether this Earth curve hump is there, and we can measure by getting the laser to hit a target of equal height, and it's off by 2 orders of magnitude, we've already agreed that that's not acceptable. So if the laser is at 6 feet, right, which is in the single digits,
Yeah.
and then the double digits, right, the tens is not acceptable. And the hundreds is definitely not acceptable, correct? So lo and
Yeah, that
behold,
would be a slip.
this test was conducted. The ambient conditions were measured. The refraction was taken into account. The millirad beam divergence for the laser in question that was used on this day was taken into account. The laser hit the target. With a maximum differential of approximately 3 feet, still within the single digits. And they're supposed to be 400 feet. So
That's
if the
acceptable.
Earth was a globe, the laser would have went over the target by hundreds of feet upon hundreds of feet. Yet the laser hit the target. So by the principle of laser transit within the margins of error, that surface is flat. Now, what say you should be, I'd like to see that evidence. Lo and behold, we have it for you. We have a documentary of the people doing it. We have a short version of it if you don't want to watch the long version, just to get your, appetite satiated. We have a document, 120 pages, with all the information, the sites, the equipment, everything.
Oh,
One of my good friends will post that for you.
Friends?
Yeah.
There we go.
My buddies. So what's going to happen is you're going to say, oh, okay. Right? And then you're going to be like, well, is this the only test that's been done? The answer is no. Many have been done. Many. Hundreds. With all different kinds of methodologies. All demonstrating no big hump of Earth curve in the way. Observations as well in excess of 255 miles, to which the target object should not only be 400 feet below the curve, but should be a mile below the curve. Yet the object in question is clearly visible. So we've already established within tolerances that the Earth doesn't measure to be a ball, that the horizon that's been claimed to be a horizon doesn't exist, and that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only be obstructed or cut off by Earth curvature. So we've basically shown that there's just no evidence or need for this Earth curvature.
What? Wait, I'm looking at this thing, right? What is this thing about a blue laser and a green laser?
Blue and green lasers refract at different rates. Colors refract differently comparative to the refractive index of the medium. By using different colored lasers, you can determine the refraction that's present in the ambient conditions.
Okay.
Which, by the way, the military recently did that. The military recently did that at 120 kilometers, shooting 2 lasers to see how it does, and they found out that it doesn't match the globe model.
Space Force is going to be angry about that. Space Force is going to be angry at that.
Well, I mean, yes and no, because most people, when presented with this evidence, just hand-wave dismiss it. Because they're under the impression, right, that the Earth is a ball. Therefore, what must be happening is that light is curving. Do they have any demonstrable evidence of such a thing? No, it's just an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. So now we've established that the rebuttal for all this evidence you've been presented with is a logical fallacy, not actual measurements or demonstration. So again, we just have no need or demonstration of this Earth curve on the ground level. So, if you have direct evidence of Earth curve measurements, that is what is necessary to rebut these points.
That makes sense.
Unless you have that, the proposition stands. And the reason why it stands is because we all experience the Earth as flat, stationary. That's agreed upon by both camps, by flat earthers and globe earthers alike, that our present day experience of the Earth is a flat, stationary plane. That's how we experience it. That's the base axiom of our human interaction and experience. And based on everything I just said, that coincides with that experience. The globe curvature is an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence. But most people are fooled by the claim that a fuzzy dot on a piece of paper is a picture of the Earth from space. Given to you by a government, no less, who we know lies on the regular.
Alright, I'm just interested, right? Why would they lie? 'Cause I know you're gonna have a really good answer to this. Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? There it is. There's the $1 million question, isn't it? Who cares why they lied? Don't matter.
Right, but you're an intelligent person, right? You've lied before, and you've been lied to before, so you know why people lie. You already know the answer. You don't know the exact specific answer, but you know the general answers. To gain power, to gain resources, to gain fame, to gain women, all kinds of things people lie for.
The government doesn't gain anything from anything.
So
like
says
that
you.
From that, though.
Really? So
It doesn't.
So if I can post you, okay,
Power.
cool story. Cool
Doesn't
story.
gain prestige. It doesn't.
You sure about
gain
that? You sure about
money. It doesn't. Yeah, quite.
Really? So, okay, so let me ask you this question. Why does North Korea lie to its people about the status of its weapon systems? Why did Iraq, when I was there, lie to its people about the capacities of the U.S. forces? Why did the United States government, during the space race, have a vested interest to lie to the people that the United States was the first to conquer the moon? And you're trying to tell me that there's no prestige or power or world presence to be gained from a proposition that you've conquered space?
Yeah, because they just wouldn't make the claim that they could go to the moon in the first place. It would be better for them to just not make that claim in the first place.
So let's talk about it then, and let's reason with a real tangible reason why they might lie about such a proposition. So, as a student of history, which you are, clearly a scholar, who have been through standard school and have been taught the history of the expansion of the Western world, that people found out that there was more land. And what did they do? They left their states that they were involved with to pioneer the new land. So we've already experienced in our history a time when new land was told to be given and people uprooted themselves from their governments, even had revolutionary wars against their governments in order to create new territories and new civilizations. So if the Earth is not a globe, then that means that the boundaries are unknown. And that means that there possibly could be more land. Now that, my friend, is a very good reason to lie.
But aren't they also saying there's more land to go to if you can go to the moon?
Yes, but think about this, my friend. To get to new land that's connected by water, you need a boat that you can literally build yourself. To get to space is unreachable. Now you might say, oh no, it's totally reachable. No, it's unreachable. The elite, the very small percentage of the elite, even alleged to have gone to space.
Yeah, just
So
think
let's be
about
clear,
it.
we're only entertaining this just to give you a satisfaction because we've already demonstrated in spade that it's obvious that they lied, and why they did is highly irrelevant. So I yield the floor to my friend Drace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, just think about it. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos have all the money in the world, but they could not go high enough to go above the clouds. So they were just still in the air, and they never went to space. So even with all of their money and power and influence, you can't go there.
Well, where is this other land? Because everyone sailed to every part of the ocean. So if you say there's, like past Antarctica, you've also said that it's really hard to reach there. So what? How could an ordinary person ever expect to cross Antarctica?
Oh, there's more than that. When you think about the globe and you try to unpack it, there could be more lands on and within the area heated up by the sun that is still hidden due to the way they map the globe. So we don't know the full extent of our world, and we're limited how far we can actually explore south due to the Antarctic Treaty. So we can't sail all those seas, and even just sailing willy-nilly, the coast guards of the specific countries will contact you and escort you back if you're sailing somewhere you're not allowed to sail.
What? You can sail wherever you want, as long as it isn't in the nation's waters.
What are you talking
Right?
about, dude?
You can't go to the middle. You
can
can't
do
go to
that.
the edge. That's a fact. You can't go to the middle. You can't go to the extreme edges either. You will be brought back.
Because of ice.
So if your proposition is true, my friend, that you can, then that means that there would never exist a story of a sailor freely roaming who was turned around by any military or shot at, correct?
No, because that would probably be in the nation's waters, or they were doing something illegal.
Right. So there's a guy called Jarl Anderhoy, right? Who tried to go to
Right.
Antarctica in different manners. Okay, he lost a crewman being shot at by the government. So it's not the case that you can just go where you want, especially in regards to Antarctica. Not only that, but the logistics of doing so is very hard because of the nature of the temperatures and all of that. But again, keep in mind, we're only entertaining this for your satisfaction because we already understand logically why someone would lie is irrelevant. That they lied is the matter of the day. So you're just to be fair, no disrespect to you. You're trying to think these things through to make peace with it. But the problem is that you've already arrived at the bargaining stage. So your brain is already processing this information.
Guilt. Was it the 7 stage, right? Yeah, but
Yes, for example, my grandfather's is dead. Why would he die? Why would God do such a thing? Like, he's dead. It's just a simple fact. He's dead. So now you have to go through that process of trying to understand why and come to peace with the reason that you may never know. Once you accept that you may never know, then you can have peace with the fact that the lie is just a lie.
Are you a human or a
I don't think it's possible to patrol that big of an area, though.
Can I just say this though, real quick? Like, have you been living under a rock for the last 2-3 years, dude? Well, I don't know where people get this idea that you can just go wherever you want. You can't even fly a drone wherever you want. They have perms and rules and stuff like that, man. I mean, you can't even get in a car and just go wherever you want. You can't walk wherever you want. So why can you get in a boat and go wherever you want? Why can you get in a plane? You can't. I just think it's goofy that people have this idea that you have. But then again, look at the last 3 years. You couldn't even go to the grocery store, dude. That's like, dude, I just don't know where people get this idea that, oh no, you could just do whatever you want. Like, no, you can't.
Because it's a big place.
Okay,
Like,
and
I don't think it'd be possible,
bro,
even if
last year
everyone
you
was on
couldn't
board
even
with
go
it.
to the grocery store.
Everyone knows where that is.
Come on, dude.
Oh, so you're trying to say that you could do it? You could do it because there's nobody there to monitor you because it's so big they couldn't possibly know what you're doing. Is that
It's
your
like
claim?
saying I can just do whatever I want on the highway. Who's gonna catch me?
Yeah, so they don't have radar
That's the
anymore or
spiel.
anything like
Come
that.
on,
That they don't track ships now.
If you were on Antarctica, no. What?
It's like saying, like, dude, well, if I'm in the boonies, who's gonna catch me? I'll just do whatever I want. I'll just drive as fast as I want on this
Yep.
highway. No one's gonna get. Who's gonna get me?
So guess how they caught Mr. Yarrow? Information that was acquired at land because you have to plan and do all the logistics at land before you depart. It's like you don't just magically arrive in the middle of an ocean where there's nobody there to catch you.
You can get a boat. Like, there's nothing stopping you from getting a boat and then going and sailing. Illegally, as you're saying. And, going there. Like,
Dude, you know what,
you
dude?
get me?
To be fair, guys make excuses about all the logistics of how their girlfriend isn't cheating on them. Because why would she? There's no way a car can go from here to there with that much gas. Of course, somebody would have noticed she was at the store. And all these excuses upon excuses upon excuses because they don't want to accept that one of their friends gave them the stone cold brass tacks truth of what their girlfriend was up to the other day.
But
Okay?
why would she lie? There's no way she.
And
could
you may
possibly
die.
lie.
You may
I could've
die without
sworn,
her ever telling you the reason.
Reporting back in after sunset here, great looking sky. You can see the tail end of the Big Dipper.
Ooh.
And is one of you using some kind of machine tool, like a drill motor, or anything like that? No?
Yeah, I'm doing my own teeth.
No, seriously, I'm asking a serious question. No one's
No.
using anything? Because I thought for sure that I was approached by, this is going to sound strange, by a mechanical dog.
What?
I thought it was a drone at first.
I mean, that's a thing now. So, you know.
Could be.
But wait a minute. Whenever one of you opens your mic, it sounds like that. So I'm going to leave it to say the most logical thing is to say that it sounds coming from the Discord. And it's my imagination. I just heard it from the Discord. So good. Got that solved. Thanks for your help.
Was it me?
It
Sonny? I
wasn't
just turned
a
off.
robot dog. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a robot dog. That would have freaked the shit out of me, but that's okay. I've fucking fought him off if it was.
I just turned my
Right,
headphones off.
so-
Sonny, was it me?
I really don't know exactly. Try to
Okay.
talk. Let me
Right.
hear.
You sound like you're on
You
some
can solve.
headphones.
You listen. You two guys can solve that in another room. We're going to continue with the conversation.
All right, my bad.
Right.
Exactly. Let's continue with the conversation. Forget about it.
So if you knew that your girlfriend cheated, right, and you couldn't figure out why, and to her dying day she never told you, does that mean she didn't do it?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, if you don't know why she would have, that means that she didn't.
And to be fair, it may give you peace to find out the reason, right? And that might be why you want to know, because you want to have some kind of peace with why the powers that be who know the truth are lying to the public. And rest assured, it's a very small amount. Most people just believe what they're told and raised in by school. They have no clue about the true nature of the world. They're just Muppet puppets that watch the news and believe what they see, right? If they're shown
Yeah.
a photograph that's allegedly to be a photograph, they're just going to say, yep, must be true.
Well, couldn't they say that the excuse that they give, that could also be a lie?
Yeah, I heard. I actually heard in the background that it was some kind of Dremel tool. I'm going through my files now to find out which model, based on the frequency. I'll get back to you on that.
There's also worst part is we kind of showed him a video of the guy who shared it with us sleeping with his girlfriend, and he's still like, why would she lie about it? That it can't have happened. Why would she lie? There's no reason for her to lie, so she probably
Right.
didn't do it.
There's no way she could possibly have done it. I can't think of a good reason why she would have done this, so then therefore she did not. Glover logic.
Nobody admitted to using a drill motor or Dremel, so therefore it could not have been a drill motor or Dremel.
Right, that's false. Sounds retarded. Yeah, so let's say for example that we know, or that you know. All right, let's say for example that you know that not only have you been presented with recent evidence that your girlfriend's lying, but in the past she's lied to you. Like at one time she said there's weapons of mass destruction in the closet. At another time she said, no, I totally didn't give those black guys syphilis. At another time she says, oh no, that's totally the reason why we went to war with Vietnam. Right? So the powers that be at the elite level have a track record of lying to the public. Right? So they're untrustworthy in a general sense. So they need specific evidence.
Wait, hold on a second there, because like Santa Claus, when it brings joy, then it's not a lie. So it's okay to tell a lie as long as it brings joy, like Santa Claus.
Oh, I understand now. So if they have a good enough reason to lie, then it's okay. I get it.
Yeah, and then it's not even at that point. It's not even a lie at that point.
So what you're trying to say is S&M, sadist, and masochistic.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Awesome. That's kind of like Christmas. Yeah. Oh, just like it. Oh, holy mackerel.
Yeah.
Yes. Like,
it's okay to
for
lie
example,
as long as it brings joy.
Yeah. For example, in this context, if the Earth was flat, that would have huge philosophical implications. A lot of the scientists who came up with these ideas in the past, who philosophically chose to disregard the Earth as having a central position in the cosmos for philosophical reasons, would cry at night. Therefore, we must continue this lie. And then you're like, oh, that's such a good reason. We wouldn't want the scientists to be scared.
Wow.
So, I'm going to do a super fast presentation on how curve calculators work. So, to start off, this is not how they work. There is not a curve path. They're not calculating this curve path of light around the globe. No, they're not. What they're doing is they're expanding this globe, flattening it, and then calculating as if there's straight rays of light. And I'm going to demonstrate this real easy. So I'm going to use this example, the example of the world long distance photograph. It is 443 kilometers from Peak Fenestrel to Peak Gaspard. The viewer height is 2,880 meters. If you notice here, this says effective radius. What does this mean? This effective radius means they multiply this value, so-called actual radius, begging the question, radius, because this is the thing they're trying to prove. They assume what they're trying to prove and say it's proven. Anyhow, so they take this actual radius, multiply it by 76R, this made up value, literally made up. In the literature, the value is actually, this is 0.66. You turn it to decimal. The actual value quoted in the literature is 0.13. This is even wrong. And even the 0.13 is wrong. That's for another video. So multiply this 6371 times 76. This value, 7,432. That's what Nick West used. Exact number. So I made it. Geometric construction. Bear this out. that they are simply blowing it up and using straight rays. Okay, here we have this enlarged radius Earth. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to compare, use the identical numbers as this. I'm going to use straight rays, and then I'm going to compare these values, this hidden, and this horizon. I mean, if I wanted, I could also do these, but no point, because it'll just come out the same. It's redundant. So 2.88 over here, 2.880. Distance 443 kilometers, 443 kilometers. All right. Do is find where the horizon is. Horizon is going to be this point of intersection of this tangent line. And then this line continues on, and then once it reaches the distance, this 443 distance, it measures where this tangent line intersects the 443 line, and it measures this distance. So we're going to start with the horizon. So this is my tangent line. And click here. There's a point of intersection 206. Up the number 206. Right. That's right so far. It's straight. Using a straight line. Over here, still a straight line. C and B is a distance from C to B. 3.7. Look at the curve calculator. Wow, 3.7. Just so everybody knows, the way the curve calculator works is to take their so-called radius, flatten the Earth, to get whatever value they want. You see something that's way over here, they'll just say there's super refraction and the Earth is even flatter. They will just increase the sphere and make what is called a post-diction. They're not making predictions, making post-diction.
And it's really cool. One thing that he found in here, which is an absolute burn on the Himwari, people try to use the Himwari as, oh, that's our evidence. We've got these live feeds all the time. And one thing that he found right in here was the site description text. And this is great. So it says, all images in the GOES archive are processed in the McIDIS using GOES Channel 1, visible, and GOES Channel 4 infrared data. The underlying colored land image is from the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation dataset. Now, he also has, this is the same for both Himwari and GOES. They're admitting straight up that these images that they're putting out here and people are claiming as live are composites. I mean, here it is, right in their own FTP site. So again, Jaron, that was a great find that you found on this, and Archer Sage just took it further. He did several videos on this, so if you haven't seen it, guys, yet, check out Archer Sage's channel and check this out. So were you aware of this, Jaron? Had you seen this yet?
Yeah, awesome job. That's why I put stuff like that out. And Bob, can you share the your screen again? I'm not seeing
my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to share. I'm sorry. Bad. Whoopsie.
You're fired.
I'm fired. I'm sitting here pushing the wrong button.
I'm just going to suspend it for 6 days. We'll see you next Sunday.
All right, so there, you guys should have it now. Are you seeing me now?
Perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, so sorry about that. All right, so, yeah, Archer.
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot a curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing, usually it's not, your accent is fine, it's that sometimes you rush some words, that's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level,
Russian, I've dated many foreign girls, I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me. That's island. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that?
Mm-hmm.
You can live with that. Because, you know, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and so not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know. Gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, being as it's observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is.
Something seen.
You know what? No, I'm gonna go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway. Seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question. Could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's a non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything.
A follow-up question: is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
Maybe no, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified
you bully disabled people.
Why
Anyway,
I call you a sophist.
The subject is done.
And I
You're a bully.
specified why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's
because
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. If they've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly,
and
the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with it.
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh no, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. Like it's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm attractive and I'm smart. I love. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh,
no,
I need to use,
I
use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Directly, yes. There. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like... many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now.
Sasha. It depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google is saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe
how people...
That's a false equivalence.
How
people in Switzerland
is
not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And
know.
what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
How you? What is that in UK? That hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different.
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitude.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter, and now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level, but sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
You know, but it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made the photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question.
Okay. So what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid, so...
Approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like...
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is. So how big is it? How big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
value? Has consequences.
Okay, yeah. Curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was a. Maybe
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great. But enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic. Whatever you can do. But does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
at a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
yeah, I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyways, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No
get
promises.
to it?
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what you
airtime?
have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means of the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them.
They're
in
not
like
too
a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it, like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah, we know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, so now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should, it's not that big. It's not too big.
Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Right. Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta mute you again. It is irrelevant
this is a
because
false
it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see, because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a patch. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No, 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 no.
It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving, is based off of an observation?
So, how else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can't.
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Stop the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person. Just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially, you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference. And it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait! There's more!
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science.
field.
You just said watching shit is science.
Science! Bro, you're
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No. Oh, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Anytime in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on how anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night.
Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else of you.
Later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy, he did it from Oklahoma City, I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance, because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're gonna mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're gonna keep
away
talking
from each
over
other?
me, I'm not gonna.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed, explain
Yeah,
your proof.
that's-
Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking,
What, you going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what?
Yeah.
That's why my
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Fred, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth.
Said what you
Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar.
No,
you said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. Then you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch. No, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
And you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts. I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
The geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole
they don't
globe
move
proof?
over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up!
Well, you have to see that the Earth is like, sorry, like this is like not proof, but like it has like gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down, so the laser still hits the target even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap!
Can you show me that curvature?
It's too, yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out? So I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat around? Does the Earth look flat around?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat around?
What does it look like? Hello?
You can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse. You see, look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here, Mom.
Because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What?
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved.
With timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you
I
just said
assume
you
that the
don't
timber
see it.
might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see
What
it
does
as
that
something
mean?
that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or
In the
curved?
same way, it's the same way I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
Not
that
everything's
look like?
a false
If you were to
dichotomy,
draw-
bud.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
and there's a possible... The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight
You can't determine what?
whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
You don't believe your senses, is that what you're saying?
Of course I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point, but again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well, it's...
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
So let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a
Yeah.
sphere.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain. Is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. And you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet. Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me, because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles from what
concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in
an angle from. What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah, well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
they give
the
it a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right, so it's a flat baseline.
Yes,
right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right, so not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give
me... so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you
Two
accept Fermat's
mediums.
principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then show me
Snell's
an
law is a
experiment of that.
special
Show me an
case of
experiment.
Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from there to
Doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. You understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a deterministic...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp where he worked
just telling
it
you,
out.
Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
Just
I think he's saying the black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, we definitely need something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No.
That's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that what is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. You're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that you cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved? Is what
he's googling it.
No.
Well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching.
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves. I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay, we'll see in the live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion, it's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's oh my god.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch!
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye, but you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth it's bigger, on the moon it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. Gotcha, bitch! How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it to Baltards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface.
No, you can't. I don't give
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you
be
can
more
find
than 180 degree. Go.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you
kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you then so as I was saying, like
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is
a flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What? Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level. But I would say that any water that you find is going to be...
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet. Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air? If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right? Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation?
Elevation angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is 3 straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? 3 straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
Straight lines.
Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have 3 straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch. Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved any line.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you
no, it doesn't mean it's just.
Everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could have just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store, about to fuel their fires in the office, and then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
The Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms District Court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne Kat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advanced sentence. Andøy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andøy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Quantum Eraser speaks to Davy.
Jumbling, rumbling.
No, just mumbling.
It's just crazy to me how... it's off topic. Forget about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, what were you guys saying?
Nothing.
Nothing of importance, I guess.
Be careful, the next word's out of that pie hole of yours.
Yeah. What is this? Something posted Frankie Valley?
Don't worry about what's been posting. Just worry about the next words out of your pile.
Why? Why do I have to worry about that? I'm reading.
They better be well thought out, not fucking random shit.
Well, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You think I'm funny?
He's talking about random shit.
Think I'm a clown? Like I amuse you?
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
So you're worldly. You're an aristocrat.
Yeah.
That I love those.
Yeah, Goodfellas. Yeah, you're an aristocrat.
Yeah, I heard some jokes about you.
About who?
The aristocrats.
You're aristocrats.
Yeah, you never heard the aristocrat joke?
Are they proletarians?
I guess so. I mean,
or bourgeoisie?
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Again, these original measurements that are taken are measuring angles with a vertical line. taking an angle to a horizontal, a 90, something that you cannot have standing on the surface of this globe. So who cares what they refer it back to? What's the original measurement? Flat.
I'd just like to point out a bit of fallacious reasoning as well to add to your point here, AJ. If I could direct your guys' attention to live stream voice text number 1. There you go. I need you guys to look at what I'm just clipped out from a fallacious reasoning standpoint. So we call this the pragmatic fallacy. What he just stated, because it works. So he's stating because it works, then therefore the Earth can be a globe. So the description of the pragmatic fallacy is such as this: claiming that something is true because the person making the claim has experienced or referencing to someone who has experienced some practical benefit from believing the thing to be true. The practical benefit is often summarized as it works. The person is confusing the truth value of the claim with the results from believing the claim to be true. So then it gives you the logical form. I believe X is true. Believing in X results in practical benefit. Y, therefore X is true. So that's called a pragmatic fallacy.
Cool.
And so
Awesome.
Bust the best.
Nice one, brother.
Right,
Yeah,
but
good
I'm
shit,
saying
bro.
I'm just pointing
No,
out
I
that
get you. I get you.
fallacy. So.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're all good, mate. You fucking got me on that one. Look,
Well, it's not,
I
it's not
get
a
it.
gotcha. What it is, Buster.
Yeah, no,
what
it is, mate. It's
though-
all good. It's all good.
But check
no,
this out.
It's good. I
know, but check this
understand
out.
all the little logic games you guys like to play.
No,
and
it's not a
twist things
logic
around, so I
game.
get
This is
it.
how we communicate.
Get it.
Buster.
It's all
Like,
good.
listen.
It's all good.
No,
No,
relax,
You
relax,
got me on
brother.
the logic. You got me on the logic. It's great.
The logic is
congratulations.
needed.
No.
Relax.
Here's a little clap for you, mate. I'll give you a little golf clap.
All right, so I'm gonna have to mute you because
Mayhem's one of our main guys in here. He's actually a good guy. He's but this is how these points are argued, man. Like, if it's a fallacious reasoning, then
I'll
it's
tell
not
him. I'll
it's
tell
not
him, AJ.
logical, man. But
I'll let him know. Thank you very much. Buster, I'm just telling you this because when people commit these logical fallacies and you say you already know that's our game, it sounds to you like it is a game, and it's not. This is how we reason and talk to people. If we can communicate in a way that's reasonable and logical, then we're able to speak the truth. So if true things are being spoken here and people are committing logical fallacies and we don't point them out and explain why they're committed and what they were about, then everybody else, like the listening audience, doesn't understand why what you're saying is either logically consistent or illogical. So having to point them out does give lend credence to the conversation. So people can say, okay, maybe he was logically inconsistent, but is there a reason why? And this is the reason when we go through these logical inconsistencies, such as the one I just pointed out, it gives you a better stance as to like, wait, maybe I can rethink what I just said. Okay. So, and I'm only doing it for everyone's benefit. I'm not just pointing it out because it was a logical fallacy, but because perhaps you can, rethink your position and maybe think maybe it was a logical fallacy, right? Pragmatic fallacy, like as I just stated. So I'm going to go ahead and mute you, but
And secondly to that, like I said in the VC check-in, man, like if I was saying the same thing, Mayhem would be in here and calling me out on this and booting me out of this conversation and taking it over. We're all held to account here.
Everybody is. There's no distinction between flat earth and globe earth conversations. If you're able to handle the conversation well, then that's fine. But if some flat earthers is committing logical fallacies, then the senior members will jump in and kind of assess that convo.
Oh, I bet they won't, mate.
Yeah, no, we always do.
I can fucking
we
guarantee that they won't. No way.
No, they do. I can tell you that honestly, Buster. They do. It's honesty.
That's honesty, bro. We do it. We held each other.
We held each flat earthers that I've ever fucking met that do that. That's
right,
true.
but that's why Buster. That's why this culture that we have in here, we've curated it for many years now. But we do it so that people don't mistake conversations from people just making claims to like us actually going through the logical and reasonable conversations that we have in here. If we can't reason with somebody, then we lose. It's a breakdown in communication. We're losing.
No shit, you lose the fucking debate, 100%.
Right. So we have to have a good stance.
If you use a logical fallacy in a debate, you fucking instantly lose that argument.
No, that's incorrect. That right there is
fucking
just
totally
an easy
correct.
way. That's an easy way to say that I don't have to be held to a standard. Like you just want to say things, and if you're saying things that are fallacious in reason, then you're able to usurp the conversation and take it any direction you want, and that's just not logically possible in a conversation where people are speaking truth.
Well,
you would
in a
lose the fucking
debate setting, if you were to ask a fallacious question, well, I don't have to answer it because it's not a question that requires an answer. It's a fallacy.
You don't have to. Well, you don't have to answer any fucking questions.
No,
Right,
but logically, in that situation, I'm not required to answer it regardless because it's not actually a question. It's it's fallacious reasoning. There is no question to answer.
So I don't know, old dude, did you want to? I'm sorry, Busta. Old dude, did you want to come in here and say what you typed in there? 'Cause I don't think he understands the ramifications of this discussion.
I understand exactly what logical fallacies are, mate. And
No,
I
not
understand
that.
if you-
Not that. No, I want him to kind of tell you about what we do in here, not.
Yeah, the forums look maintained so that it's a fair and honest floor. Anyone pulling rank just to overspeak someone or play a ha-ha gotcha because that's fallacious, we don't do that, dude. It's purely for the sake of the argument and the fact. And like as I said in text, I've actually banned flat earthers for using fallacious argument and not backing up their game and playing
So
sneaky.
you fucking should.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah. I mean, like, don't feel that you're here amongst a group of it's like you and all of us. Like we're actually all for you in this.
We want
I don't
for
know
people
who
to
the fuck
present
was
the best.
talking.
Go ahead. That was
Sorry, go
old
on.
dude. We want people
No,
to
no.
present the best argument they can for a position that they hold. So if you're holding this position that the Earth is a globe, then do it without
not.
committing these logic. Well, we like
I'm
to
not.
say that.
I'm-
Right. You're
Position
advocating
I'm
for a
holding-
position.
Position I'm holding is I don't know what the fuck it is. I want to know why you've got engineering handbooks that are talking about calculating or taking into consideration the curve of the Earth when they're building large scale projects versus small scale projects where they don't have to.
Right. So they're not. If
If it didn't mean anything, then it wouldn't be in the fucking engineering handbook.
I get what you're saying, okay, and I know why you're saying it. So I'd like to address that, if you let me, like without coming in. So basically, when people are doing things like what you just said, or committing these, instruction manuals to like putting information in there, is because they've been taught a specific way. So let's say, for the globe's sake, right? People are thinking the Earth is a globe that's spinning in the vacuum of space. Do they know that it is? Or are they superimposing a geometric shape over the Earth that they stand upon? So if I live on this Earth and I'm telling you it's a specific geometric shape, what is the reasoning behind that? Is it because I know that it is a geometric shape, like the way I'm claiming that it is, like an oblate spheroid? Or do I just say things because I've been told that it is? And I don't have any support for it being as such. I'm just telling you that the R value that I insert in any of the formulas for mathematical purposes, like in surveying, are inserted into the formula because it's a foregone conclusion, and I don't have to look back and see if the Earth, or validate that the Earth is a globe. So it's like saying the Earth is a dodecahedron because I was told that it was, and I'm inserting the formula for dodecahedron into the values of the Earth that I stand upon. So then you would say, well, how the fuck do you know it's a dodecahedron, man? Like, can we address that? Like, maybe you might have those questions, and I tell you, I don't need to do it because it's in the formula. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm not questioning the fact where I got the geometric shape from. I'm just telling you it's already understood that it is one. So then it just begs the question, which is another part of fallacious reasoning, right? If you beg the question, that means that you're already putting what you proposed at the very beginning, that it is, in the statement that it already has been found to be what the geometric shape you say that it is, without any understanding of how it was even derived. So we're having a conflict in understanding right now. Like in this server, we're asking people to critically think about these questions. So like the road that perhaps you're on right now, is you're wondering why it's in there. We're asking the question, has it been validated that it has been looked at as the Earth being an oblate spheroid? So we're not getting to that. We're more you're more interested in like, why did they put it in there? And we're telling you that is right now at best a secondary conversation or derivative topic versus the one that we need to figure out. How has it been validated that it is this geometric oblate spheroid that they're telling us it is? Once we address that and find out whether it is or isn't that, then we can address perhaps what is the reasoning behind them putting it into this manual that you're looking at. So we have to go back to the first premise, right? Is the Earth a oblate spheroid like they're telling us with the measurements that they say, right? Because this isn't our claim. Some people advocate for the claim that the Earth is a globe. It sounds like you're not, which I mean, if you don't have a vested interest in it, I think it would behoove you to actually go back to the premise and investigate whether it is or not, right? Based on whatever fundamental information and knowledge base that you have. Is that fair? Like, I don't want to sound unreasonable to like not answering your questions about why it's in the surveying handbook, but I want to address the situation first off, whether it is actually validated as an oblate spheroid or not. Is that fair, Busta? Because we could argue the toss about why it's in that handbook, and you might say, well, okay, well that's fair, or disagree. That's not fair.
Yeah. I get that.
So we're not gonna.
No. Can I ask him a question, Buster?
I'm down with all that. I get that.
Have you seen the black swan image? Have they gone through that with you?
Is that the oil rig?
Yes. Did you understand what it was about?
I've heard about this and I've seen photos of it. People have posted it on Twitter, I think.
Has someone got the motors stolen? Yep, there it is.
It's posted for you. Go ahead, AJ.
Can you see in the live stream voice text?
Where do I see that?
Just above.
Does he have the roll?
Oh no, he's only got a voice roll at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, he's able to. If he's got voice verified, he's able to see it. So it's the text channel right above the voice channel you're in, Busta.
Is this an accept invite? What is this? Fuck.
No, just above live stream. You know where we were before, and we went to welcome and looked at the rules in that screen. Just above where it says live stream, where your name is now, there'll be live stream voice text. Just click on that box, and you should be able to see.
EC check-in.
No, below. Keep coming down. You'll see just above live stream.
Well, yeah. If the voice channel that you're in right now, are you
live stream voice text?
That's it. Real quick before you guys continue, I just want to give a shout out to Donato. He donated $5 to my channel. And I appreciate you, bro. So thank you, Donato.
I've seen this before. Yeah. Yeah. I got this.
So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, geometric horizon. So that is our curvature calculator based off of their radius, yeah? So now we've got a picture here of a 1 foot observer height, where the max distance to the physical geometric horizon that should be hiding boats and buildings is 1.22 miles. But we can see here that we got platform habitat at 6.21 and platform hill house at 6.21 and habitat at 9.41, and we can see the horizon is well in the distance of this picture. So the oil rigs have nothing to do with this. We're looking at the horizon well beyond. So we can see here, as per the motors stolen, if not Q, not P. Would you agree?
What I want to know is why are the cranes on the oil rig all fucked up?
Well, that's just due to the ATMO conditions at the time. But regardless of that, we're not looking at those fucked up cranes because of the ATMO conditions that are occurring.
Straight. They're all fucking crooked.
No,
shit.
And it's exactly like we spoke about earlier when you're looking at a pool light through water. The Atmos contains water and, it depends on the temperature and the density and the thickness of what's going on there. and you're going to see different images, but we're not concerned with that there. We're concerned with the distance to the horizon, because we can see here, according to their radius, that physical sphere edge horizon can be no more than 1.22 miles in this photo, and we can see that horizon well beyond 9.41 miles. Therefore, it does not work.
You guys are basing that on the 8 inches per square mile thing, right?
Well, 8 inches per square mile.
Sorry, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes, correct. Is good
that's
at
to
least
determine
1,000 kilometers.
That's to determine the drop height due to the curvature of the Earth, right?
Correct, according to their radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, so you guys, you're using the 8-inch rule.
Well, that's just not from that curvature calculator. This is done daily out at sea. You know, if you do any navigation at sea, you actually know that your horizon is always 1.22 miles from the observer's height in feet. That's a known equation for sailing.
Right, but you're not taking into account the observer's height and the atmospheric refraction.
Well, we are here. We're taking in the observer's height of 1 foot, which would dictate a horizon at 1.22 miles, a physical horizon, where we can see the horizon well beyond 9.41 miles.
You can see that far because of refraction. That's the reason why you can see that oil rig.
So you're telling me that the Earth is moving because a physical horizon at 1.22 miles cannot refract itself backwards over 10 miles. That's impossible.
Obviously, that photograph is only possible because of the refraction, and then you can see that on the crane.
So you're claiming that the horizon, the physical. Hang on, no, it is a claim because what you're saying.
You can see the refraction on the photo. The evidence of the refraction is clear on the photo that I'm looking at right now.
So then the claim is
all fucking wobbly and bent.
Okay, so then the claim...
You can't have a crane like that to work. A crane like that will not work on an oil rig.
No one's denying the wobbly cranes, so just hang on for a second. I'm not denying your wobbly cranes and what's occurring there. Yeah. Okay, but what I am denying... Right? What I am denying is that according to your logic and what you're stating here with what's occurring with the cranes, your statement is that the physical curvature of the Earth that is supposed to be at 1.22 miles offshore from this observer has now refracted itself backwards over 10 miles, allowing us to see that distance of 10 miles. That is impossible. That is not how refraction works.
How does...
Here's the other problem. It makes.
I'm going to be honest. I'll be honest with you guys. Maths is one of my fucking weakest fucking things. Okay, I'll be straight up honest. You will be able to pull the wool over my eyes with any mathematics.
Explain it in a simpler way, man. Simpler way, right? If we look at it in kilometers, let's just look at it in kilometers, man.
Calm down, man. Buster, calm down.
If there was a physical curve in front of your eyes,
calm down, cunt.
He's all right, man. He's good.
Let's refrain from that, man. AJ's going to take you through it. If that's a bit more difficult,
we say cunt all the time down here in Australia.
I know. But what I'm saying is AJ will take you through it. If that seems difficult for you, he's going to break it down. So I think we'll give him a shot.
I just want to bring up one point.
Sucks.
Well, this is a logical argument. It has nothing to do with math. If the horizon is moving around. Right, when you go look out at the ocean and you see the horizon at any particular location, if it's moving around, then the horizon is not a physical location, it's an optical location. So when someone says ships go over the curve of the Earth, when they go off in the distance, you can't see the bottom, then you don't see the mast. Well, if that horizon's an optical effect, and it's not the physical edge of a ball, ships over the horizon, sunsets, anything using the horizon as some indicator of what the Earth is fallacious.
Yeah, this curvature at 1.22 miles is physical. It's a physical hill that you should not be seeing past that cannot move. Yeah, so let's try and break it down simpler in kilometers maybe, or, you know, if you've got a brick wall in front of you at 5 kilometers, is refraction going to make that, and there's something behind that brick wall, is refraction then going to make that brick wall appear that it's at 10 kilometers and bring all those things behind it back in view in front of itself? It can't occur. That's not how refraction works. What you're seeing with a bendy crane is refraction.
Also, a point of interest in this conversation is something that to think about, Busta. When we speak of this 8 inches per mile squared, do you think that we are using it from a standpoint of, like, let's say, a flat Earth perspective? That maybe some flat earthers came up with this math or formula to then kind of use it to debunk the Earth being a globe, as in it was our idea, like it's our information? Because I think maybe there's a point of conflict from your mindset to think that when it's being used in a way to thwart the efforts of a person thinking the Earth as a globe. Like, because we came up with it. I'm not sure if that's maybe why.
I know. I don't know, not at all, mate. I know that you guys are using the globe Earth calculations. I know that. That's
all right. No, yeah, but what I'm saying is, though,
you guys always no, but I get it. Like, you guys always hold this over the globe people. Always.
Well, we're not holding it over them. We're just saying that this is a fact. However, we can prove
always use it. Not a fact. Like when you always go for the curve calculations when everything else fails. That is the one thing you.
No, what I'm thinking is, yeah. Do you think that it's valid to then what they're telling us the size of the Earth is using this math is valid to go into the field, right? Go somewhere and test to see if these calculations add up to what we're seeing. Do you think that's personal? Do you think it's reasonable for us to say, okay, we got some calculations here that somebody said, well, we're going to go into the Earth and go test them. Like, let's go see if that curvature is actually there.
Of course,
I don't see anything wrong with that, but unless you do,
there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right. So why is it in the argumentation when we're saying, hey guys, have you seen the 8 inches per mile squared? And then it gets thrown back to us as like, why is that a gotcha? Like, in this arena, in this specific topic, it sounds like we're trying to get somebody on a gotcha when it's really like, have you tested it? We're asking people that. Have you seen if the Earth actually conforms to these numbers that they're this math that they're telling us? I mean, that seems a bit unreasonable for somebody to say, why are you using that math? And we're like, well, isn't this the math you've given us? This is the math you've given us.
I'm not asking you why you're using that math. I know why you're using that math.
The radius can be a different value than the radius they claim.
Then why do you have an issue with actually using it and saying it's like a last-ditch resort? Because for me, this is the first point I go to, because if we're on the Earth, we want to directly measure. Point,
whatever the fuck you want to, however you want to use it.
Yeah, but I use it first because I'm standing on the Earth and I want to know what I'm standing on.
Go for it. If you want to do if you wanted to come out swinging and do the power move straight away, go for it.
Well, it's not really a power move.
Every argument is derived from the radius. You can't have orbits, you can't have flight paths, you can't have distances, you can't have anything without the radius value. Yeah. They're all calculated off the radius.
It's a massive power.
So the mathematical Busta,
then if it's a massive power, then it's obviously a massive gotcha, and there is no argument.
Think about it. Think about it, Busta. 1 second.
That's why the flat Earth is always.
We got a runaway train. Hang on. I'm going to have to mute you. I don't like doing this. All right, but when I'm speaking, I want you to be heard. I want to be heard so that you can understand the difference here, like what you're trying to tell us. What we're telling you, it's the mathematical construct of what defines the geometric shape. The geometric shape of the thing you are standing on is defined, right? The definition behind it. Like if I was to say oblate spheroid, what does that mean to you? Does that oblate spheroid have dimensions? Can we measure it? Because obviously, if that is the case, then we should have some math that actually dictates, math is a language. Math should be able to dictate what it is. as in the size, the drop rate over distance. All these things should matter to any average person who says, hey, I have a question. How big is the Earth? So we're going to go right there to that. So that's why it's important, because we're defining the very geometric shape of the thing we are with the measurements. So I'm sorry. I apologize that I have to mute you, but like maybe you might get worked up in this conversation. I just unmuted you, Busta. It's difficult, man. Like to have a conversation with somebody and reason with them that it's not our gotcha or first power move. It's like we're basically just telling you this is what they're telling all people. How are we not talking about this if it's the thing that should be in question? Are we validating the radius, diameter, and circumference of this oblate spheroid or not?
I've actually got a question for Buster. And, bro, I think if you're honest with yourself, I think you already know the Earth's flat, but you're fighting with it because it doesn't conform or it's something else, and you've got a real issue with it there. But I think that from the questions you're asking and what you truly do understand amongst all this argument, I believe you really do know it's flat. And but you have an issue with knowing that. Would I be right in saying that?
No, it's an interesting statement, mate. I've got a question for you guys. How long have you guys been researching the flat Earth?
AJ can tell you. I've been doing it 8 years.
How many years?
Oh, look, I've probably believed the Earth is flat for over 10, but actually researching it in depth,
I mean,
probably about 5.
Research.
Probably about 5.
Yeah, all right, let's
3.
go around the room.
Well, when you say research flat Earth, that actually means investigating.
Been researching everything to do with flat Earth. I mean,
not just
it's
online, but
investigating the globe model, really. When you research flat Earth, you have to know the globe model first, right? Like,
yeah,
sure. But I mean, like the first time you ever heard someone say that the Earth is flat, and then they showed a bunch of things that made you go, "Holy shit!" Made you question the.
There was an observation first, right? So there's a well-known video of someone taking video or a photograph across Lake Michigan of Chicago.
Yep.
So the Chicago skyline. So I saw that news broadcast first before I ever heard about flat Earth or anything like that. It wasn't part of a flat Earth video. And this guy's like, this has to be a mirage. Well, it can't be a mirage because mirages are double images. There's 2 types of mirages. Well, there's 3 types. So there's the Fata Morgana, where the thing's floating above the water.
Yep.
Then there's the inferior mirage, where the bottoms are touching each other. And then there's the superior mirage, where the tops are touching each other. Other than the Fata Morgana, the other 2 are double images. And it's definitely not floating in the sky. So I knew right then that this guy's full of shit. This isn't a mirage. If you do the math, this view should not be possible. So why is it possible?
Well, the atmospheric refraction is obviously strong enough to make it happen.
Yeah, well, you investigate that, right? So you investigate this refraction claim. Is there any evidence for it? There's none. The evidence for refraction in the globe model is it's a globe. We see too far, therefore there must be refraction. But independent of that, right, is there any experiments? Is there any measurements, quantifications, models that work, anything? There's nothing. There's nothing to support it. And in fact, all the peer-reviewed literature on trying to quantify it, no model works of dozens of them going back 150 years. They make no predictions at all. You can't. No model of refraction that exists in the world today makes predictions that are accurate. None. Not one. I can't show you a photograph, tell you the weather conditions, right? Go, okay, so here are the weather conditions, or here's a picture, this is the geometry, tell me what the weather was that day, based upon your model of refraction. Input the values, right? You should be able to reverse engineer and tell me what the weather was from a photograph.
Right,
because you guys are saying, here's a photograph, everything is displaced in some way, therefore there was a meteorological condition that made that image possible. Go, okay, so take your model and tell me what the weather was that day. Nobody can do that.
Obviously, it was a very clear day.
Well, for me, I used to spend a lot of time in the water. I used to live in Townsville up in North Queensland. That's where I'm from. Yeah,
Right.
so I used to spend a lot of time out the reef fishing and stuff like that. And, you know, when I first got introduced into this and someone mentioned it to me, that was where I first started looking, because I was obviously given that Earth curvature calculator, and I was looking at navigation lights. I was looking at other ships, things out on the ocean over different distances and calculating heights and just going, wow, this is impossible. But you can also sit on the beach in Townsville and look at the beach at Magnetic Island 10 kilometres away day and night. You can see the people sitting there. You can see the water. You can see the lights along the footpath there. So
what are you using?
That was where
to
I
do
began.
that?
Sorry?
What device or are you using to see that?
You can do that with a good zoom camera. You can do that with even a good pair of
Like a
binoculars.
Nikon P series or something like that?
Yep.
You mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they have a whole bunch of tricks that those, when I say tricks, I don't mean like making it false or nothing, but those cameras have a lot of pretty awesome tech that.
But I could clearly jump in my boat and go 10. I could clearly jump in my boat and go 10 kilometres across to that island and know that there wasn't like 7 metres of curvature between me and the other beach.
Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that the Chicago fucking skyline is a bit further than 10 miles.
No, but
think it's
there's,
like 50
again, we're still
55
restrained
miles.
by a geometric shape, and according to that geometric shape, and you work out over that distance of 10 kilometres, again, you call this a gotcha moment or a, whatever you want to call it, a power move, but it's just a simple fact. It's just a simple fact.
Yeah, that's what, you know, that's what I think. You guys always use the curve calculator against anyone who thinks that the Earth's a globe.
We're not. We're using it against the globe because we're testing its. We're testing the claim.
Exactly.
We're testing the claim that they're giving us, and we're coming up that their claim's not correct. So
Yeah,
what
and
do we
you're
do
not
with that?
Because
We ignore that.
Calculations aren't exactly. You're kind of making some mistakes, and you're not really like.
But you haven't pointed out the mistakes,
diffraction.
Busta. I think you're just saying we're making mistakes. You haven't pointed out the mistakes. Where are the mistakes being made here? If there's any to be made, are you just saying that because you want it to be a globe and you don't want to face the reality that it's not what they're telling us? Or are you just
no.
Yeah, go ahead and point out the mistakes. Point them out to us.
Look,
Where are we making
the reason why I was asking that, right, is because like I was originally asking you guys like how long you've been researching this for, right? Because I've been researching this for a long fucking time.
Yeah.
And I've already been honest with you. My weakest fucking link is math. Okay, so every time you guys bring up the curve calculator and all that shit, that is something that's very difficult for me to fucking get my head around. But I can get my head around just about everything else in regards to the flat Earth research. But when it comes to the curve calculations, because I fucking suck at maths, it's the weakest thing in my life.
Okay, so where do you think that outside of math?
But that's what the globe is. That's what the globe is, a mathematical equation. So if you're claiming the globe, you're claiming a mathematical equation. That's what you're claiming.
Yeah, all right. So so what you guys, you're not using the correct formula.
Yes. The correct what?
So, well, you guys use the 8 inches per mile squared to calculate the height.
What's the correct one? What's the correct one, bro? Tell us the correct one. Go ahead.
The following, right? Correct equation. The purpose of accounting for observers' height and atmospheric refraction is R equals RE over K. H equals R over.
Do you have a citation, Busta? Do you have a sorry about that? Do you have a citation for this?
No, you're right. Yeah,
that makes it easier for the presentation.
I'm not sure, Busta.
No, I get that. I get that because I don't even understand the fucking math I'm looking at.
Hang on, Busta. 1 second. AJ,
you guys probably do.
Busta, 1 second, bro.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me? I said 1 second, bro. AJ, let him finish like presenting it, and then we can go through what he's presenting. Busta, I'm gonna give you link privileges so you can post what you're gonna put in the live stream voice text. Is that fair?
I know he wants to go through it, but there's really no point.
Yeah, I just wanted.
Saying 8 inches per mile squared is not exact. It's just so.
Yeah, I want him. I want him to give his best.
I want to clarify something.
Oh, so now you guys are saying it's not exact.
Yeah, hang on, Busta.
No, let me clarify something. There is no exact formula. It doesn't exist. The one you're citing is not an exact formula. You know why? The sine and cosine, those functions, those trigonometric functions, those are not exact. Sine and cosine are an infinite series. They don't end. They're like pi, right? They go on forever. They're not exact. There is no exact formula. It does not exist.
Yeah, post the one that you're going to do.
When someone says 8 inches per mile squared is not exact,
awesome,
they're saying nothing because there is no exact formula. It's a red herring.
And you've just debunked your own fucking curve calculators, mate. So you can't use that in an argument. Then
they're not our curve.
But it's not our claim. It's not our
the globe curve calculator. Then you guys can't use that as a fucking gotcha to a fucking globe.
Yeah, well, we can use the claimed radius.
If you're saying that it's.
Whoa! 1 second. I'm gonna have to mute you again because I don't like doing this, Busta. But I wanted you to present the information so that we can actually look at it. I know that Indio told you, but then if you haven't presented something that we can look at to say that it's not the 8 inches per mile squared, that it's something else, we haven't even seen what you're presenting. So I wanted you to present that, and then we can go through it. But then this is another tangent that we're on right now. So if we're not being thorough, we don't know what you're presenting. I don't know. I want you to present it, and then we can see if that even matches why you say 8 inches per mile squared isn't the correct way. And it sounds weird right now to my ears that you're saying, I don't know about math, but let me present some math to you, and then saying you're wrong. Well, didn't your first claim say that you didn't know what math was or how to do math? Now you're telling us that math is incorrect? I think the listening audience needs some clarification, Busta, on your part. So please put the math in the live stream voice text, por favor.
Yeah, I'd also like to say, we are not the ones complaining about 8 inches per mile squared and that it's an approximation, right? They're all approximations.
Oh, Jamesy, I don't fucking math. You smart ass cunt.
Okay, so
can you just
WS?
Yeah, I can see you fucking typing there.
Busta, post it. Post the information. I was asking for the citation. Post it.
I mean, whatever. So they're all approximations. That doesn't mean that we can't use approximations to get an idea, right? An idea if it's close. There's nothing wrong per se with using approximations. The decimal system in itself, I mean, just throw away all math if you want everything to be exact. There is an exact formula in a limited scenario, so it would be up to 1/8 of the circumference. You can use Pythagorean's theorem and rational numbers. When I say rational numbers, I mean, 1/8, 1/16, 1/32, those types of numbers. That will be exact for 1/8 of the circumference, but after that, it becomes inexact.
He deafened, didn't you?
No.
When in the beginning of your statement, he deafened.
Yeah, I just hate this, 8 inches per mile squared. That's not right. That's wrong. It's an approximation. Yeah, well, it's approximately correct for about 1,000 miles. And the difference between it and the sine cosine function is something like in 1,000 miles, I think it's 3,000 feet. And from 1,000 miles away, you wouldn't even be able to see 3,000 feet.
Yeah, there's some incorrect.
You couldn't measure the difference between one and the other.
There's some incorrect logic.
He's just posted it to me, I think, because he's been server muted here for swearing in the live stream chat. The bot got him, I think.
Oh, the bot got him. But he definitely.
Yeah, so he's using the same. He's using the same formula as the one that was just posted by Clipcord from Flat Earth Debunk.
Oh, he's using that. Okay. So that's what he's saying. That's the correct. But he's saying it's a correct formula. How does he know that's a correct formula if he doesn't understand math?
Why is he using? It's funny, man, because if you look at this, right, this guy kind of gave it away. So this refraction coefficient, this 0.13, That's what they use in Europe. They don't use that in the United States. They use 0.76R is 0.166. It's not
Right,
point
but there's-
three.
well,
I'm
we
just
could- we
saying,
could-
just
we
throwing
could
that
point
out there,
out-
man.
We can point out that this math formula is also begging the question fallacy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course.
Easily.
Begging the question on refraction, begging the question on the radius, begging the question all over the place.
All over, almost every point there. Which is kind of I wanted him to give it his best shot and post what he thinks. But because he says he doesn't know math, and then he posts this from a, he says, I don't advocate for the globe. I can't tell. Because that's all you've been doing this whole time is advocating for the globe. And he's like, well, I'm not a glober. Yeah, you are.
Didn't he bring up surveying?
Yeah, you are.
Didn't he start there?
I don't know. I jumped in at that point. I don't know what else he was talking about prior to that.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't want to do any mathematical aspect, let's find out what he does want to talk about, and we'll talk about that.
Well, I've been talking to him because I did his VC check-in, and I've been basically talking the whole way through. I haven't really had any arguments or anything with him, but he's this is how a lot of Aussies are here. They talk this way.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, it doesn't bother.
It's just a thing. But yeah.
Some of you Doug Palmer's getting triggered now. It doesn't even bother me at this point.
Yeah.
I'd say AJ he's been a professional this entire time.
Well, AJ, what did he want to talk about? Like, what was his main thing? Like, what did he think was evidence?
So, in the beginning, when we were in the VC check-in, he was asking me a couple of questions about gas pressure and stuff like that, which is, I then directed him and said, we've done the check-in. I think we should go into the room and ask these questions. And we covered all that and the gas pressure, but there was another Globe guy in here that was sort of defending and chiming in and was making some statements about it just, tapering off and, in a gradient, and there's, no containment required. But I think we covered all that quite clearly, everyone that was in here. And then it sort of moved on to this, and it moved on to surveying, from there. And now it's moved on to this. After the Black Swan, I went through the Black Swan with him.
Yeah, I heard all that. I mean, I'm wondering, how can you even cover the topic without using any mathematics, unless you're going to just go look at this picture or look at this video and that's it. But then, even if you do that, how do you evaluate the video or the picture if you're not going to use any math to see if it conforms to the radius?
Right. There's no standard. Yeah, there's no standard by which you're holding the information that you're consuming. So it's just...
Well, there's obvious issues with what they've posted as well, They need to know the refractive index on the day. This is just, again, based on some assumptions or some averages, but at the end of the day, everybody agrees upon that an average of 8 inches per mile squared is relevant up to, I think, at least 1,000 miles.
Indio actually went through this with Dogs Are Gods. You remember the conversation he had with them? He was asking him, what is the refractive index model that they have? What are they going off of? And he went to weather. I think he was one of the statements he made, Indio, to you was that he was using the refractive model from the weather. Like how they gather the understanding of the different types of weathers that they have, like the weather patterns. So
there's a whole bunch of models. That's the thing. Typically, 7.6R is just like an assumption. We're just going to assume, this bigger radius. But there's more intricate models which you actually plug in values, then that makes predictions. But none of them match reality. So some use the meteorological variables, right? So a temperature gradient that's 0.3 Celsius per meter elevation, and this much humidity, this much carbon dioxide, just what I mean, depending on how complicated you want to get into the model, right? But none of them actually work, do anything. They all spit out different results.
And so there isn't a model, a refractive model, that they're going to be able to use as a baseline or a gold standard, and then say they're going to apply that to the whatever. If you're saying you're looking at the Black Swan image, if there was such a thing as that model that would be able to detail what was going on, you'd be able to say how much refraction was happening at that moment, because it fluctuates throughout the day. How much you can see in the
second to second, man.
Yeah, so you can't just say that it's so complicated because it's not a static. It doesn't have static properties.
Exactly. And I think what he tried to do is bring up the generalized refraction model, right? Snell's law. Didn't he try to bring that up? Which is just a general model. But we're not talking about the general phenomena of refraction. We're talking about it very specifically in a specific context.
Yep.
Terrestrial refraction.
Terrestrial. And so that can be only described in a very specific way, but like using Snell's law, you can't.
Because there's no. Yeah, you can't use Snell's law. There's no boundary. Snell's law is simplified because it has a clear two mediums, well-defined boundary. It's not complex. But once you start getting complex, right, when you have a gradient,
density gradient,
all bets are out the window. Snell's law stops working, and you have to use other mathematical methods.
So when they say density gradient, you're like, okay, define the boundaries between these gradients. Can you do that? Where are the boundaries at? There is no boundaries. They have this, have you seen the depictions of where they show the layer cake of atmosphere? You got the thermosphere and the exosphere and all these other spheres that are above us in a layer cake, going up. So how do they know all of these? Everything seems so like well defined, static, like this is the way it is, kind of thing.
Yeah, of course, the air is super dynamic, man. It isn't just sitting there, man, unless you're like in the desert or something. And then what do we see in the desert? Mirages, see way too far, sun doesn't set,
Air turbulence. Yeah, there's
air turbulence. Like refraction, like terrestrial refraction is more like looking into a slow moving river, right? At the stones at the bottom, right? They kind of like move around a little bit. But they don't like appear like 6 feet to the left or 6 feet to the right? They just like kind of shimmer or whatever. And that's kind of like what light does through the air, kind of like shimmers around, doesn't stay in one exact place. Well, what they're claiming is that the horizon is jumping 10 miles away from you.
It's interesting because you want somebody to actually think about things critically so that they won't fall into these illogical traps that they put themselves into, because we don't do it, they do it, like he does. He's
there, obviously.
Right. Is he server muted?
No, he's deafened, AJ. He deafened himself.
Oh, is he deafened himself because he thinks that we've deafened him?
No, he locally deafened himself.
Yeah, if we deafen him, his headset will appear red.
And his microphone, if we muted him, it would appear red. Maybe he's just not.
I mean,
knowing
he was done it before, accidentally deafened himself and thought he got shook in.
Yeah, that's what's happened. He's very new to Discord. Today it took us about half an hour and check in to get his mic working, and he was messaging me back and forwards.
Tell him he's locally deafened, AJ. So what's up,
Murray, man? How are you?
All good, man. I want just to tell you, like, I appreciate your work, and this guy like squeezing him to the corner instead of like just insta-banning him, where like you just like he's just trapped now, and him deafening himself, I think just like a claiming defeat. So very good job, guys, as always, and keep it going.
I think he just didn't know how to manage Discord, that's all. Buster, you're back.
Just an error.
Yeah, I don't know how to fucking manage shit.
That's fine. We can pick up where we were at.
Crazy, man.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, we know the audio. Like it took Nathan Oakley like 6 months to get Discord to work. The audio.
Yeah, people in here. It's not friendly.
Nathan Oakley is. Who's Nathan Oakley?
You should go and watch Nathan Oakley. He'd drive you mad.
Yeah,
he does a YouTube show called Flat Earth Debate where they debate globers. It's pretty much.
Is he a flat earther dude or is he the globe dude? Okay.
Get to hear like he tries to get on the best so-called globers and hear their arguments.
All right, so let's see if we can jump back into the point that we were at. Bust up, we got some time.
Did you guys see? Did you get the math that I fucking posted?
Yeah, we saw that. We were gonna go through it, but you have link images privileges. You can do it yourself in Livestream Voice Sticks now. I gave you the permission to do so.
I think
so
the bot removed it.
What?
I think
all I know is
the bot removed it.
No, he still has it.
Okay.
All I know is that I got muted and the sound got muted and I couldn't hear or speak or anything. So then I was just like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, you locally did that, so it wasn't us. It was the.
I didn't mute the sound.
Well, it was Discord then, so we'll just chalk it up to some technical difficulties. Anyway,
shutting down people in a debate is just not the way.
We didn't do that. We didn't do that, Buster.
All right.
So
my apologies if I, accused you or thought you guys did, because from my end that's what it looked like.
So what we're telling you, like when someone, so if you look down at Nappy, right, you see how it's red. His microphone is red. Look in this live stream voice text. When we do it, it's red. When you do it, it's white.
Yep.
Okay. Oh wait, hang on. If that's in.
When I do it, it's black.
If you look down below your name, where all our names are listed, and next to everyone's name, there's a speaker and a microphone, a headset and a microphone.
Yep.
You'll see Naffy's has got a red microphone. That's because if you put your mouse over him, you'll see that it says server muted. So if it's red, it's muted by the server.
Okay. All right.
And one of us done it. Yeah. All right. All right. So let's see if we can go back to the argument that we were in, so that we can maybe cover some ground. I don't know your position. I asked you earlier, Busta, if you think the Earth is a globe. You said no.
I'm on the fence, mate.
Yeah, but it's good that you kind of listen. It's good that you kind of are challenging the fact that if it's a globe or not. So I can appreciate your stern position, because you don't want to just blindly believe something, right? Wouldn't that be fair to say that? Okay, but
not at all, mate.
But at the same time, let's try to be reasonable in this discussion. Let's not try to commit these begging the question. And if there is any fallacies committed, we'll just state it so that you can understand why. We can even go through why, people would commit these fallacies. But at the same time, you make sure that your position, the one that you just stated right now with this math, okay. And we'll go through it. That's why I wanted you to post it in the live stream voice text so everybody can see that.
Yeah, no, I was getting to that. I had to look through my fucking tabs. I've got a million fucking tabs, and it wasn't easy to find.
Okay, so can we talk about that image again, or?
Yeah, I mean, I sent you the link to the actual the website's written there as well, mate. It says hidden formula. Earth WS/hidden formula. So you guys can go there and check it out and go through, and it expands more than just what the meme says. But they, you understand why they've made the meme. They try and compress it all into easily digestible.
They're condensing it. Yeah, they're condensing it. We get the gist.
Of course.
All right, so we can go through that meme if you'd like. I think we.
Sure, go for it. I mean,
they've shown this.
Good luck trying to get me to understand it, because I'm not good at math. But
no, we're not good.
Well, we're going to. If you don't understand it, why would you post it? Why do you think that this is accurate? How did you evaluate this information?
Oh,
I mean,
I just
I should just trust these guys.
No, well, I looked at the sources, right? And what are the sources? Yeah, advanced curve calc. I mean, that advanced. Have you guys ever used the advanced curve calculator by Walter Bislin?
Yes, I've used a bunch of them. There's problems with this ones. I actually use
the Walter Bislin one's really good because the Walter Bislin one's really good because it actually takes into account refraction and field of view and observer height, target distance, all these things, right?
Yeah.
Curve calculators do not do that.
Okay, so the problem with that is that you can take the sliders and adjust it to match any observation.
That's right, and then you can.
Yeah, so that's a post-diction, not a prediction.
You can. What you can do is you can adjust all those sliders so that they accurately line up perfectly with the things that you're observing in the real world. So, for example. You can go to a particular location. He's actually even got examples on there. You go to the fucking home. Where is it?
Look,
it's in
I can get Listen, I can get into like detail about each one of his like samples. There's problems with each one of them.
Yeah, he's got samples where he even he
especially the
superimposes
Black
over the
Swan one.
photos.
So if you look at the oil rigs one, I'll just use this as an example, and you look at what the values are in his default. He has the camera tilted up, and then if you extend the distance, the image of you can see the rays invert, right? They actually cross each other and turn upside down. You're actually seeing a cut out piece of what you would see. Because the distance, the default distance is 15 kilometers. Well, the furthest rig is farther than that. So, so if you expand it out, you change that default distance to say 30 kilometers. And look at the rays. The rays are inverted. According to his curve calculator, the oil rig should be upside down. But, yeah, the oil rig should be upside down according to his little refraction calculator. So when you have rays and they invert, they cross over, and like the ray that was at the bottom is now in the top, and the top ray is at the bottom. That is an upside down image. I could just go on it and show it to you.
Yeah, show me. I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
I'm talking about his refraction calculator.
Yeah.
So he's got two. He has a atmospheric refraction simulator. I don't know if you've seen it.
I'm trying to find it.
He might put the images up or post something in the
Yeah,
live
I'm
stream voice
gonna
text.
post it. Like it takes a second for this to render, so let it render.
There it is, Earth curvature simulation, yeah. Yeah, so on this one he's got a whole bunch of shit. It's got that Chicago skyline you were talking about. That's
Yeah. Okay, so you have this, right? So this is what he shows. This is like, oh look, I use my calculator to match it. Right? Let me show you. You can actually do the ray path. So if you
he goes side by side with the flat Earth simulation as well, too, right? You know that.
Yeah. So like they have these values, right? Globe, flat,
so
barometric pressure. So you can display the image, the rays, the path of the rays they actually take. So in his so-called simulator.
Fucking better than any fucking simulator you guys have produced.
Because they don't make predictions. They're
When I say you guys, I mean the flat Earth community. I've never fucking seen a simulation.
Let me ask you a question. What don't you understand about the difference between a prediction and a post-diction?
I don't fucking know what that is, mate. So why don't you explain to me?
Okay, so you make a prediction, right? You take a model, right? So you have a model.
Prediction, to predict something, yeah. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you go, okay, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to go out there, and we're going to feed this data into the model, and we're going to make a prediction, then we're going to go out and test it. And then if the test matches the model, where we can say that the model is accurate, at least for this test. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're making the observation, and then they're fiddling with the model until the model matches the observation. This is called a post-diction.
You can go into his blog and it will tell you.
It's a sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, so I can take these sliders and these values, right, and I can manipulate them to match any image. But is that actually evidence that the conditions that existed at the time the image was taken actually existed in reality?
No, it just says you can get a pretty close approximation, mate.
Approximation to what? Reality?
Of course.
And how is that tested?
You're a 6 foot. Let's say if you're a 6 foot tall person standing on a fucking shoreline, looking out across the fucking lake to bloody Chicago or whatever from Michigan. Oh, and on a clear day, you can get pretty fucking close with your simulation and compare it to the reality.
Yeah.
But you only supposed to see 3 miles.
But that's not what they do.
Well, listen, by manipulating the sliders, right, and changing, like just inputting any temperature gradient, even though they're non-physical, right? So say 20 degrees Celsius temperature gradient in 1 meter. which is absurd. That doesn't exist on Earth.
Have you checked his source code? Because it's all open source.
Busta, hang on. Let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick, Busta. Check this out. Go to live stream voice text. I'm gonna post something for you. It was mentioned just like a bit ago by AJ. So I'm gonna post an image. It's a pretty funny little meme, but I need you to look at this. I'm gonna give it context.
Is this
Give me a second.
the one of the?
No. This is just an image. I want you to think about like what we're talking about in here. So
Is it the
this is called
bullseye fucking shit?
Yeah, it's a cowboy drawing like little. He's painting lines around his bullseye, right?
Yeah.
So let me post the relevance to that in the next thing that I'm posting. It's called a sharpshooter fallacy, right? A man fires a gun several times at the side of a barn and then draws a circle around the cluster of the most of the bullet holes, drawing a target respectively like this doesn't prove that the sharpshooting skills of the gunman. No one would ever consider him being a sharpshooter, even if they knew what he'd done. So basically, what that guy's doing up there is saying that he shot right dead center in the middle of that target when he's just shooting wildly. Do you know what I mean?
You're painting a target around a bullet hole that already exists to make it look like he got the target. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what they're doing.
And I'm gonna. So I want to demonstrate that this is actually what he's doing. So this is the render for the oil rigs. So if you look at these values that are defaulted in there, see how it says observer height, and underneath that, like you got the camera parameters. It says observer height, zoom, tilt.
Yeah.
Camera's tilted up 1/10 of a degree. Now, if you go through all his other samples, not a single one is like that. Not a single one. Now, you can also change this little, where these rays, right? This distance at the bottom, this distance in kilometers, 15 kilometers. Like I was saying earlier, if I up this distance, and I'm going to show it in a minute, to 30 kilometers, so it actually encompasses where the rigs were, you're going to see the rays inverted. Which would mean, right, that these little blue lines are supposed to represent the path of light. Okay, these are supposed to be rays. So, but this distance isn't the distance to the oil rigs. It's less than what the oil rigs are. So when I expand this distance, right, and I make it farther, what you're gonna see is that the rays became inverted. So just give me a second to do that. You can talk, maybe, whatever.
Yeah, so I just wanted to draw your attention to the sharpshooter fallacy in that they're committing that in this specific model. They're drawing a circle or painting a target around their what they want you to look at, the information that's being given here. So they're saying that it's accurate because they're making it look like it's accurate, but they're not actually. It's not accurate. The accuracy of it is only derived because you're actually trying to figure. You're messing with the values. It's not the reality of the known, sample set of like what reality is doing at the time.
Yeah,
So,
they're not looking at the actual refraction compared to the actual picture.
Correct.
What they're doing is they're looking at the picture and adjusting the refraction until it meets the picture, which is not reality. It's not tested against reality.
So they're painting the target.
All right, I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
So they're painting a target around the bullet hole. Is all they're doing. That's what they're doing. Here.
Awesome. So show me a fucking photo of those oil rigs without all fucked up cranes.
I already did actually. Look in live stream voice text. So this is 10. This is even farther away. This is 10.10 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted an image in live stream voice text. Do you see any fucked up cranes, any refraction, any weird shit going on?
You're talking about the screenshot.
Yeah, it says impossible geometric globe horizon at 10.10 miles.
It's a YouTube video, right?
Yeah, it's a screenshot from a YouTube
cool.
video.
Awesome. Link me the original YouTube video.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, but like even it presented something that goes against what you're saying.
I gotta go, guys.
Right?
I gotta hit.
All right,
I gotta press iron. All right, bye.
So basically presenting some information that goes against what the claim that you might have thought, well, show me something that don't show bendy cranes, and when something's presented, you're like, I need to now apply some more rigor to what you guys are showing me. Don't you think that's a little bit illogical for you to say that when this is the information you wanted, and now it's like, give me more, I need to know more. Oh, no, that's not true. Like, why would you? We're presenting you everything that you wanted, and even showing you the reason why these guys are making the error that they have been with refraction.
Yeah.
So
no,
why doesn't that make sense, bro? Like I don't understand. Why does
grains have nothing to do with it? We're looking at the actual horizon. Can you show me how that physical curve that should not move is moving everywhere, and apparently it's actually refracting 10 miles back and then refracting everything that's behind it back in front of itself? That's just mind-boggling, dude.
Yeah, well, you know, the reason why you guys use that Black Swan is because it's like a cherry-picked thing that happened on.
Bro, why do you feel this way? Why do you like, Busta? Do you see why your mind goes to these things? Like, let me dip into the psychology a little bit, and outside of hang on, Busta. Outside of yeah, I know you show me something. I'm going to talk about that photo in just a second, but I want to dive into a little bit of the psychology behind. I want to dive into the psychology behind why you are saying these things. And so you're not coming from a place of true skepticism or honesty. You're coming from like, I want the Earth to be a globe, and you're showing me evidence that it's not a globe. Now I want to retort in a way that I want to keep my idea that it's a globe, Busta.
You're not showing me anything that's fucking blowing my mind and convincing me.
Well, this should be blowing your mind because they're the ones that actually lie. They're the ones actually giving you a false idea of what their presentation of what they're showing you.
Your fucking claim.
It's not. We're demonstrating
like that. Then no. If you make a claim like that,
they made the claim. Listen, they made the claim, and we're demonstrating that it's not true. They're making the claim. We're demonstrating that it's not true.
I'm demonstrating.
What extraordinary evidence are you looking for?
I've just shown you a photo of those oil rigs from the same fucking vantage point with the same distance, and the oil rig's totally behind the fucking horizon.
Okay, so what are we saying then?
Because you can see so by the atmosphere, you can see by the color of the sky and everything. It's a different day with different weather conditions.
Okay, if that was the case, Busta, think about it like this. Yeah, I'm going to address your image now. Busta, I'm going to address your image now. So the image that you just posted, do you think that is a valid reason to say that refraction exists? That the last one that you just posted. Okay, so if that is
look,
so if
mate,
that's the case,
I'll let me finish real quick.
What else are you going to tell me?
You can tell that there's no refraction because the fucking crane.
There's no refraction, or there is refraction.
Well, you know, it's not as pronounced as what it was in your Black Swan fucking photo. The reason why your Black Swan photo is fucking possible is because of intense fucking refraction, and that is proved.
All right. So we're talking about refraction.
Cranes.
All right. So you're talking about refraction, Busta.
Yeah.
We're talking about refraction, right? So if refraction,
the cranes are straight, therefore refraction.
There, are you got it all out because you've said it like 5 times. You got it out yet? So I can
You're
start
not listening to me, mate. You just keep.
I am. You're talking about refraction being an issue, right? In this images that you're showing, it's representing.
I'm a little bit frustrated because I posted something you can't fucking explain.
Well, I'll tell you what, I can explain it.
Oh my God! Hang on a second. I just want to tell him something before we move on. If you're saying that it's refraction, right, and this is an issue right now, where in one image you see bendy cranes, on another image you see half the oil rig, right? Are we good there?
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing I wanted,
half the oil rig doesn't have bendy cranes.
All right.
Doesn't have the next fucking refraction.
So the next thing you got to ask yourself is how the fuck did they measure the Earth curvature? If there is a lot of difference in the ways that we see, how are you going to measure Earth's curvature? And who actually measured this Earth's curvature? You got to ask a couple of questions, right? How did they do it? How did they do it? And who? No, well, you have to realize, dude. If you don't ask yourself these questions, no, you are going into cognitive dissonance, right? Because you don't want to look at the information. Who's done it then?
Look at it, mate.
All right, then who's done it?
I've got a question
measured?
for you there, Russ.
No, I'm not going to answer any questions. You need to answer mine. Answer mine.
How long you been?
Answer mine.
Researching
Busta, answer my question. I'm not going to answer yours. You got to answer mine. I'm not going to answer your question, Busta. You need to answer mine. So the next step to move forward is you answering my question, which is who has measured the curvature of the Earth?
We went over this earlier, mate.
I didn't. I wasn't here. I was not here.
Talking about Eratosthenes and shit originally.
Eratosthenes. So Eratosthenes first measured this. How did he do it? What did he do to measure the drop over distance that you need on a geometric shape?
He was
Drop
measuring
over
the shadows
distance.
of the wells.
Right. Is that drop over distance on an oblate spheroid?
You know.
You know
do
what?
realize that like he was making assumptions 2,000 fucking years
Well, we're
ago,
not
and
talking
had
about him. Then, if he
been
didn't do
able
it,
to
right? If he didn't do it,
a lot more accurate.
Buster,
But you know that he
did
also wasn't ever
did he
spoken
measure-
about till the
did he-
1900s.
I'm not worried about Aristides.
Congratulations,
He
they
did not.
fucking didn't find any of his fucking
All right.
evidence until then.
Do you just you got diarrhea of the mouth, don't you? You don't want to shut up. I'm asking you a question. How did
You're the one that fucking talks more
Eratosthenes?
than me.
I'm trying to tell you something. You're not answering my question. How did Eratosthenes measure drop over distance?
I
How do
told
you measure
that
drop
he
over
measured the angles of the shadows in the wells.
Is that drop over distance?
No, it's a.
All right, then. So we're not looking
he's
at drop
already-
over distance. So what I need to know on a geometric shape, who in history has measured drop over distance? Who's done that? Because we live on this geometric shape where drop over distance, like everybody's claiming now in this arena, everybody says there's drop over distance. If we're doing it incorrectly and saying it's not 8 inches per mile squared, and however they figured it out, who was the first person to figure out the correct method of drop over distance? Busta.
Huh?
Yes?
But you seem to know, so why don't you tell us?
No, I don't. I'm not going to feed you this. If you seem to be so hung up defending and advocating for the globe, I'm asking you.
No, I'm not, mate. I'm on the fucking fence and I don't fucking know.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're advocating for the globe. You're lying to yourself saying that you're on the fence because you're actually strongly positioned for the globe. Because you, right now, if you were on the fence, all the information that we were presenting to you right now would have been like, damn, this is pretty challenging to my thought process. But it's not.
Well, do you want to?
You're dug in.
Why, mate? Nah, mate.
You're dug in.
Know why?
You're
want to
dug
know
into
why,
the
you little
globe.
smart ass? You know why?
You're dug in.
Because no, mate. Do you want to know why? Because everything you fucking shown me, I've seen before. You haven't shown me anything that's fucking like blowing my mind, new fucking info that I haven't seen before, parroted by another 1,000 fucking flat Earth people.
So you haven't understood.
What would be your gotcha that you want? What's going to convince you? Not that we're here to convince you, but what's this gotcha that you need to see?
I'll fucking know it when I see it. Know it when I see it, mate, because I'll tell you right now, it fucking hasn't happened since 2008.
You haven't even because you haven't thought about it in a way that's logically consistent with people that are going to be saying, is this a globe or not, bro?
Mayhem. I've got a question for you there, Bruss. How long have you been researching the flat Earth for, mate?
I told you 8 years. We've already talked about this.
Yeah, well, guess what, bro? I've been researching it since 2008. That's a bit fucking longer than 8 years.
And you still haven't got it yet? And you still haven't got it yet?
You know what, mate? No.
The penny hasn't dropped yet?
The funny thing is, guess what, dickhead? I fucking got it so fucking long
did
ago.
Not.
Oh, I fucking did, mate.
If you would have got it, Buster, the logical reasoning that you have, the logical reasoning that you would have behind this would then be sufficient to be able to stand scrutiny. It does not stand scrutiny because when we tell you, how do you know the Earth's a globe, man? Tell us who measured drop over distance. You're like, you come up tits, bro. You're like, I don't know. Well, shit, don't
Galileo,
you know?
Dickhead.
Yeah, nice.
Galileo.
Nice one. So you're asking us for your claim. It's just not our claim, it's yours. And you don't have a baseline knowledge of how that ever came to be. So that's the issue. You don't have a sufficient knowledge.
Oh,
you
fucking
don't.
Wow. I couldn't fucking remember his name at the fucking moment you asked me. It took me a while to fucking remember.
Can I ask you a question?
Fucking the hubris on you is incredible.
Hubris. Yeah, that's what you call
no, you are, dude. You are fucking full of hubris.
Nice. So you're worried about my hubris, and you haven't brought any evidence for the claim.
I'm just fucking pointing it out because it's fucking.
Well, then if you think it's hubris, then bring evidence for the claim and stop dicking around and trying to waffle. Well, stop trying to waffle. Bring some evidence.
Flat Earth for 8 years, and
I'm busting you up. I'm busting you up, bro.
All I'm busting you up is study for 8 fucking years, mate. I've studied since 2008.
So what? I don't give it. So that means that I've learned something that you haven't, which is the Earth's not a globe.
It means that mate.
Buster, can I ask you one question?
I was a flat earther before you were fucking probably even fucking in high school, cunt.
You are not a flat earther, dude.
Honestly,
I was originally a flat earther, and then
I got Aussies in this chat that are worth more of their salt and truth than you will ever be because you're dishonest. You're dishonest, bro. You are dishonest.
Tell me one fucking
You were saying, first of all, you said that you're on the fence. You're full of shit there because you're advocating for the globe like Duggan zealot. You're religious zealot, bro. You just religiously.
You're the little cult leader in your little fucking flat earth
cult leader. I'm not the one who has a cognitive dissonance issue like you do.
Members in here, only little gold members in here, mate.
So what?
Fucking vet all the fucking people and shit.
You're just ignorant.
You're gonna vet people. You don't have the mental capacity to vet anybody, much less even hold an argument here.
Now,
I've been busting up anti-flat earth
limits, and now you
propagandists for a long time.
Love it.
Maggie, let me ask you this. Sorry, I want to ask
That's a difficult question here because I've been going for a few hours now, but I just wanted to ask if we're given a radius and we're actually given a size of this globe, and then we can go out and we can literally measure this thing for ourselves, and we can't find or no one can show who's actually measured this drop over distance, and we don't measure it or see it when we go out ourselves, then how is that not evidence to the earth being flat? How is that a flat earther nitpicking or trying to have a gotcha moment when the whole conversation is about the shape of the earth that we're standing on, and we're only basing what we're doing off of what we have been given? That just doesn't make sense logically to me.
I don't know what shape.
I just want to ask as well, like Miggy or anyone else. So
like you guys.
No, hold on, Busta. So
I think it's a pancake.
I have heard many times like that Busta is on the fence. Like what evidence or how did he advocate for flat Earth in any way? If he's on the fence, he's just like, okay, this makes sense for like flat Earth, but this makes sense also for global Earth. So what evidence did you have, or what proofs, or what advocation did you have for flat Earth?
All of the things that you guys have shown me, all been debunked and all been refuted. So like I've been fucking reasonable. I don't know how many times I have to fucking say this.
You're not being reasonable, dude. You're being a fucking rude ignorant fuck, and I'm going to fucking call you out, Buster.
Oh, here comes another Aussie. Fucking right.
Dude, I don't have a fucking problem. I don't have a fucking problem whatsoever, dude. You want to fucking call me out? I'll fucking give you my address, dude. You're a fucking piece of shit if you're going to speak like this. Put your fucking head in and fucking learn some names, mate. Yeah, you fucking wanker.
Busta, have you noticed that everybody's here? Busta, everybody's here has been very classy. They've been speaking to you with a lot of respect, and you've been spiraling a lot, bro. In just the
mate. Wait, I saw the way you guys treated that other dude that was on before me, man. You guys treated him like a fucking.
We're not worried about that guy. We're talking to you at the moment, and Jemsy's speaking directly to you.
He was very fucking nice to you guys.
Buster wants to defend everybody else but himself. He's got nothing to prove for himself. Buster, produce some evidence, mate, and you might get a little bit of respect. Otherwise, shut the fuck up, dude.
You know what? We know he doesn't have the evidence, right?
I've got something here that no one can fucking give me a clear answer on.
On what?
You brainiacs can fucking do it. How come? If you
you are full of it. You are full of it. So many guys here gave you many answers repeatedly going on and on, like explaining to you stuff, and now you claim no one have given you an answer. Like you are full of it.
I'm talking about now, mate. I'm talking about in general with all the fucking flat earthers I've ever debated. How come if you watch the sunset and then you fucking see it disappear over the horizon, then you fucking fly a drone straight up, the sun appears again, and you can fucking see it again. And then you can
so what you're saying, Buster, is you can see around curves. Is that what you're saying? You can see around curves. You're an absolute fool, dude. Wake the fuck up.
Yeah, if you go higher, you can see further.
Fuck up. Aussie drongo.
So obviously, you said that you've gone through all the flat Earth arguments, so you would obviously know the answer to this yourself already. What would you say it is?
Yeah,
from a flat Earth perspective.
It's pretty fucking obvious because the Earth isn't flat. Because if the Earth was flat,
well, where's the
the
evidence of
fucking
drop
sun-
over
when the
distance?
sun
Busta? Where's the
disappears-
evidence? Yeah, who cares about
sun
what your
disappears,
anecdotal
gone.
testimony? Who cares about your anecdote? I've seen the sun go around the curve. Present the
That's
evidence.
fucking video,
Present the evidence that drop over distance exists. We don't need to look at more of your evidence. We need for you to present how drop over distance is measured on an oblate spheroid of the radius, diameter, and circumference measurements that they give us. They're telling us how big the Earth is, and I want you to present to us how they measured it. That's what I want you to do, Busta. That's the thing that you have to do to make this globe idea become a reality. Present the evidence that drop over distance has been measured, and by whom? Who's done it?
Why do globers always want to
Galileo.
avoid the shape of the Earth that we're actually standing on and always want to
Galileo.
observe things in the sky instead? Let's measure the drop over distance. It's not that big.
Go.
They just want to pick on fucking Flurf. That's their whole fucking mantra, man. It's fucking pull fucking Flurfs apart and fucking make themselves feel better. You're a fucking dreamer, dude. Get the fucking, wake the fuck up, fucking show some evidence or fucking piss off, man.
Yeah. Evidence, please.
You fucking piss off, you drunk.
Evidence, Busta. Where's the evidence of drop over distance?
I'm trying to
and who's done
fucking
it?
find it. Give me a fucking moment. Jesus fucking Christ.
Basta, you've been debating flat earthers and all that stuff, and you should know by now that the globe has been busted, right?
You used to be a flat earther, mate.
That's true, Jency. No, I know.
I'm
We're
on the
giving you
fence.
the opportunity.
Now I'm on the fence because I don't fucking know if it's a globe or whatever the fuck it is. But I know it ain't fucking flat. It's something else.
Nah, you don't know it's not flat because you haven't presented any evidence that there's curvature. If it's curving somewhere, then I'll give you what you just said.
I'm trying to
If
fucking find it. Give me a fucking
please. Yeah, I'll give you another Look, like for me, it doesn't matter. We could sit here all day, but we're not going to be sitting here forever. You know, obviously, if you were ill prepared to have this conversation, you can go back and rest in your laurels and come back refreshed and with a new take on this. So it's up to you.
I think from what I hear, I think the issue he's having that he's trying to replace the globe, and he's saying flat Earth doesn't work, and he's saying
Flat Earth doesn't fucking work. But maybe
but
the globe
that's the
doesn't
thing,
either.
though. I think you're kind of like creating a straw man in your mind, and you're burning it yourself. That's the problem.
That could be the case.
Definitely not creating no fucking straw man. There you go, mate. Tell me why that fucking works.
No, we're not going to tell you something that you think is happening. We want you to present evidence of drop over distance and who's done that.
Look, I posted
That is
it
not
in
evidence
that
of drop
chat.
over distance, is it, Busta?
No, I'm asking
Okay,
you
then.
to explain.
We're not
going
going to tell. We're not going to tell you what your. We're not going to tell you what your supposed evidence is. You got to tell us how the evidence is to support the claim the Earth is curving. That's pretty simple. I'm not speaking another language. It's English, and you understand it, don't you? Well, present the evidence of drop over distance. How did they measure it?
You don't
That's
have it,
all I'm
Busta, do
asking
you?
for.
You don't.
Let's ask him more
Wait, before
directly. Do
you
you
ask
have the
more directly.
evidence, Busta? Yes or no? You don't have it, right? Just let's be
Galileo
honest.
used a ramp. Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
He used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe,
Mate,
not on the ramp where he
I'm
worked
just telling
it
you,
out.
Galileo. He was
rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
I think he's saying that the ball is dropping over the distance, and I think he doesn't comprehend that what we're talking about is an actual geometrical drop over distance that is supposedly happening.
Now this is a new one on me, Jemsy. Nobody's ever
it
used
is a new
Galileo
one, but I think
for
he's
drop over
confused, bro.
Yeah, I know.
He
I know
might be
he is.
confused.
I don't think he's confused. I know he's confused. Which that's what happens when you're dug in and you're, okay, equations for a falling body. What? Okay, let me go through his citation real quick, guys. Hang on. Yeah, Busta, can I just tell him what you presented? Let me go through here. What he just posted.
Fucking tricks.
Sophist, you're the freaking sophist, man. If anybody's in here a sophist, you are. All right, so a set of equations. All right, settle down, Busta. A set of equations describing the trajectories of. I'm getting some feedback. A set of equations describing the trajectories of objects subject to a consequent gravitational force under normal earthbound conditions, assuming constant acceleration g due to Earth's gravity. Newton's law of universal gravitation simplifies F equals mg. You guys know that. Whereas F is the force exerted on a mass by the Earth's gravitational field. So is this drop over distance measurement verification, or is this some kind of idea that we're talking about derivative topic of like what the Earth is due to the fact that it's a ball and now we have gravitational forces acting on that ball? And this isn't drop over distance evidence, Busta.
Never said it was a ball. I don't know what it is. I told you I have no idea.
Well,
what shape
this here,
but I know what
this here is where. Yeah. You keep saying that, but you still haven't produced the drop over distance measurements. And who's done it? You went to Galileo. Wrong. It ain't Galileo. So you can try again. Okay, I'll give you a mulligan. You can try again. Present the evidence of drop over distance and who's actually measured the Earth curvature with drop over distance. And then you can pick anybody in history. We'll examine them and present your case on the live stream voice text. I'll give you the.
If I do that, will you explain to me that fucking drone video that I posted?
We can talk about it for sure. We definitely can talk about it. But your evidence has to be sufficient per what we're actually looking for. If you're standing on a geometric shape, there's going to be drop over distance, right? An oblate spheroid would have drop over distance. So the sphere from point A to point B would have a drop over distance. So you can do that like on a basketball. Any point that you have in there would be point A. Any point away from that would be point B, and it would be a distance of an arc. So the distance of an arc, drop over distance, was what we need to verify the Earth is a globe, or not.
Are you talking about the Earth curving away from the horizontal line by 1/8 of an inch for every 100 feet of horizontal distance? Is that what you're talking about?
However you can present
miles square.
Yeah, I would say it that way, Big Pond, but he denies that. So we're not going to go there. We're going to say it this way.
Want to know the equation as well?
I don't want to know the equation. I want to know how it was derived, how we know drop over distance measured was done. So if you say that 8 inches per mile square is incorrect, it's irrelevant to the point that I'm making right now. What I want to know is how the correct method on how it was done is shown to us, so we know that we're standing on a geometric shape like an oblate spheroid. I'm pretty clear on this already.
You want to know how the equation was derived? Is that right?
No. I want to know how somebody went out into the field and actually measured what they're purporting the equation is. So the correct one, the one that you're talking about, how did they go out into the field and know that it was such?
A testable, measurable, repeatable evidence.
Yep, correct. Testable, measurable, repeatable. Go ahead. If you will, Busta, please present that. Otherwise, we can't talk about your drone image.
Conditions.
No. This ain't conditions. This is you standing on the verifiable claim that you're going to make.
Conditions that have to be met before fucking answers can be given.
The only condition is the claim that it's a globe or a sphere.
I'm not fucking claiming it's a globe, you fucking Aussie drongo.
Sphere.
I'm not claiming it's a fucking globe. I told you I don't know what the fuck it is.
It's funny that you say, like, it's one big pond. It's funny that he says he's not claiming that it's a globe, but he's giving us mathematical constructs that it is an oblate spheroid. That's weird, right?
Because you guys, you know, what's weird? That's weird. The Earth is flat. You use a fucking
you're comical.
Yeah, he's pretty comical. He's like, I'm going to talk about how the Earth is, I don't know what the Earth is, but I'm going to present the Earth being a globe with my mathematical formula to debunk what we're saying. He's debunking us, but then supporting the globe, and then saying in chat, I'm not supporting a globe. I'm on the fence.
What I like to know
been several experiments throughout
we
history
just
to
hit the
measure
winter
the curvature of the
solstice and the summer there's a winter solstice in Australia, summer solstice in America.
You know what?
And what I'd really like to know is how the hell we get that tilt. You know, we sorry,
Yeah,
Buster, I was talking to
we got to keep him on this point at the moment, Buster. I mean, Buster.
Okay.
One big pond. So
Alright,
one big
sure.
pond. We're not going to move from this point because it's to him the most difficult one. And so letting him swing off to another point, it's just going to give him
too many questions. Fair point there, mate. I'm gonna shut up.
You'll overload his brain, dude. It's too complex as it is for him to. I'm going to unmute him.
Yep.
Buster, just give us the evidence,
answer for you, mate.
Yeah,
The answer
sounds
you
great.
fucking craving.
Let's go.
There have been several experiments throughout history to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
One of the
drop
most
over
famous
distance, right?
experiments.
We're not talking about.
Yeah.
We're talking about drop over distance. Okay, go ahead.
I think
Go
this
ahead.
is it, but maybe you know what? I guarantee that if I say this, you'll fucking say it's wrong. So, but I'll say it anyway. There have been several experiments throughout history to measure the curvature of the Earth. One of the most famous experiments is the Bedford Level experiment, which is a series of observations carried out along a 6-mile or 9.7 kilometre length of the old Bedford River on the Bedford Level of the Cambridgeshire Fens in the United Kingdom in the 19th and 20th centuries. To measure the curvature of the Earth, Samuel Burley Rowbotham, who conducted the first observations starting in 1838, claimed that he had proven the Earth to be flat. However, in 1870, after adjusting Rowbotham's method to avoid the effects of atmospheric refraction, Alfred Russel Wallace found a curvature consistent with the spherical Earth.
Okay, so the guy who said it was a curved Earth, right? Rowbotham was saying that the Earth is flat. The other character is saying that it's a globe. So let's dive in. Let's dig in a little bit because you're presenting this, and I want to give you a fair shake at this. What did the other guy present that we know it's a globe? Because he's going against Samuel Rowbotham. So you could probably click into the wiki and find out who that guy is and what did he present. So we'll talk about that. Because he went against Samuel Rowbotham, and this is what you're bringing up now. So I want to thoroughly go through this. All right, so
of course,
let's figure out what he's done. The other guy, not Samuel Rowbotham.
Not Samuel Rowbotham. The
No. The other fellow who's okay. Russell Wallace. Let's find out what he done. We want to figure out drop over distance, and if he's presenting drop over distance, we can examine that.
So in 1870, because that's when he challenged Rowbotham, right?
Mm-hmm.
He confirmed the existence of Earth curvature in the Bedford Level experiment. Did the experiment on the Bedford Canal. He fixed a black band on the old Bedford Bridge and observed it with a telescope from the Welney Bridge 6 miles away. Right in the middle, he placed a pole with 2 discs on it. The telescope, the top disc, and the black band were at the same height above the water. The telescope, both discs were seen above the black band, proving the existence of Earth's curvature.
May I make a point?
Okay, so
cut and paste into the chat so you guys can read that, not just listen to my janky Aussie voice.
Oh, you've got a beautiful voice there, dude. All I'm trying to say, or my point that I may be able to make is they tell us that you cannot see the curve from the ground. You need to be in space to see it. But people like yourself like to push the model that you can see it from the ground. So it's quite comical.
Mate, you can't really see it from the ground, but you can measure it like this guy did. And when you measure it, you fucking can.
all right, so you're saying that Earth curve can be measured, right? Drop over distance.
Oh, according to these experiments by Alfred Russell Wallace, yeah, mate.
So you don't
would you agree? Hang on, one big pun. One second. So would you agree that Russell Wallace, he's the guy that actually found out that the Earth is curving at the drop over distance rate?
Oh, he's the one that proved the Bedford Level experiment.
We're not talking about once again. Once again, Busta, if you're going to present some guy who did something that just said, I looked upon the Earth and I say it's a globe, therefore it's a globe. I don't want that. I want the guy who's teaching us a method in which we can understand the Earth is curving at the set rate that it is with drop over distance.
Okay, so
all right, so Russell Wallace. So Russell Wallace. All right, so Russell Wallace. He's the guy, right?
He fixed a black band on the old Bedford Bridge and observed it with a telescope from the Welney Bridge 6 miles away, right in the middle.
What's the drop over distance measurement done that Russell Wallace done?
On it.
What's the drop? Oh, I need some numbers now. Let's put some math to it because you're not just going to get away with like, oh, Russell Wallace put some sticks in the water and now he says Earth's globe. Congratulations, right? Now let's figure out the
distance for this experiment.
That's exactly what I want to know. How did Russell Wallace figure this out? What is the method he'd done to give us a drop over distance on the oblate spheroid that he thinks he lives on? So we're going to figure out what method he took
I think
upon
you're
himself.
gaslighting me, mate.
No. I'm not gaslighting you. I want you to point to someone in history that's going to teach us how we can measure this.
Nobody, neither me or him said it was an oblique spheroid. So yes, you are gaslighting.
That is the claim. That is the claim, is it not?
No, you're fucking twisting words around or making words up that no one
What's the claim?
I never said it was a fucking spheroid. And fucking Russell.
Now, what's the claim?
Show me evidence where Russell Wallace said it was an oblique spheroid, and then also show me.
What is it then?
What is it then? Said that.
Is this a case of language barrier?
Seems like his best mates with his Volta guy.
I think it is. I don't know.
Yeah, nice one.
But what we're figuring out here is that you're very ignorant on all of the points that the claim is being made, right? You don't know the claim. You're thinking I'm making words up, bro. Like, this isn't me telling you. It's actually the claim that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I didn't make that up. That is what they're saying it is. Can you understand my friend? What I'm saying in the argumentation right now is that they are making the claim. I'm just telling you what they are saying. Now, don't turn this around and say, well, you're making words up. I'm not. Look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up.
Believe me, dude, I'm going to laugh at you every chance I get, man, because you sound foolish.
I'm fucking sure you will, mate.
The more you present, the more you look like a fool. So keep coming, dude.
Good on you, mate. Go for it, eh?
All right. So now we're going to drill down into your information. I'll give you this, right? If you want to use this as an out, you can say maybe he didn't produce the drop over distance measurement, so that we need to examine the method. If he didn't do it, I'll give you an out. You can find someone else who does. So if you want the out, if not, we'll drill down more into Russell Wallace. We'll start to figure out if
he proved well the Samuel Robot. Look, you guys always love to fucking the flat earthers always love to talk about the Bedford level experiment, right?
Well, I'm not doing that. You're the one that brought it up.
Oh, but many do.
Yeah, but we don't care about many. We care about what you and I are discussing in this context of drop over distance. So if you say that Russell Wallace isn't the guy, let's find out who is. Because we need to know the method by which this oblate spheroid, I'll say it again, a word that I didn't make up, that it's actually the claim, how it's being discovered that it is with drop over distance. So if Russell Wallace isn't the guy, you want to look for someone else. Perhaps someone else did.
I think he was that Bedford level experiment, from what I can gather. The drop over distance was calculated based on the Earth's curvature.
Makes me so special.
He was waiting for you. He said, I can't go in there until you undeafen. And then he's now in here.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Yeah, we can hear you, Jesse.
You're coming through loud and clear.
Go on, Indio's undeafen now.
I laced up my boots.
And by the way, that was a hell of a feast.
Yes, sir. I'm here. Oh, I feel better. Thank you.
So why did you cherry pick your data?
Well, I don't believe I did. Would you like to point something out that you think I cherry picked?
You think that how many data points do you have? Like 20?
In which one?
Your dip spreadsheet.
The one that shows the curve, or the one that shows the same location?
Your spreadsheet with dip angle.
Okay, let me look. I don't remember the exact.
Because you didn't do all those, right?
No, I did most of them, but I had contributors from some other countries and some other states, including 2 flat earthers.
Yeah. So why did you choose those? Is that it? Is that all the dip angle measurements that exist?
No, but it's the ones I got my hands on.
Well, I mean, you could have used George Hottenuke's ones, right? The frozen lake he did.
I don't remember seeing angles for those. I can put them in there if you like.
Well, his shit's all over the place. That's what I'm saying. I know for a fact that there's measurements all. I know how surveying works, and I know that they take. I actually watch them outside my building all the time because they're constructing a building right next to mine, and they measure the corners to make sure that the building isn't sinking. They sit out there all day taking measurements. And why would they do that? Why do they prescribe doing measurements at certain times versus other times, or in certain weather conditions?
They're trying to reduce inaccuracies because they're shooting for a very high level of accuracy.
Okay. You're not?
Well, I'm doing the best I can. But I'm well aware of the fact that I'm not going to get 1 millimeter accuracy at 75 miles, right?
You're not going to get any accuracy.
So, do you know that there's a difference between a device that says it can measure some angle and what it can actually measure? So there's like the internal angle, there's the precision of the device itself within itself. So say I have a physical protractor, right, with gradations on it. And I know that I can turn my theodolite. Now let's imagine it's an old theodolite with a physical angle measurement, and I turn it. Now there's the precision of the instrument itself, right?
Right.
And then there's the precision of the optic, of doing the measurements through the optic and how those are correlated. When the theodolite says we can measure an angle of 0.05 arc seconds, they're talking about the instrument. They're not talking about the actual measurement.
Right. They're talking about the measurement of the angle of the light.
No. They're talking about the instrument itself.
But don't they list the accuracy for the entire instrument?
How would they measure that? How would they verify that?
You can't verify it.
So say I want to, what is my accuracy at 100 meters? How would I know? How am I going to test that? Am I going to set up an optical path with a bunch of mirrors, try and test it? What about 1,000 meters? What about 10,000 meters? What about 100,000 meters? How am I going to actually test that? How am I going to calibrate my device? Yeah, so when they're talking about precision, they're talking about the physical instrument.
Yeah.
Like a ruler has a precision, right? A micrometer, a calipers, they have a precision. But this is, at some level, it's optical, where you're outside of the instrument, right? So something's happening outside of the instrument.
Okay,
so that's what I'm talking about. So you have things, and I brought this up to you. Deflection of the vertical. And you sent me a page, right? That page had like 9 different models for deflection of the vertical, and they didn't match each other. Deflection of the vertical is something they came up with because the so-called celestial sphere doesn't align, the astrogeodetic surveying, let's put it that way, doesn't align with the geodetic surveying. So they have to have something. They've known this since the 1400s. They have to have something to fix this discrepancy.
So are you saying that whatever you call it, deviation from the vertical is a likely cause for my measurement that plots out as a curve?
Well, the truth is you didn't have a measurement. Not really.
Well, I mean, all measurements of non-integer type have some margin of error, so it's not that I didn't have a measurement, but that you may argue that I had a margin of error that was too large, was larger than the value I was trying to measure.
Well, you know, when we're trying to get...
There's two things, though. There's also the uncertainty. The uncertainty of the accuracy of your measurement in the first place.
And
there's precision, and then there's uncertainty.
Correct.
They're two different things.
Correct. Do you have some evidence that my uncertainty was larger than the what I'm calling the missing height?
Do you have evidence that you allocated for your uncertainty?
Well,
we can't know what your uncertainty was because we have one data point.
Well, but I have a bunch of data points, and they sort of plot a curve. And if my uncertainty had been of a random,
what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Literally circular logic.
Right. Well, what about all the data points that don't plot a curve?
Yeah. So
why'd you leave all those out?
I didn't.
Did you?
Well, you only selected the stuff that matched your conclusion.
Look, I doubt you took one measurement per observation and then wrote it down and then stuck it on your spreadsheet. You know you didn't do that. We know you didn't do that. You didn't take an average. You didn't take a weighted mean. You didn't take a mean. You didn't do anything. You cherry picked your shit. Okay? It's obvious.
No, and actually, in some at one of the shots, I took several and I put several in there, and they're slightly different.
Well, I mean, that should tell you right there.
It's slightly different.
What should it tell me?
It should tell you that there's variables you don't even know about.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So let me go this. Is refraction the same when you're looking up versus when you're looking down?
Just keep talking, Jeff.
If you're looking at to a point at a higher elevation versus to a lower elevation.
I would say if your line of sight goes through a stronger density gradient, which does tend to be closer to the surface, then you'd have more refraction if your line of sight is close to the ground or the water than if you're looking up.
Density gradient.
So, okay, there is something. It's called unequal refraction error. So when you're going up a slope versus when you're down a slope, the so-called refraction error is different.
Okay.
Okay, so if you're looking up versus whether you're looking down, right? So some of your measurements, they're looking up, and some of them are looking down. Right? So all these are all sources of error, which is why I say you're cherry picking, because your numbers are too clean.
How do you, I mean, by what standard do you judge that?
By the fact that there's a large, I just told you why. I just gave you one example, is that you're looking up versus when you're looking down. You're going to get a difference, right? So if you do a whole bunch of observations looking down, you're going to get one sort of refraction error, and then you're going to get a different value than when you're looking up. But the thing is, yours all match one.
But they're not all looking up or all looking down.
I know. That's the point. Maybe you don't get it. Your so-called error matches 7.6 star, right?
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, pretty close. But it's not a universal error. It depends on which way you're looking. The 7.6 R is for horizontal measurements.
Hey, hold on just a second. A customer is calling me.
Literally saved by the bell. Wow.
Oh, I'm about to dig deeper.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to give much of a commentary whilst he's still here.
I mean,
Is what he's done measuring the dip by leveling the theodolite?
Yeah.
I mean, the operational range of level.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't even get into that, right?
That's what I've been saying. He was and I'll just wait because Indio's got a good point, but yeah, he's way out of.
I'm gonna let Indio do
and the
his
thing
point.
is, small errors, small angle errors, like they're great, like the calculation, right? So if I have a small angle error at 10 feet versus 100 miles, it's a huge difference, right? Because that error gets larger.
All right, Jesse's back, Indio.
Yep.
Where were we? Oh yeah. So what if you were in Europe or Finland or Massachusetts? You know that they don't use 7.6R in Europe. They use 0.13, and in Massachusetts they use 0.17. And then you could just go like the Department of Transportation, right? Every state has a Department of Transportation, and every state has a surveying manual, and every state uses a different so-called refraction correction. Did you know any of this?
No, I'm not even sure I know what that means.
7.6R is a refraction correction of 0.16.
Standard terrestrial refraction, right, Indigo?
Yeah, the so-called standard.
So that's
in Europe they use 0.13, and they've been using that. But if you go to like Finland, they use something like what the hell was it? Let me think for a second. It's some huge number or something. It's like 0.19 or something. And then if you go to like here's the funny thing is, it's like kind of correlated to so-called latitude. So the closer to the so-called equator you get, the less of a refraction error that they use in their calculations for surveying. And you're in Canada, right?
No, I'm across the Straits of Juan de Fuca from Canada, but I'm in Washington.
Well, I mean, so what's the refraction error they use in that state?
I don't know. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it said it was basically 1 degree for every 932 miles.
1 degree for every 932 miles?
Yeah, approximately.
I don't even know what that means.
Well, that means that if for every 932 miles, something will appear 1 degree higher than it otherwise would, allegedly due to standard atmospheric
Due to magic.
refraction.
Yeah, due to magic.
Sorry, this is standard atmospheric refraction. Indio's just pointed out that there's not really a standard. Yeah, there's no standard, depending on the politics of the country that you're in, or the manuals, at least, of different countries and at least states within the USA. You will have a different standard refraction calculation. It seems to. It is. I mean, is that new knowledge to you? Have you just come across that knowledge? Right? Is this the first time you've heard about that?
No, I mean, I've seen different representations of the same thing. Some people write it as 7/6R. Others write it as like this K factor of some fractional decimal number or something.
Yeah.
There's different ways to mathematically express the same curve of
I
light.
need to ask you: is that an optical or mathematical function?
Well, I mean, the mathematical part is mathematical, but it's alleged to describe an optical phenomena, right?
Oh, alleged. Okay. Is it optical or is it mathematical? It can't be optical.
I think it's an attempt to mathematically model
Explain why you see too far.
An optical phenomena.
So math is a language. It's explaining why you see too far.
It's not bending light, is it? No matter what the terrestrial refraction is, it's making the geometric shape mathematically bigger.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah, but
yes, that is what it's doing.
Hey, Jesse, look in live stream voice text. I want to show you something. This is what you think you're doing. This is what you think is happening. That you're on a ball and you're looking and making measurements on a curved path of light.
Basically, except you're showing a refraction rate that far exceeds what is said to be standard refraction.
No. 76R means the radius that if the ray of light was a circle, it would have a radius greater than the radius of the Earth.
Which means you could zoom in on your own ass. Theoretically.
So 76R, 76 the radius. R means radius. That means that path of light. So what they do is this circular light path. But it's a cheap and dirty way of just saying we're going to assume the globe is 76 the official radius. And then we're going to model it as straight rays of light.
What is it when you don't have evidence and so you create a story to fill in the gap?
Lying.
Oh.
That's what globers do, okay?
Yes.
But
do you know what the operational range of like a transit or a theodolite is? Like if you're trying to be accurate? Like let's say I'm going to put down a foundation and I need 1/32. I'll make a big flaw here. 1/32 of an inch.
If you're trying to pull 1/32 of an inch accuracy, you probably want to keep it under 50 meters.
It's about 550 feet. 550 feet. You know why that is?
Why is that?
Well, what's the frame of reference for level on a theodolite?
Bubble levels and or the built-in electro-optical compensator level.
Well, the problem with those is it's the same problem as they're only a 4 or 5 inches wide, right? What are they leveling? They're leveling the machine itself.
What's 4 or 5 inches wide?
The theodolite.
Oh,
where the level is rigidly attached is what you're going to be measuring as being level.
So why do they make levels of different sizes? Why do they have like a torpedo level and like a 4-foot level and like a 10-foot level? And that if you use those to level something, you get different results.
Yes. So
in a theodolite's little bubble level, it has a diameter of like, I don't even know what, a thumbnail.
So
what I'm saying is the level, right? So you did an observation that was 120 miles, right? Or somebody did. It's in your spreadsheet.
No, 105.
Okay, so someone did 120. It's the last one.
What?
The Mount Shasta to, I can't remember what the other one was.
Mount Scott. And no, it's 105 and I did it.
Oh, 105. Okay. So you think your theodolite, set it up, put the bubble level, that if you drew a line, a straight line, a level line, not a curved globe line, a level line, that you could extend that out 105 miles and it would be level all the way there.
Well, level within plus or minus 4 arc seconds.
That's what you think.
That's what the machine's rated at.
That's what the machine.
How far was that? Like, you go ahead, Liam.
All right. Look, if you use a torpedo level, what you're still saying is it's a torpedo level, essentially. Okay. Let's say you have a nice, like 1,000-foot long wall. You take a torpedo level, you draw a line where it's perfectly level. Take a 10-foot level and put it on that mark perfectly. Do you think you're going to still be in level?
Well, I've never tried, but if they were both calibrated highly accurately and you had them both on the same plane of levelness, then they should be.
No, it's not. And we have things to prevent that from happening. Torpedo levels are for specific things because they do not have the range of accuracy as a 10-foot level. Doesn't matter how good it is. It's because ultimately the machine itself can only read itself. There's no invisible thing that says its fidelity has been maintained past that point. You may only need a spot where you need a 4-inch level, and that's the only spot you need it at. But the actual equipment itself doesn't have the capabilities of testing whether that line has maintained its fidelity 100 feet away. Whereas a 10-foot level, you've created a much larger margin of error, or a much smaller margin of error, and so you're going to have more fidelity of your line at either end. I mean, this is basic construction, and all of us who build and survey, and who do all this kind of work understand this principle pretty easily, because you cannot build things practically. Like, I could not put down, if you gave me a 4-inch level, no foundation would go down.
But let's say we had a perfectly smooth, flat, level plane, and...
What are we measuring it with? How do we know it's level?
Let's just say that it's floating on water, and so it's level. And we put a bullet level, or a torpedo level on there, and a 8-foot level on there. They should both read level if they're both calibrated correctly, right?
So you're talking about putting them both on something that is already known to be perfectly level?
Yes.
Yeah, so almost like them back at the factory being put on the calibration machines that test them both the same exact way. Because you know the 4-inch level is still tested the same way as the 10-foot level.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
Right. So, but ultimately you still can't use it when you're free floating, when you're elevating, when you're holding it, when you're putting it up against things, when you're putting it into use for practical purpose. It just doesn't work. Because there is no, ultimately you're relying on the ability of the piece of equipment to internally operate with the assumption that everything is perfect going out from it. I mean, this is how we put down houses, how we put down roads. I mean, we put up 1 million square foot warehouses for the military, and they had stations everywhere and GTR units or GRT units everywhere. And reflectors set up everywhere, all over the place. Because they're just not as accurate as you think. And these are, $130,000 stands that we have, that we use.
Yeah. So the question I got to ask is, when you use a physical level, the mechanism in the level that you use to level is liquid and an air pocket. But the secondary mechanism, which is the effectiveness of the decision of whether it's level or not, is what? Your interpretation of what you're seeing. So you decide when the bubble is between the black lines. Right? And everybody knows who's been on a construction site that no two men and no two positions relative to the level give you the same reading. So even with the precisely engineered machine, let's say Stabila from Germany, right? One of the most expensive levels you can buy, the man and the situation is going to have error. So even though the device itself is precise, and the forces acting on it allegedly are precise, the interpretation of whether it's level or not is never going to be consistent. So when you go out into the field and you want to level something, anytime it requires a man to make the decision when it's level or not, or when you're targeting the target at level or not, there's going to be error. And everybody knows, who's ever shot a gun, that a small error at the sight picture results in a large error downrange. So anybody who tells me that they did this or that with an optical device, the only standard that first must be known is, how did you maintain level and maintain your sight picture to validate the claims that you're making? And if you don't have a methodological practice that can result in perfection and negate the error, and you can't explain it, then anything you say after that is a waste of my time.
Well, the instrument is designed that if you follow the procedures, the instructions for operating it, that you will be within the stated accuracy. And besides, the Nikon unit actually has a built-in liquid level where actually they take and bounce a little laser beam off the inside surface of a clear liquid in a quartz vial, and then that beam hits a little CCD imager, and then based on where in the CCD area that laser beam hits, then the computer is the one that actually objectively, reliably, consistently reads the level. So there's actually no human input in even reading the level on that
right,
one.
Right, and that's fine because like we all have those in the self-leveling levels, the self-leveling transits. How far out have they been tested?
I don't know.
I do not know of a test facility, like a controlled test facility.
I've actually tried to find this out, but there's nothing.
You can't. I already know there is nothing. You can't. The only test they did ever was with mirrors, and then they said there was because of the inaccuracy of the mirrors, they can never remove a margin of error of even testing. So the issue is there's no way to test how accurate that is. That may indeed be really super accurate, but you're still, like even with the top of the line equipment, your diameter is now what, 900 feet?
I don't understand.
The radius of accuracy. The radius of accuracy is about 900 feet on the most expensive, best transit systems there are.
What do you mean the radius? The distance you can shoot is 900 feet?
No, not shoot. Accurately measure as level.
Oh, meaning that what I think is a straight level projection through the telescope could vary vertically by plus or minus 900 feet?
No. That means that if I send the guy out with the stick, the maximum he can go out is about 900 feet from the transit while I measure. Because after that, error creeps in.
But enough error that, error creeps in at any distance. I mean, even at 10 feet from the front of the device, it's still got an error of plus or minus, say, 4 arc seconds. That's still an error, right?
Okay, if you get that small bit of an error at 9 or 10 feet, 75 miles, 105 miles. And that's if you even know the amount of error you might have. Like I said, they've been trying this with the theodolite, and when they do it, they still can't decide if the horizon is optical or physical. It's optical when it works for them. It's physical when it works for them. You know, they only cherry pick the data, as you have, that supports the initial claim.
So let's say I did get up on Mount Scott, 8,934 feet, and I shoot I shoot an angle to Mount Shasta, 105 miles away at 14,179 feet, and I measure an angle. What's my problem there? Where did I go wrong?
Okay.
Hold on, I'll answer that question real fast.
Well, you go ahead. Sorry. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking about the GIF I posted with the curved lines. Like, you don't even have straight lines to measure an angle. You have freaking curved lines.
Exactly. Right. Check this out. When you orient your device to the image of the mountain, you are not shooting an angle to the mountain. You're shooting an angle, quote unquote, or orienting the device, quote unquote, to the angle of the incoming light.
Agreed.
So to first say I'm shooting an angle to the mountain, you're already self-defeating. And without the accuracy known, right, and the geometry known and all the factors known, you can't make any conclusive statements.
Well, you're assuming that the angle to the mountain and the angle of the light arriving are different from each other.
If you're on a globe, there is no angle to the mountain.
Yes. Listen, on a globe, it would necessarily not be the correct angle. That's their excuse for why. Listen, hold on, friend. That's their excuse why at 900 miles there's a 1 degree off. Now, the reason why they needed this excuse is because of the Selenelian eclipse defeated their model, and they needed to come up with a reasonable excuse of why these objects where they claim are in a specific point in the sky aren't where they're supposed to be.
So here's what I don't understand is like we have like over 100 data points with all the measurements taken of seeing things that are way too far down on ground level.
But you don't have any where the line of sight doesn't pass close to the surface.
So, are you assuming that there? Are you assuming? Yeah. Are you assuming that there is some kind of unknown effect that is turning the Earth into a hologram?
I don't know about any hologram, but I do know that when light passes near the surface, it tends to bend downward.
Oh, does it? Do we have Gosh, is there
Why do you think that?
Some science for that?
Yeah, I want to know why you think that.
Yeah.
Well, because I went out to the beach on a hot, calm day, and I set up my telescope below the top edge of a county park sign, and I waited for a ship to go by out there. And then a ship went by, and I could see the water line on the side of that ship, where the water, meets the side of the ship, over the top of the sign, even though the sign was higher than me and higher than the target. So the sign was objectively, physically between me and the target, and yet I could see the target over the top of the sign.
So what was the elevation of your telescope?
I don't know what the absolute elevation was, but I know it was
8 feet,
like a couple inches below the top of the sign.
So was it 8 feet above sea level, or?
No, it was about 2.5, 3 feet maybe.
2.5 feet. Do you think there's any waves on the ocean?
Not on this day. This was not the ocean. This was the Straits of Juan de Fuca, and there was no waves.
No waves.
Salish Sea.
The Salish Sea. Oh, okay. So there's no waves on it. Oh, okay.
But the water does come in and out, right? The water level changes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
you have a surge.
Yeah. And I know where you did the observation, and there's a tight. And if you can look at the currents there, there's a swirl there.
So you think?
And plus, you also said a tendency to bend down. Okay. Your single data point does not show a tendency.
Well, I've got other film from other days showing similar things at the same location.
And we have film of lasers bending into the air, upward.
So about that, it turns out that when the observer is down in a stronger density gradient area looking up to a laser beam that's in a lesser density gradient, the beam appears to be curving up to the observer even if the beam is actually slightly curving down.
How is any of that falsifiable?
Yeah, listen, first of all, that's not the observation. That was done. Like the upward bending lasers, they were done. You can see it going straight and then doing basically a right hook, a J hook straight up into the air. There's a bunch of them. It's not like there's one. There's a few of them. And here's the other thing: is your claim that you can, because light bends down to the density gradient, the lower you are, the more refraction there is.
Well, if being lower makes you closer to a colder water surface that's colder than the air, then that usually does increase the density gradient rate.
So if you've got it...
So hold on, Meme. So the lower I go, the farther I can see. Is that what you're saying? If there's more refraction the lower I go, that means I should be able to see farther the lower I go.
Not necessarily, because being higher also allows you to see farther.
So where's that transition? Between I can see farther because of refraction and now I can't see farther because of refraction because my closest to the ground overwhelms the refraction. Yeah, it's quite the conundrum, isn't it?
No, but it's simple, and I don't understand why you don't understand it. But
understand what? Listen, I constantly have heard this claim that there's more refraction closer to the ground, that you shouldn't do observations over water. That means that I can see farther the closer I get to the ground. Yeah, it sounds that stupid. That's why you're having a hard time, because it sounds that stupid. And my oven's going off again, so someone please take over.
Where's the paper? Who has the paper on the refraction? Because all of it's done with straight line measurements anyway.
I'm not sure what paper you're referring to.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure why we're talking about refraction, since I made no compensation for refraction in my measurements.
Okay, well, that would mean that you're assuming that the Earth is, like, the horizon of the Earth is geometric and physical, right?
My measurements made no assumption about the horizon. They don't involve the horizon. So I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, if you haven't accounted for okay, then explain the black swan image where you have a horizon that is 10 miles away.
Nice.
Well, I saw the horizon I just told you about over the top of that sign.
Okay.
So
do you know what the black swan is that comes from the Ludic fallacy?
Yeah, it means
so the black swan means that it doesn't matter how many white swans you have. That's why it's called a black swan.
But if I were to discover that the black swan were actually a white swan painted black, I found the paint can, I found the brush, I found the guy who says, yeah, I painted it, then I've kind of invalidated the black swan, right?
Well, no, you haven't, because the guy goes down there every day, all the time, and gets these images.
Actually, the BMLS 69 guy said in his video that he went to the same spot as many times as he could, like in a 3-month period, and that most of the time the 3 oil platforms appeared sunk down as if the Earth was a globe, but a few times they were all risen up and all visible as if the Earth was flat.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Let's say you're looking along the deck of the water, right? And water is reflective, and you're at a very low angle, aren't you? Right?
What's the deck of the water? Just like if I'm down by the water?
Yeah, I'm calling it the deck because that's the flat portion that we're talking about, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the water is a deck, right? So what happens when you lay down? Does the water look like water, or does it turn into a mirror? Comes a homogeneous reflector.
It depends if it's hotter than the air. If it's hotter than the air...
It doesn't have to do with heat, it's the angle. The tighter the angle at one end, the more reflective and homogeneous it gets, because the eye can no longer resolve it. It's angular resolution.
That's not been my experience.
Hold on, friend. It's not just angular resolution. It's the internal reflection angles. Once you have total internal reflection, then the angles of light that are not the water, like not the source color of the water, will overtake them from the angles of propagation to the angles of reception, and you'll only see light that is not originating from the water surface. It's just reflected light. If that makes sense to you.
Right. Now, see, someone posted the image of the sunken oil rig. You see it?
Oh, hold on. Yes.
Right. Is that the horizon?
What's the horizon?
By which definition?
Yeah.
Yours.
I mean, technically, the definition of the horizon is where the sky and the water appear to meet, right?
Appear. So it is. It's optical. It's not physical.
Right.
Okay. So none of your pictures or observations are of the horizon. Then they're just optical. Right. None of them are actual measurements.
Well, I'm not sure none of them of the geometric horizon. The curvature of the Earth that should be physically getting in the way of stuff. All horizons are indeed optical, aren't they?
Jesse, the point of that is that the apparent location in your field of view, and I want to make that clear, it's in your field of view. It doesn't actually exist down in 3-dimensional space. It only exists in the image presently.
You mean like
where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the ground or the water, and they distinguish and change. That demarcation point is known as the horizon. That of a necessity cannot be a physical location. So in other words, when you point something at the horizon, You're pointing it at an image. You're not pointing it at a physical location.
Absolutely. But I don't see what that's got to do with my measurements of Mount Shasta at 105 miles because I didn't utilize the horizon.
Because you don't have a measurement and you don't have the fidelity of a level line at 105 miles, and you couldn't be shooting along a straight line. If you're on a globe, you're shooting at a curved light coming in.
Well, let's just say for the sake of discussion that I'm not on a globe and I'm on a flat Earth, and I'm still on the same mountain shooting to a line to the same mountain, the same Mount Shasta.
Is this your picture down here?
Let me look. That's my picture, but that's not Mount Shasta.
Okay.
I have a picture of the Mount Shasta one if you like, though.
Well, what's this one right here?
The one that Jace Isle,
Jace AI.
Posted?
Yeah.
That is one of the ones from the data, the chart that shows the curve.
That shows the curve? Where at? Is it behind the hill?
It's what behind the hill? The mountain
is the curve behind the hill? Because I see a hill and I see a mountain obstructed by a hill.
I just measured the zenith angle to the top of that mountain. I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
You don't have an angle, it's curved. It's curved observation.
Well, I measured the angle of the light entering the telescope, right?
Right, it doesn't matter. You're saying, okay, let's just say you're saying you're level to that mountain. You're shooting level to it?
No,
okay, you're shooting the angle from down to up. Okay.
Holy
okay.
crap, dude.
So what? So you think that hill is Earth curve?
The tree-lined hill?
Like if a truck drove in front of you, would that be Earth curve? Because that's a hill obstructing your view.
No, never mind. The hill has nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so where's the Earth curve at?
Well, this is just a single data
Hold on, Jesse. Hold on. We got to correct an error on the table. So he asked you something about the angle, and you said, I'm measuring the angle of the light entering the telescope. Now, if you concede that you don't know the path of light from the target object all the way to the telescope, then the angle that the light enters the telescope is irrelevant. And making any assertion based on that is also irrelevant. Can't be applied to anything.
I wonder, is this supposed to show obstruction of the bottom of a mountain?
No. This was just he asked for my source data, and when I go out shooting angles, I line up the telescope to the target. I take a picture through the telescope, then I take a picture of the LCD readout. Then I flip the telescope around. You know how you do 2 readings with a theodolite, at least 2. And take another picture through the telescope, and then another picture of the LCD. It's just my way of recording what I was shooting and what the angles were, because that way I don't have to ask myself later if I maybe transpose some numbers.
Hold on. Let's reiterate this, because this is what the crux of the issue is about. The angles of what?
The light as it enters the telescope.
Right. And unless you know the path to the target object, those angles are pointless to know. You cannot discern anything about the target object's angles of propagation from the angles of reception. Because according to the globe model, all the light is taking curvilinear omnidirectional paths.
Yeah.
And so you have no idea which light you've received. So you can't make any definitive claims about the physical location of an object compared to you, angularly, based on angles of intercepted light. It doesn't work. Can't be done.
Which makes the model unfalsifiable, which means we can dismiss it out of hand.
Correct, which, by the way, the U.S. military validated when they attempted to shoot a tri-band laser to determine the refractive conditions over 120 kilometers for the purpose of perfecting their laser targeting systems. and they found that the results were not congruent with the globe model of refraction. In other words, it was a chaos. It was chaos. The general consensus, right? Not that they use this word, this is my word, but they use turbulent and unknowable. The general consensus is that the path of light is chaos. And the final point that you're getting, right, based on what they said in relation to the globe model, is not precise, and it's not congruent with any standard model of refraction.
I'd like to point out also, Jesse, that Drace very politely has posted the source and the citation. The combat experiment does not observe dispersion, even though they should have. They say they should have. They use 3 frequencies. It's irrelevant what the purpose of the experiment. There we go.
Let me take a look.
Yep. Yeah, but here's the problem. Okay, and this is the problem since day one. And I mean day one is in the first retard that went out to the ocean and looked out and said, I can't see the bottom of the boat. And because I'm so close-minded and ignorant about the nature and physics of light in relation to geometry and all of that, I'm just going to assume, based on childhood permanency bias, that you learn when your mother first puts a ball behind her back and you realize that the ball continues in 3-dimensional space and doesn't just disappear. You look out and you say, well, I can't see the bottom of the boat, therefore it continues in 3-dimensional space. And just like a ball going behind my mother's back, the boat is going over Mother Earth. Right? Because they can't think of... Go ahead.
Isn't it much simpler?
Probably.
Yes.
Ask them what refraction is.
We were about to dock at that port.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. That I just kill it quick. So define refraction. Right. That's go ahead. Sorry,
Jesse. You want to define refraction for us?
Oh, by the way, I'm not going to. I didn't claim it.
You're not Jesse.
You're not Jesse.
I just want to invite everyone to the friggin' decimation and annihilation of the thinking atheist, Forrest Gump Velkai, and brain sick, booger eating, the brain sick, booger eating Bubba gets the Gibbon annihilated today at 5:30 on the Quantum Race.
Is there such thing as a thinking atheist? Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a contradiction. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Oxymoron.
I will bring that up. Thanks, Indio.
That is an ox and a moron.
I've been around.
Be around more often.
Well, I've seen you in here last night, but I was busy. We're like ships passing in the night, so I've seen you around.
I got you.
We're just trying to avoid you.
Do I still have what?
Do you still have your contradictionary?
Oh, yeah. I'm using it today. I also have my hip waders going on. So,
what about the turkey?
Shorter.
Not done yet. No, it's getting hot though. It's getting hot though. We're testing the heat of the density of the air above its refracted surface right now.
Too funny, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna post an announcement for your stream, and I usually post them when I see them. When I see you post, so.
Oh, appreciate it, man.
In our announcements, yeah. So I'll do it again. I want to see what a thinking atheist looks like. It's like
I'll come and
it's like a weird
hang
corn
out
or something.
It might be illuminating.
I'll be there, Kiwi.
Sweet.
Is that refracted illumination?
Yes.
I don't think refraction comes up in this. Thank the Lord. That's all right. They got enough problems.
I don't know. I generally concede to refraction. as you are well aware. So when you apply any of the refracted models to any observation, the first order of business.
Models now. This is pretty funny.
No, come on, let me go.
Come on. You sound like Anthony Riley.
Listen, I have a long history of being absolutely two-sided and coming in with a knife in the side while you miss it.
All right, fair enough. But that's not my way, but doesn't mean it's not the right way. Go ahead and allow them to beg the question till the cows come home. Go ahead.
This is the way.
Okay, so when you apply a refracted model, right, because you're applying it to an observation, right? So you have a geometry in your mind of what the Earth is. You then have an observation that doesn't fit that geometry. And so what you do is you break the Earth geometry. And refraction actually means broken over the back. And so I agree that their model is indeed refracted. And therefore I concede, yes, your model is broken. I rest my case.
How you like that, QE?
It doesn't do it for me.
A little too intellectual, I know.
A little too
Look, it wasn't as delicious as we did it last time because somebody was talking about the mountain, and then we made a pun on Brokeback Mountain with refraction, and then we basically said your argument is gay.
Yeah. I mean, Jesse, what is refraction?
The redirection of a wave due to changes or boundaries or gradients of density.
Boundaries?
Incorrect. Citation, please. That's not Snell's law.
Well, Snell's law is for boundaries, right?
Snell's law is the law of refraction.
But how do you apply
no
that?
Buts. There's no buts. None.
I'm here.
No but.
Was that self-deprecating?
Maybe.
All right. The point is there any... What is the assertion of terrestrial refraction? What do you assert that it is?
Standard terrestrial refraction?
Yeah. Not calculate it, what it is.
Say that again?
Not how to calculate it, but what it is.
Jesse, phone a friend. I'll go for you. Trust me.
What's your number? Well, I didn't come up with it. I'm not sure. The mainstream model claims that it's the bending of light.
That's not a model.
Well, what would you like to call it?
That's not a model. The mainstream, where is that? Citation, please.
The claim?
Yeah.
Look, they're asking me about something I didn't come up with, okay? I'm not sure what you want me to say.
I thought you're a proponent of refraction. You don't know what it is. Define refraction. Citation. Not you. I want a citation that defines refraction.
You mean like Andrew Thomas Young or something?
It's up to you. Whatever you want.
That'll work for me.
Hold on.
In fact, yeah, that'd be fine. It's my favorite one. You'll find an interesting part in his paper where he said things that will never reappear that are already physically obstructed. So it's a one-way mirror.
So Drace is already over my stuff, man. You're not posting it. I got where you're going with that, but you're a little bit ahead of the game. We just want to know what refraction is.
Well, I've read that paper like 20 times, so.
All right.
Yes.
Let's do this. Let's make it fucking easy.
Okay.
There it is. From Britannica.com, Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light. Oh, by the way, rays of light don't exist. In crossing the boundary or surface. Do gases have surfaces? No.
But they would have a boundary with water.
Of separation between two contacting substances. Where's the two contacting substances in the fairy tale atmosphere? There isn't any. It's a category error. From the physics classroom, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave, light's not a wave, as it passes from one material to another material. Can you show me two different materials in the fairy tale atmosphere? You can't. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Where's a boundary in the fairy tale atmosphere? There is none. You're fucking category error. Let's go to Wiki. Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law, and the law of refraction, you see the context, is the formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves, light's not a wave, passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, as such as water, glass, or air. Has a picture right down here on the bottom. You see that? Snell's law? Where's the interface in the atmosphere?
Are you denying gradient refraction?
That isn't fucking refraction.
Okay, so when...
Okay, can you fucking... Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you have textual pareidolia? Do you want me to read them again? Where's fucking gradient in anything that I read?
Oh, I didn't see it in what you read, but I think what you posted was not all of...
You're making it up!
Yeah, what is it? What is terrestrial refraction? Is it just make-believe?
I mean, obviously the phenomena is real because...
it's not obviously real because I look out and I just see things. I don't have to come up with a reason for why I see them. If you're having to come up for a reason why you would see things, you know, that's not scientific, is it?
Okay, so...
Yes, but hold on, Jesse, before you go, because you said this twice and you haven't been corrected yet. So, a phenomenon, to be genuine, the premises of the differentiation in the happening must be known in the first instance. So, in other words, if you see something where it shouldn't be on a quote-unquote globe, in order for that proposition to be true, the globe must be proven in the first instance. You can't infer it and say, oh, that isn't where it's supposed to be on a globe, therefore it's a phenomenon. So, again, where's the globe being proven in the first instance so you could apply this claim of a phenomena?
I don't even know what you're asking or what that has to do with the fact that we've all seen the pictures of the laser beam curving upward.
It's not a phenomena, dude.
It's not a phenomena. It's our math is wrong. Let's come up with an explanation. In this case, it's a mathematical explanation called terrestrial refraction.
Have you seen that?
Thank you, Meme. Hold on, Jesse. We got to caveat that. So, indeed, things being not where they appear to be at all times, like differentiation between days, definitely happens. So, like when I go to a small lake, I see things disappear, right? And rest assured, they disappear some days from the bottom up, some days from the top down, some days from the top and bottom simultaneously. Now, to be clear, this lake is small enough to where any alleged Earth curvature would be irrelevant. But that's not the point. The point is that, yes, we all see variations in what we see. The difference in this context of this argument is that it's claimed that the reasons we see things is called terrestrial refraction, which has an assumption of a radius, which makes it a phenomenon only in the sense if the Earth is a globe. So in one instance, we all see displacements optically, whatever they be. In the other instance, it's assumed that it's a phenomena in relationship to where it should be seen on a globe. But the globe has to be proven in the first instance for that to be a phenomenon. So that being said, what the heck is terrestrial refraction?
Maybe it's whatever causes that laser beam to look like it's curving up.
Well, if that's the case, that's a huge problem, isn't it? Shouldn't we see boats like way up in the sky?
Well, sometimes they do, actually.
No, we see them hovering in the horizon. Is where we see them. It's called Fata Morgana.
But we're asking, what is terrestrial refraction? Do we not agree that there are conditions that can cause the path of light to be not straight in the air?
Yes, but it's unpredictable.
Right, but that's not terrestrial refraction, dude.
Right. That's just scattering. Like, there's miraging, there's, like, they've posted Fata Morgana there, and even there, see? The boat has entered into the angle, but the closing angle is too sharp to resolve the water.
So what do you think causes that laser beam to curve up or down or whatever it's doing?
I don't know. Smarter people than me know that answer, but I know this. If you got light shooting in every single direction, which is what happens, your net result is essentially just straight line. You can have warping in every direction. But the one thing that will never happen is something that is physically obstructed will never, ever appear out from behind what is physically obstructing it. And in the Andrew Thomas Yang paper, it says that.
So are you saying that if there was a county park boundary sign that was physically directly between me and the water line on the ship, that I would not be able to see the water line on the ship no matter what?
No, I didn't say that. Things certainly can sink and things certainly can loom. But the visual direction to the object will never reappear once it is already physically obstructed, and that is straight out of the paper. In other words, it's a one-way mirror. So if I see a lighthouse that is unobstructed and it is 31 miles away, or I see a ship that is 16 miles away that is unobstructed, it is because it is unobstructed. It's not appearing from behind a rolling ball of water. It is unobstructed. It is a straight line of sight to it. Because even in the paper on refraction, what is already physically obstructed will not reappear. In other words, like, let's say the bottom of something is cut off because of physical obstruction, and then it begins to loom. So it does that Fata Morgana thing. Well, what's going to happen is it's still going to appear to be cut off by that physical obstruction. More of it is not going to appear. And what's more is that paper specifically is talking about things that are perpendicular to the surface of the water, which means the horizon doesn't loom and the horizon doesn't sink.
Yeah, so I want to add a caveat to that, if I can. So when you take a camera and you level the camera and you point it out at the horizon, what you'll generally see is roughly 50-50 distribution, as long as you maintain the level on the camera. So the top half of the image will generally be sky, the bottom half of the image will generally be ocean. And now you're going to have a very fine up and down in the center there. Now, when you angle the camera downwards, the majority of the bottom portion, right, will now creep up on your image. So you'll have like 75% water and 25% sky. That is because you've changed the angles that the light is entering the optic, right? So then they're being redirected onto a portion of the sensor, which causes it to render the majority of the image as